Happy Canada Day. Hello, hello, hello. Good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon. I see Prairie is first. Hello, Prairie. Good to see you. And we have some really good guests already sitting in our lobby. I can see some awesome people. I see someone sitting in their car right now, too. But welcome, welcome, welcome. It's been a good day. It's been a very good day. So happy Canada Day. Nice to see you all. Just gonna throw it out there so I can kind of keep it out of the chat for a while. I did launch my book today, so you can go to Amazon, search for Jason Levine, and you'll find it. So yeah, if you want to become a witness, this is what my book was about. This one here. So you'll be able to find that on Amazon starting today. So wanted to get that out there. Thank you all very much for your support on getting that together. It took quite some time. Had to get some fact checks. Had to make sure that people were fine with what it said in there. We're good. So please enjoy that. If you can get a copy, that would be awesome. And yeah, we'll have an episode in the future and talk about it. But today is Canada Day, and we've got so many cool people coming by that I just want to get started. We already have 3 people sitting in the lobby, and I want to get to them all. So without further ado, I'm going to bring in Granny McKay. I'm going to bring in Azario, and I'm going to bring in our new friend,
Hi.
Fred Fury. Hi, Granny. How are you?
I'm doing great. I'm just heading to the whistle stop. So happy Canada Day to everyone.
Thank you, Granny. And yeah, you're a little bit choppy, so we'll get you on here for a little bit. Yeah, we can hear you, but we'll get you over to the whistle stop, and then we'll reconnect with you.
But hi, and then I can. You betcha.
Yeah, that sounds perfect. But you're one of the first. You're the first to say hi to everybody. So happy Canada Day, Granny, from Alberta. Thank you so much.
Okay,
so we'll let you get there because I think
I'm on the back roads of Alberta.
Yeah, it sounds like that. We'll talk to you soon. You have yourself a safe journey, and you get there nice and safe. Thank you, Granny. Yeah, that connection was bad. That was bad, but I'm excited because Granny wants to say hello to everybody and update everybody on some information that may have come out last week. Well, we're just getting rolling, so we got some people starting to come in, which is great. And Azario, you're joining from Ontario, and Fred, you're joining from Alberta.
Yes.
I'm going to introduce Fred first. So Fred's going to come on and tell us about his show. And this is one of the call outs I did to anybody in Canada that has a podcast, a show. You're out there getting your message out. Go ahead and reach out to me and DM me like Fred did, and we'll go ahead and get you on here. We'll send you that magic link, and you'll be able to share your show. So Fred, why don't you go ahead and tell everybody who you are and tell us about your show.
My name is Fred Fury. For those of you that do not know me, I am into the underground music when it comes to independent artists, horrorcore, Insane Clown Posse, Isham, the Juggalo, the world that most people do not understand, let alone know about. Entertainment wise, and then artists that are like Tom McDonald, and he's banned in Canada, by the way, for the only song that was actually radio appropriate, which I find ironic. And I make an effort to play him daily to tick off Trudeau. And happy Canada Day, or Cannabis Day for myself, to everyone out there.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And what about your show? So you have a weekly, what
Daily.
kind of show do you have?
Oh,
wow.
I do all new releases. So I have a plethora of artists that release stuff on a regular basis, albums, EPs, singles, and they get played on a regular rotation. And some of them are somewhat mainstream in the underground world, and most of them are not. And in that, they get the airplay, and because of being an online radio station, they actually get paid from SOCAN. It's only a few cents, but it's my way of giving back to the artists and getting them known and seen or heard. I used to do videos. Sometimes I do interviews with artists. So.
Do you have any interviews coming up?
I like to say yes, but artists schedules with touring, I get put on the back bench, and it's summertime. So
Yeah.
yes, there is some artists in the works, and we have those shows in the works.
Great.
But that's in the works.
For sure. Yeah, there's always the future, the stuff that's coming. So you're more of a radio show, or do you do commentary as well as interviews?
I do interviews. I have done commentaries. I've done most recently myself and Rocky Rob, because I work with other artists. We did a Tom MacDonald teardown and review of Tom MacDonald End of the World with John Rich. And we did that bar for bar and how it relates to everything in the news currently. We only did a talking session. I've seen other people do video clips of the news, and it's like, it's scary with what these artists are actually putting out there, the truth, and getting canceled or taken off platforms like Spotify and everything else. So I make an effort to make sure they're heard, because their message is important.
Could you let me entertain you for a moment and play a new artist in a new video? It actually just came out yesterday. He's an artist from Manitoba. His name is Hena. And I can maybe introduce you, and maybe we can get one of those interviews hooked up sooner than later. Yeah, just give me a second, and I'll bring this song up. It's called Don't Back Down, and we put it to the convoy. It's the 24 days of the convoy in Ottawa. So I think actually what will happen is we'll all leave the screen until the video's done, but we can all enjoy it together along with Canada. So this is Zahena, Don't Back Down.
I want you to stay.
What do you think, Fred? Is that an interview for you? You want to meet him?
I definitely would. I definitely would.
What was your take on those lyrics and that song? Not bad for a few days in some video.
And those Canadian flags was so refreshing after this past month that's passed.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. And there was even one special flag in there, and that wasn't too much of a bother. There was a nice
No, it
Canadian lyric
wasn't.
in the
It
middle there.
wasn't.
Yeah, and then Azario, you enjoyed that video?
Yeah, no, it was great. I really like the video. I love the composition of the song. Drop D tuning gets me every time too. So I love hearing that. I was tempted to go grab the guitar and just play along with it a little bit and figure it out, but no, great on Zahana for throwing that together.
Yeah, I know he's a real good talent. I'm really enjoying his stuff, and he sent us some more stuff for Coots as well, for the Coots men. So we'll get into that later. Why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself a little bit? You don't have a show yet, but you're thinking about it. But why
I'm
don't you go ahead
thinking
and
about
let
it.
people let people know who you are and what you're up to?
I'm Azario. I'm a counterculture anti-communist. Probably is the best way to describe me. I am, hardcore libertarian that is, really against the machine and the narrative that is out there. Helped Jason throughout the Public Order Emergency Commission, and we covered a good chunk of that there. So added commentary as it goes. And Jason and I align on a lot of things, and I think that our viewpoints are very similar in that regard. But I want to, at some point I'm gonna get my off my duff here when I've got some free bandwidth from actually my day job and help out and start some commentary calling out some of the ridiculousness within our society, just because we run through so much stuff every day, and it almost feels like it's by design where we've got so much volume of information that is hitting us that it's
Yeah.
designed to overwhelm us where we can't make sense of all of it. And I think that my approach would be distilling some of that down a little bit to palatable bite-sized chunks that people can understand, and and if expand on maybe some of the hard-hitting issues of the day.
Well, what I like is you've joined us a couple times now for the Canadian Relay. I think you've been on twice now, and what you ended up doing is for 20 minutes you would provide us the local regional news, and you got your finger on the pulse of Ontario and Mr. Ford and what's going on there. Any news actually since we last spoke on Wednesday? Anything changed on that front for you?
Not really a whole lot that's going on in the province this week. I think everybody's kind of getting geared up for the weekend and trying to cement their long weekend plans. Yeah, there doesn't really seem to be a whole lot going on this week in the province of Ontario. Um, political wise, I don't know. We had
Well,
forest fires earlier in the week, and like the smoke coming down here was pretty bad. But you know what? That's part of living in Canada and deal with what you get. So
no, fair enough. I kind of put you on the spot there. Not much has happened in the last few
yeah.
days, other than the Elon Musk limiting messages on Twitter. Did you see that already?
Actually, I think that's a smart move though too, because he's throttling it back and because he's getting scraped by bots. Um, so I think it's a good defensive mood. And as soon as he said, I caught his tweet initially. He was just like, seems like we're getting scraped by a whole bunch of bot traffic that's coming in, and I was like, let's throttle this thing. That's what you have to
Mm.
do. That's where my IT brain went and said, okay, you just got to ratchet it back, throw some limits on accounts, and then hopefully add some stability to the platform.
I think really what he's doing though is he's adding some desire to move to my show for the day. So once Twitter starts freezing up for you today and you start hitting your limits, come check out this show and we'll keep talking to you. So thank you, Elon, for doing what you can to drive an audience to little old Alberta. I appreciate it. Fred, how long have you had your show for? Your show's been a couple years or longer than that?
I have been doing my radio show for 3 years. I started out, it was called, I was on Mountain High 10 Radio in 2020, and they wanted to bring yours truly, Fred Fury, on as a Juggalo representative for the underground hip hop in the Juggalo area. And I'm impressed. I made it 4 months out of 6 months through my signed contract before yours truly did a typical juggalo thing and pointed out someone's F up.
Okay. So you're still on the air, though?
Oh, yes. And then from there, because of my what I did, brought me over to the Sid Jones Network. And I was then in charge of expanding the Sid Jones Network and doing the technical side of it, plus the radio. And then Fred Fury went to Fred Fury's Frequency. And then Mixler went and said, we have a larger audience, a bigger platform. We're doing upgrades. And now we need you to change your name and have call numbers like, okay, FFF 710.
For fuck's sake. Yeah. Okay, well, Arzario had a question. I think he was putting his hand up in the back here. So, Arzario, you wanted to say something? You're muted, bud.
I wanted to know, Fred, what a juggalo is. I think for our audience, they may not be familiar with that term.
It's not a gigolo, it's a juggalo, right?
Juggalo, yep. Correct. The
yep.
best way I can describe a juggalo is if you're able to, Jason, pull up the song Whoop Whoop by Mistress Black on YouTube. She's a Canadian artist.
Mistress Black, you said?
Yes.
Yeah, you keep talking.
Mistress R-E-Z. Mistress.
Okay. R-E-Z. Keep talking. We don't want it dead air. I'll keep looking for you.
Mistress Black does the best description. Mind you, there's some lyrics that are child friendly, so people out there may want to.
Yeah, I see that warning right. I see that warning right now, and I also see a YouTube warning, so I can't play it.
Oh, okay.
But what we can do is we can share the link to people. But yeah, we'll be able to play that.
That is the best description when it comes to what is a juggalo. She describes what a juggalo is in that song.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
I can't provide the link.
I can't do that song any justice, nor can I. I know what I am, but the essence is a juggalo is a person being themselves. Be you. No matter what someone else thinks, feels, believes, be you. Regardless.
Be you, yep. Yeah. And how can people find your show right now? Is it online or is it just radio or both?
I'm on Twitter. I'm on Mixler, and Mixler puts me on online radio box.
So they can follow your handle here on Twitter and find everything from there?
Oh, yes. Fred Fury, Toker Joker. You Google FFF 710 and you'll find whatever radio platform you want to hear me on come up. Because with my Mixler, I go out to multiple platforms, radio platforms and radio apps. And in that, I only do my chats on Rumble and on my Mixler, but all other platforms you can listen to me on.
And do you have a certain time? Like, are you on a certain time, or when can we hear you?
10 o'clock Mountain Time.
Okay, so 12 Eastern.
12 Eastern. And in the summertime, I do 1 hour shows. Fall, winter, and spring, I do 2 hour show.
Is that 10 a.m. or 10 a.m. or p.m.?
10 a.m. It's
okay, a wake so and lunchtime bake. Show.
It's a wake and bake or a nooner for the people on the East Coast.
Cool. And what kind of content can they expect from you?
You
said music and interviews, and then a little bit of commentary.
All new releases. So whatever the artists are putting out, I know that's what they're wanting you to hear, you to go to hit those links. And every artist is and song is announced. So it's not like a playlist. I'm saying every song as it's being put out, giving them the recognition. and hopefully people go and check out their actual catalogs, so on and so forth.
Cool.
Nice.
And do you do a show at all like this? Do you get online at all and do a show?
I have done that with the Hood Smokers podcast and other podcasts in the hip hop and underground arena. I'm looking to get onto Video Matt's show. He's on Twitter and YouTube, and he's planning on having yours truly on his show. So when that actually happens, I'm not sure, but yes, people people do pick my mind, and we used to once a month, No Emotions and the Gods, which I am part of the Gods. And No Emotion is another underground hip hop artist. We used to do Gods Talk, which is similar to the Plaid Army, but it's all the gods, and we do hip hop songs and everything else, but we don't do video links and that, but we talk about inspirational things for an hour and that. And I used to do that for about a year and a half.
Okay, well, that's kind of neat. Now, Zari, I'm going to jump to you. So you're thinking about maybe getting on. You said, I mean, you may be doing it soon, and you wanted to kind of talk about political stuff. Were you thinking about a weekly show? You're not going to do a daily show. And what time of day were you thinking?
Yeah, well, first off, Fred, you sound like a modern day Alan Cross, and trying
Yeah, I
to,
was thinking the same thing too. Yeah,
really get you up and get your audience, get your listeners involved in the music. And music is something that drives my life. Like it speaks to my soul. It's my solitude at the end of the day. If I'm feeling, anger, or I'm feeling down, it's like I pick up a guitar and I bang something out, or I play something melodic, and it speaks to my soul. So, more people understanding the bands and what's behind them and the motivations, it goes even further. So the Juggalo part, I was thinking around Insane Clown Posse, honestly, which is kind of what is affiliated with fans of that band. But I wanted to just, suss that out a little bit. But back to Jason. Certainly, I think I'm looking to start like with a weekly show, and I might do like a half-hour format, just something small to start, a little bit produced, and then I think some commentary on what's going on during that week. I I'm not sure if I think I'm going to gather content throughout the week and might be able to drop something on Fridays or Saturdays, and that might be where I go from there. So I think maybe like a Saturday noon or something. I'll let something rip at that point.
So you're going to record and then play it. You're not doing live.
I'm gonna see. I'm gonna try doing some recording first, getting everything together, and then we'll drop that. And if I can pull it off and do a live show on Saturdays, then that might be the better way for me to go. So
yeah, I'd recommend live. There's a lot less work, honestly, because there's a lot less producing involved, and then it's done. Like when you're done your live stream, then you're done. There's nothing to do after that either.
Well, same goes for the recording though too. Is I put it together and I can schedule it and then throw it out there and it's done, right? So
yeah, you can enjoy that part. It's a lot of work.
Yeah, I know.
For sure. Yeah,
I
that's the only reason I skipped that part, because editing, re-encoding, uploading. There's a lot of work there. Yeah, a lot of hours. Sure. But that'll be great to see. I'd love to see a show from you. So you're thinking half an hour, you might be able to get a week's worth of stuff into that?
Yeah, I think I'm going to start with a half hour. I'm going to start small and, start recording, might go to live. We'll see how this pans out, what kind of uptake I get from the audience that's out there. And if more and more people turn in, then I'm going to get in on it. And
awesome. Well, when you're ready, I'll bring you on and you can announce it and let everybody know. Because there's a group that follows this that I'm sure would love your stuff as well.
Absolutely. No, thanks, Jay. Appreciate that.
Yeah, no worries, buddy. Yeah, happy to. That's the whole point of this Canada Day special, is to get more voices out there, encourage more people to do their own shows and keep talking. Because Canada is not really doing much of that, but we're starting to do a lot more of that. So I'm excited about that. So thank you very much, Fred, for introducing your show. And your next episode will be, I'm assuming, maybe Monday at 10 o'clock Mountain?
No, I do regular radio show Monday to Saturday. Then Sunday, I do an exclusive show with Piper Masters Gaming on Rumble, and I am his radio station during his gaming on Rumble, which
Oh,
is
cool.
so- which is something that Mixler and S- Steam have teamed together, and online radios do not get copyright restricted for the gamer. So,
Okay.
if there's any gamers that need a host, hit me up. I'm relatively cheap.
Relatively cheap. That's good news. And I saw you nodding your head a lot, Rosario. This is the kind of stuff you like as well?
Oh, absolutely. Like, I mean, I've been into the electronic dance music scene for many years. DJ myself since,
I
oh
didn't know
gosh,
that.
um, like, yeah, I've been around the block a few times, but yeah, I've got some radio shows with some friends at times where we jump on to Twitch and we'll do some streams that way.
Oh,
And
cool.
it usually is pretty good with without hopping up the copyright pieces because we do a lot of mixes and things like that. So like a 10-second soundbite of a song could get you a strike like on YouTube, but
Right.
on Twitch it doesn't seem to be as bad. But yeah, no, it's fun producing a live show like that.
We got to get you to do something for us at some point to do a big show that we can maybe take to Rumble, maybe not on YouTube. But it'd be really neat to have you do some DJing or at least watch some of that. I had no idea you were doing that.
Yeah, no, it's all my gears at home. But so for those that don't know, I've got two places. I'm at my summer home right now, and my normal winter home. I've got all my gear set up, and that's where I can actually lay down some beats and get things going and get a party started.
I had no idea. I had no idea. I know you liked hockey and you're good with wood. I knew that. But now I'm also finding out you like music as well. Uh, Wait a minute. Did you build speakers? Is that something that you showed me that you built?
Yeah, I've built speakers too, so I'm. You know what? If it piques my interest, I want to learn about it, and I want to expand my knowledge, and I want to actually do something like that. And it's not that I want to learn more and more and more, and that's what drives me as a person is to learn, and executing something I've learned gives me the ultimate satisfaction as well. So
What about teaching? Because in this DIY type of age, in the self sufficiency age, we need more people to teach us things like boxes for speakers and how do you wire that up and how do you work with wood. Have you thought about some of that?
I've thought about it, and I've just I got to figure out a angle and a way to deliver that kind of content. Like, I mean, I think now with the internet, being able to get out there and perhaps videotape or video a show, and here's a project from start to finish, make it a multi-part series. That might be something I might be able to pull off. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. In my professional life, I was into car stereos very early on, and I've built hundreds, if not thousands, of speaker cabinets over my
Hmm.
career, and I've certainly built them for myself just because you can
You can.
really make a really nice set of speakers if you pick things out right and put it together yourself. So a lot, and it costs you a lot less. Being I'm Scottish, it certainly costs you a lot less than going buying something off the shelf.
Absolutely, especially when you have the skills and the tools set up for that. Now, maybe you can be one of the first to do, because you said do something from start to finish, but maybe you can be one of the first to do from finish to start. So the video starts with the finished product, and we work our way backwards, so you can kind of
Yeah.
see how it came together. And then you will actually have a very good understanding of how the stuff works instead of just following along. But yeah, it would be neat to see you tear it apart, and then we can see what makes it make it function.
I don't want to tear those speakers apart, man.
For the views, for the
I
views.
I would need crowbars and like lots of hammers because they're just so well built together. So um,
That's good. That's good. No, I get your point, but yeah, I was just trying to find a way to make it different, but still interesting. And there's a lot of deconstruction stuff that is interesting. Some people smash them and use a hydraulic press, so not a lot of reconstruction after that. But yeah, maybe they can find an angle or find a way to do it, or it's just your personality. People will attach to that, so that might be a thing that works for you as well. So, Fred, I see you just came back. We're going to give you a couple more minutes, and then we're going to move on to the next segment. Is there anything else you want to say to Canada while you have their attention? I think you muted yourself there, Fred.
When it comes to Canada, Fred Fury for Prime Minister.
Okay.
No joke. No joke. No joke.
Yeah.
Only thing that's going to bring me off the mountain is to be elected.
Do you have any shoe polish?
No.
Okay, well, you can't do the blackface. Are you a drama teacher?
No.
Well, you're not qualified, my friend. You need those two.
I am diverse. I am native Jew.
Okay. Well, that might help. That might help. But you need a couple scandals before you can even start thinking about it. Did you have a charity that you helped your family with?
No.
No? Didn't do that either? Did you go on vacation on someone else's dime and then said it was for Canada?
Yes. Yes.
You did do that one?
Yes.
All right. You're in the running now. Awesome. Well, it was really nice to meet you, Fred. Why don't you try and come back again later as well? Once the crowd gets a little bit bigger, you can keep an eye on YouTube, see it grow, because it's going to grow as we move along in the day here. And then, we'll bring you back, and maybe we'll have a chance to let everybody know again.
I have no choice because the campground's hopping this weekend. And everyone's going down to my beach. I usually have I have beachfront property, folks.
Cool.
And that being said, everyone's utilizing it.
That sounds good. So you're not worried about the climate change taking away your beach. Then it's not going to wash it away. No. All right. Well, you make sure you enjoy yourself, Fred. And what we're going to do is we're going to move on with the show a little bit, and then come back when there's some more people. Thank you very much, and enjoy your morning. Oh, he jumped off. I was about to push the button, but he jumped off. So, Zario, you only have a little bit more time. Can I steal some more out of you?
You can get a little bit more out of me, Jay. No problem. So,
okay, cool. So, what do you have planned for today? You're just going to be chilling. You're at your summer house. You were mentioning.
Yeah, just actually going to hang out on the beach, possibly in the water, and enjoying some beverages. So with some really good friends. So that's the plan for today. I did my chores for the day, got my smoker prepped up for a 3 a.m. start of a pork shoulder that I'm going to be doing. It's a massive pork shoulder, 18 pounds of pork that is just going in the smoker. I figure it's probably going to take me at least somewhere in the neighborhood of about 12 hours to 14 hours to smoke that bad boy. But I think we're going to have some tasty goodness at the end outset of that. So.
That sounds awesome. And with your drinks, at least one part of it will be Canadian. So it'll be Canada Dry, or it's going to be Canadian Club, or you're going to have something Canadian in those drinks. At least dairy. What are you having? No. Okay. No. Well, Canadian Club is still out there.
So hey, I'm wearing a hat. At least
you are wearing the hat. You're not drinking the Bud Light, are you?
I got the I Am Canadian hat on, and I'm sadly drinking Tuborg, but it's a cheap Dutch beer, so it's actually a good beer too. But I didn't go for the Canadian or anything like that. So
no problem. You didn't go with the Bud, so that's good too. But do stick around and at least pay attention until when Granny comes on, because Granny wants to talk to us about something. Hint. So I would highly recommend that you stick around for that part, if you can.
Yeah. We'll see how soon she comes back. She was on her way up to the whistle stop, wasn't she?
Yeah. She was driving there as we speak, and then she'll get some better internet hopefully up there. On the road, it wasn't so good for her. But yeah, she's got some information for us that she wants to share. So I'm going to say go through the chats if you don't mind. You can hang out for this part.
Yeah, go for it.
Hey, yeah, Prairie. So hey, Prairie, how are you doing? I don't see my sunflower. I'm waiting for it, Prairie. I'm looking for it. But happy Canada Day. You going to say something?
No, I was just
okay.
Yeah, it might be a morning thing that she only does the sunflower for. So
I've seen it in the afternoon too. But maybe she was doing her Canada, and then we'll get
Yeah.
the sunflower. I'm sure she'll be liberal with them and give them to us. Hey, Juice, how you doing? Glad you're here. You're second, and nice to let you keep coming back, Juice. It's awesome. I guess the later in the day stuff works better. The earlier stuff, not for everybody. Hey, from Hamilton, happy Canada Day, and thanks a lot for coming, Marge. I really appreciate that. Just around the corner from you, so maybe to just smell for that pork shoulder. It's going to be a couple more hours, but just follow that, and then maybe you'll find Rosario. It's going to be yum. And you put it on today, I think you said.
Oh no, it's going on about 3 a.m. So.
Right.
Yep, and then I'll have it ready for dinner tomorrow night, and that's
okay.
Good.
Cool.
But, hi,
So
Marge
just
from
in
the
time
Hammer.
for my
Yep.
for my flight to make it then. So that's good. I'll just head to the airport now. Matt is saying too many things makes good confusion. I think we were talking with Fred at that point. I guess the music and a bunch of stuff we were going on. What do you think about Fred? It was kind of neat, huh?
Yeah, it was definitely a different take. I'm glad he's got that pulse and trying to help out, new bands getting up and getting some presence. Cool. Fantastic. That's awesome.
Yeah, get that to Canadians, especially when they have messages in their music too, and they seem to be advocates as well, having some political messaging going on. So I want to say hi to Green here. This is probably Mr. Green Thumbs. Green, I don't think there's no reason why you're blocked on my side. So reach out to me on Twitter, and anybody else who's trying to connect on StreamYard, if there's an issue, reach out to me on Twitter. My DMs are open, and we'll address it right away for you. But we haven't blocked anybody on our side. Eleanor, I think you may be having problems reaching people since Twitter's not working for people connected from Canada. Use VPN might help. In fact, Eleanor, for the last 3 or 4 weeks, there's been weird things happening on Twitter. For me, in this group I'm in, there's a bunch of like journalist type of people, or the people that get messages out, and there's been a lot of funky stuff. For example, I was in a Twitter space just the other day, hosted by GovCorrupt. He made me a co-host, which means I have the power to do a bunch of things. But for some reason, my microphone was disabled and we couldn't get it to work. And on my side, I restarted my phone and restarted the app. I even used a different account, and something was funky. Something was really funky. What do you think, Azario? Is this C18?
No, this is some stuff going on today around, Elon's measures to kind of limit the scraping.
No. We're not talking about that.
No. Okay. I know.
Yeah,
I know
that dropped today.
But
there's a bunch of us having a lot of other problems with Twitter, whether it's a web version, non-web version, and this was all before his stuff today.
Yeah. If I was going to comment on that component of it, he got rid of probably 3/4 of the staff that was there, and no doubt that there is a lot of things in that code base that are just nobody knows what they do, and what they're there for, and how to maintain them, or what to look out for, what signals, like what that kept that well-oiled machine, quote unquote, to running well.
Right.
There's a lot that goes on behind the scenes that a lot of people don't realize. It's not that you just program some code, stand up a website, stand up an app, and let things rip. There's a lot of things that you have to do and monitor and change and adapt on the back end to make something functional and be very seamless. So this might be just growing pains in the sense that the volume of people that Elon's got to the platform, but then there's also that maintenance piece. So that might be part of it.
Well, a bunch of us who've been throttled before, we've been blacklisted before, we've been shadow banned before. A lot of us that were feeling that way before Elon, we're feeling that way again because it's some of the stuff that we recognize again. So I don't know if it's gremlins in the source code like you're suggesting there, or whether or not it's features that were turned off that are slowly, quietly being turned back on. But I know that C18 definitely would have been a motivator for Twitter to start looking at what they're going to do for Canadian content, especially if it's media and news related. Because the C18 is going to force a negotiation to happen for the purchase or the payment of propagation of news. So a whole bunch of things for us who have been shadow banned before, and we know what it feels like to have our reach just drop like an hour later. We can see those kind of things. And then when a bunch of us get together and we're like, hey guys, what's going on with Twitter lately? We start to wonder. Now, we've had Facebook say we're not going to do anything with C18, so we're just dropping news altogether, so we're not going to work with that. But we haven't had an announcement really out of Twitter what they're going to do or not going to do. It's been very quiet on that. Now, did I miss an announcement out of Twitter where they addressed what they're doing with C18? Or Could we just be seeing them trying to figure out what they want or are going to do about it?
Yeah, I haven't really seen anything about C18 itself.
It's very quiet for an announcement service like Twitter, where they announce to the world a bunch of stuff. For them not to say something is very telling.
You know what? And I think that would be extremely damaging to any news organization that is out there, because I think that this is where news organizations actually go for breaking news now. Like, something trends and breaks on Twitter, and then this is how a lot of news organizations get the scoop.
Yeah.
If you take that away, you're really going to be hampering the abilities of those news organizations to be able to deliver the news in a timely manner. I mean, it might go back to old school journo, and you're counting on like the AP Wire and Reuters as being the sources of news across the world. But Twitter has really enabled news organizations as well as the population to have a pulse on things happening like near real time.
Right.
So, like, you can have something like a shooting going on in downtown Los Angeles, and there's a Twitter live or a live stream starting off on it on Twitter or a thread within 5 or 10 minutes of what's going on. So it's very nimble in that regard compared to the previous, I would say, legacy news.
For sure. And you got to know, when the government gets involved and starts to regulate and add these bills for our protection, there's more to it than that. So on the surface, this one was labeled as a way to keep the Canadian content and news funded, because it was a way to fund the news production and propagation of it. But I'm gonna actually propose that the real purpose of this, because it's never the stated purpose, but I think the real purpose of this is to create a category called media, and create the shield where there needs to be some sort of negotiation with propagators like Twitter and the Facebooks and others, where they have to pay some sort of small fee for every article. And because of that, those platforms will likely limit it just to very specific targets, because there's a cost to it. That's not really my concern. My concern is the government then is the one who gets to label who is media and who falls under this throttled pay for service. And as soon as they don't like somebody, they're going to put them on that list. So immediately you get throttled. So like an independent journalist like me, who has no beef with the platforms, and I have no desire to get a micro penny from them for my messages, I have no intent and no need for that. The government's now going to step in on my behalf and tell those platforms I'm being represented by them under this new scheme. And my messages now have to be covered under this new protection for economic reasons. And I have no opt-out. I have no way of saying, no, thank you. I do not want to be classified as government-protected media, and I do not want to be funded through a government scheme in any way, shape, or form. But that's not my decision. That's the decision of the government, who is representing on behalf of media this particular scheme. I think that's more likely what's going on here. Is there a way to silence and muzzle people like me through the platforms, through a mechanism of making them financially responsible for what they propagate on my side? Yep. Thoughts on that?
There's a lot to unpack there, but realistically, the government is like a cartel or a mob. This is really what it's boiling down to, and they're exercising their control over various platforms. And what it sounds like is that you're trying to get, they're trying to extort payments from a tech giant platform that is really, saying, okay, we're actually helping you advertise and propagate your news and your articles that are out there. And now the government is demanding that they pay for that news. So
that's right.
It's a two-way street. Like, both benefit from it. So the source of the article actually benefit from the coverage that the big platform is actually propagating that out. And then, the big platform, benefits from that as well, because they have that content on their platform. So it's a win-win on both sides. And now the government's come into this and saying, well, no, we've got to make sure that our news organizations get some remuneration for this. And it's really coming down to a failed business model of our news organizations. And because they should be able to survive on their own. And so you've got the failed business model, and then I think you've got the second part, which is like the government saying, we're tired of bailing out these organizations over and over again and funding them, and because they can't survive on their own, because they don't have a viable business model. And it's insanity because you just like tear down the business model, then let it, sink, have something that stands up in its place that is viable and is profitable, and have at it. Like, there's no
You're
need for this.
No, I was going to say you're such a nice guy because you're absolutely taking the business model approach to it. You're taking the economic approach to it, and this makes sense. I don't disagree with the idea there, but you didn't talk about the information control. You didn't talk about the myths, the disinformation. You didn't talk about the flow of information from government to media, and you didn't talk about how there's a certain chunk of media, alt and independent, who are not on that receiver list as well. So I think there's a little bit more to it than maybe just the financials. But you did say there was a lot to unpack. So maybe you're just unpacking the financial portion first. But on that note, what do you think about the information control? Do you think that could be part of Bill C-18 in addition to Bill C-11 for the online stuff?
I think it's definitely a component of it, and throttling. Like, as soon as you start mandating Canadian content and saying, we've heard this for years within our radio stations and within even just standard TV broadcasts as well, that there's a portion that I think it's 33 or 35%, somewhere around there, has to be Canadian content of what they broadcast in a day. And here, like, just taking that fundamental piece is going, well, if there's enough good content to bolster up 35% of the day, then have at it. But if the content that is generated is crap and it isn't going to attract listeners or viewership, then there's no point in doing it. You're harming the business model, and you're just paying lip service to be Canadian, right?
Right.
I completely support Canadian artists. I completely support their efforts, and I wish that they could get more airplay. But that system is also rigged in the sense that of how they can get their brand, their songs, their everything out there to play on a radio station or to get represented on a television network. There's millions of hoops that have to go through, and all these different kind of bodies that are involved in making sure in regulating that process. So I know I didn't answer your question yet, Jay, because we're just like talking about the Canadian content aspect of things. But certainly, if the government can regulate, what is going on our airwaves in that context of, what is Canadian content, then it certainly can ratchet that up a little bit to say what is acceptable insofar as being reported from a news organization. And I think that the news organizations have largely self-censored themselves as well, because they know what they can get away with, and they know what they're going to get reprimanded for, and so they basically won't run stories that are going to be controversial or make the government look bad. And to a certain degree, like, I mean, I heard, I was listening to an interview with CJ Hopkins earlier on Trish Wood, and it was talking about basically,
Maggie's blowing my mind, by the way. Maggie's moving all over her house, and she's blowing my mind. This is awesome. keep going, and then we'll bring her on.
So what it's talking about is basically, and I'm trying to remember the term that he used to describe it, but you have this big story or big issue that is there, and it is purposely leaking out a portion of that story to the media to say, here's what the story is, and that is what they run with. And so that is, a way of controlling the story, but the narrative, without revealing the rest of the event or story that is happening. So they kind of use controlled release. I think that was the expression.
That's cool. Now, I just want to kind of highlight just one thing about this CanCon stuff. We've had it for a while. We've had it for radio. We've had it for TV and movies and stuff like that. There's only 2 countries in the world that do that. That's New Zealand and Canada. And both of them have the same reason. It's because they're beside a really large market, and they were trying to keep their culture distinct and not be watered down by the other market. I don't know if that was a legitimate concern or anything like that, because I guess we'll never know. But I do prefer the market approach, which is what you were talking there. Either your content's good and it swims, or it's not good and it sinks. There's only so much Alanis Morissette and Katie Lang we can listen to during the 90s. But that's what we got stuck with, right? Oh, look, I got Tammy here now as well, and we got Mr. Green Thumbs. And Maggie, we've got her inside, where she has a nice big Canadian flag. And we also had, Mr. Green, I'm gonna have to mute you there. And then Maggie was now outside, and now we have an outside view. It's just awesome. Like every time her screen goes black, she comes back and she's in another position. So
Well,
cool.
there's police outside of my house right now.
Oh my goodness, look at that. What are they doing there?
So apparently there's explosives where it was found
outside our house.
my house. And that's what I came out to when I was getting ready to go. So
Oh my goodness. So you were getting ready to come on the show and then the police showed up.
News.
And are you rural? Like you don't look like you're in a neighborhood there.
Yeah, I'm in a neighborhood in Peterborough. So I'll go back. I wanted to show you that.
Yeah, that's kind of neat. We have a lady on the street. She's giving us the news as it flows. So there's a suspicious package or some sort of thing going on in your neighborhood?
Yeah. There were explosives found just outside my door, basically. So anyway.
Sorry, is this something that's ongoing?
This just happened just now. Yeah.
Oh, look at that, Canada. We're breaking the news here. Let's get that banner out. Breaking news. Yeah, there's something outside of Maggie's house. Oh my goodness.
It just exploded just now. Did you hear that?
No, but I heard the car alarm going off.
Horn, yeah.
Okay.
Whoa.
Okay. Everyone.
All right, folks. That's our fireworks for the day. That's our fireworks. We started early. Oh, my sorry. You stay safe. We don't want to meet you this way. We have an interview. Can you make sure you stick around for that one?
Okay, let's get that out there.
Thank you so much. Well, thank you. For everybody who doesn't know who Maggie Hope Braun is, she was one of the witnesses for the POEC, and she's the young lady who was praying for the police when they decided to send a message to the rest of Canada. We certainly don't have to get into that because we can talk about whatever you want. But today is more about trying to remember the Canada that we love and meeting Canadians all over. Sharing each other's names and faces for the day. And yeah, you're one of the Canadians that I reached out to because, well, first you're the inspiration behind a lot of the stuff that we do here. But you're also one of the ones who stood up for us. So I did want to say thank you and give you a chance to say hi to Canada and remind them who you are.
Yeah. Hi, Canada. Thank you so much for inviting me on, Jason, and for the work that you've done, even all through the inquiry, covering all the inquiry.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I was in Ottawa for the protest, and on the last day, when they had taken the streets with the trucks, they had us down 3 different streets, so O'Connor, Metcalfe, and Bank. And before they made their first push onto O'Connor, that inner bull in me that doesn't like bullies kind of came out, and somebody was there with a stack of the Bill of Rights, and I took a bunch of copies and I laid it down across the line, and I told the police on O'Connor that if they moved forward, they would be trampling on our Bill of Rights, literally and figuratively. And then I knelt down in the middle of the intersection to pray, and beside me a man from the Middle Eastern culture, he had a prayer mat, he laid it down, he started praying. And then they switched out the police with the riot police, and they moved the riot police onto the people. When there was no trucks left behind us, they moved forward on us with the riot police. And so we went through the line. 2 men knelt down beside me. We went through together, and it was pretty rough and violent. And at one point I looked up into a gun. And when they handed me to the police officer from Ottawa to be processed, we just stood there and we looked back, and the Bill of Rights were swirling up in the wind like this.
Wow.
And he dropped a tear and he cried, and he said, I want you to know the protesters won this today. You proved you were peaceful until the end, and the truth will come out. So that's why I shared that story, and I ended up testifying at the inquiry. So thank you for covering that.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, since then
I got a tear here too now. I'm visualizing this, and I'm visualizing it going through the air, and that's kind of how our freedom should be. It should be free. But so the police officer shed a tear and he shared that little moment with you.
Yeah, we were right in front of the Parliament. The Parliament's literally imprinted on the Bill of Rights. Right. And so So
Oh,
been
but you're better now. Okay, so we got a lot to catch up on since the POEC, and we'll be joining you with Chris Deering as well. So there'll be a bit of a reunion there. Have you been able to speak to him since the POEC?
Yeah, there's been some messages back and forth, actually more with his wife than with Chris.
Okay.
So Veronica and I have kept touch, and yeah, I
That's
think
awesome.
yeah, and I think that the bigger development for me is recently this week in Peterborough, I spoke to the town council and I exposed the entire UN agenda from UN to Canada to our municipalities, and I called them out for the privatization of our municipalities, and I will be following that up with a notice of liability. And that was recorded and it's gone fairly viral, and I'm getting calls from across the country for people wanting to do the same. And
wonderful work. Yeah, can you share that video with me? I'll get it on to my socials as well.
yes,
And we'll cue that up for your episode as well, so we can talk about that. That's great work. I didn't know you were doing that.
Do you know what time you'd like me on? It's because I'm kind of getting ready for camping.
You mean for the interview or today?
Oh, okay. So that's for perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, the interview for the 7th of July. We're talking about that one.
Okay.
Yeah. You got plenty of time to get ready for that one.
Okay, good.
Yeah. So you enjoy your camping today. So you're going to go with some family and friends today?
Yeah, I think I'm going to leave the neighborhood for the day.
I think so. You got a nice warm welcome there. My goodness. So this was on your doorstep or like just on your street?
Yeah, and it's crazy that it literally went off when I was sitting here with you. So, yeah.
Wow. So we got some fireworks already. That's exciting. Now, if you don't mind, I'm going to bring Tammy on because Tammy got Nicholas ready and he's got his nice red hat on. He's got his Canadian flag on his hat. Let's go say hello to Tammy for a bit. You can stick around if you like.
Okay.
Hi, Tammy. Hi, Nicholas.
Hi.
The mic is muted.
Oh,
Yeah, you're good. Yeah, we can hear you.
yo, they can hear us.
Oh.
Yeah, we can hear you.
What'd you
Hi,
say?
Nick. How you doing?
Hi. Happy Canada Day.
Happy Canada Day to you too, buddy. How are you enjoying
Oh, my
your day?
phone is like just going to like, it's like twitching like a mofo.
We're good on this side. Everything's fine on this side. So just ignore your screen. You're good. You're good. So you're outside having a good time, getting ready for Canada Day celebrations?
Sorry, the truck just went by.
No problem.
You know what? They've canceled everything here.
Yeah, I've been hearing that because of fireworks and the wildfires and other things. We've got a bunch of excuses this year for no fireworks. So you guys have everything was canceled?
Yeah, not even the tractor pull. Like we normally have like the tractor pull before the fireworks. You know, living out in the country, tractor pulls are cool. But no, nothing. Yeah, we're completely like drained of everything.
Did they give you a reason for it?
Fires. You know what? We're out in a little teeny tiny town. In all honesty, we're not smelling anything. I mean, unlike Nicholas, he can smell everything, right?
Mm-hmm.
Can you smell it?
Yeah.
Yeah. But it like look at our beautiful, like seriously,
yeah.
But they're you know, advisories and stuff. So
Well,
tonight we're just gonna like chill, right? Mm-hmm.
Cool. Well, I hope you watch the show, and I hope you find some of it exciting and interesting. We'll have some news on this week or this afternoon, and we are expecting some pretty interesting guests to come on and talk to us as well. So,
I've heard. Yes. Are you excited?
So Elon made Twitter go a little bit rogue, and now everybody's going to come watch his show. And now we got the government canceling all of the festivities just so people could be on the show. So I guess they're doing what they can to make sure people are watching. It looks like a yummy ear right there, Nicholas. She bites your ear all the time. So you guys just gonna hang out? You're gonna have yourself a nice special dinner, watch some of this coverage. Cool. I don't know if you can hear me anymore because I can't hear you. Let me just go check the setting here. Yeah, message me when you hop on. Cool. So Nicholas, how old are you? I think you were 12. Sorry, we got you muted here. You're muted on your side there, Tammy.
Okay, there you go.
There you go. Okay, yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, and you're in school?
You're in school?
What?
Are you in school anymore?
No.
No. What grade are you going to be in next year?
7.
Oh,
Oh,
my God, he's
wow.
going to be in grade 7.
Yeah, they go by quickly, don't they?
Mhm.
That's
Yeah.
very neat. And then how about you, Tammy? What do you have planned for the next week or so?
Not much. I'm hoping to do something. I've been feeling very uncreative lately, and I haven't done any artwork. So I'm hoping to like do something artsy. I want to do a beaver in a canoe for you.
Oh, cool. That'd be neat. I'd put it up on the back if you sent something for sure.
You know
You
what?
want to see
I
one?
will. I just gotta get. I gotta get his poses because he's got some like traditional beaver poses, but I've got to get the perfect pose.
Well, this is what John keeps saying in the chat. He keeps saying to do a stuffed beaver in a canoe. He wants us to
Yeah.
do a thing like that. Yeah. So that's what you're referring to?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it was him that gave me the idea.
Yeah. You guys are great. This happens in my chat while I'm doing the show. They're getting together and they're talking about all my merch that I should be making at some point. And a beaver in a canoe rose to the top quickly on that one, didn't it?
Well, then I better get to work.
Is it going to be with plaid? We're going to have some plaid on it?
Well, I have a worker shirt, but you know what? I can find a plaid. Yes, I can. I can do that. I can do that.
That would be awesome. And Nicholas, are you artistic as well? Do you like to do crafts and make things with your hands?
No, I like to do gaming.
Gaming, that's right. So you're on the Switch or the Xbox?
Well, I have an Xbox and I have a PC as well as a phone.
That's really neat. Do you do Roblox or do you do Minecraft? What do you play?
I do Minecraft.
Yeah, so does my little
Minecraft.
guy.
He loves his Minecraft.
Yeah, it's such a creative game, right? Because it requires a lot of forethought. You gotta collect, you gotta create, you gotta mix, and it's a really neat game.
Mm-hmm.
So do you play on where you get to have everything, or do you play on the adventure where you actually have to work your way through stuff?
I have it on my computer and my Xbox as well as my phone.
That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Do you play with other people?
Yeah.
That's really good. Well, that's pretty cool, Tammy. And Nicholas, thank you for sharing that. So what are you looking forward to this next year or next half year, Tammy? What do you want to see Canada do or get to or what do you
Jason,
want?
after everything that like after your stream last night and everything else that has been going on in this world right now, I want us to go back to normal. That's my hope.
You're referring to
because
the Gabriel.
it feels like we're headed in a really bad direction, and I just hope that we can get back to normal.
Yeah, and I think you're referring to the Gabriel Clark episode last night, the one about
she was fantastic.
Yeah, you mentioned in the chat that you connected to that one a lot. Actually, let's take a moment and talk about that. So yeah, she was a very honest, open person about the issues that some people with that are on the transmission run into, especially if they try to go back. And then the issues with families talking to their children and how everybody else is talking to their children but the families. It was quite the episode, and we can't really get into too much detail. Actually, I don't think there's a problem with it. This is still YouTube friendly, but it's not Canada friendly. So the conversation was about stuff that's very illegal to do in Canada.
How sad is that we can't even talk about it in Canada?
Well, how sad is it that there was no opposition to it? None.
Yeah.
It was the one thing that was every single party and every single member agreed on, which was the Bill C4. And for those that may not have watched that episode, Bill C4 is about what they call conversion therapy, which is to assist people to go back to birth gender. And that's illegal in Canada. So anybody who is not thinking about being birth gender, you're not allowed to assist them or give them therapy of any kind.
Yeah, even just talking about it can get you put in jail.
Yeah, so we had to have a conversation with somebody from the U.S. because in the U.S. it's not illegal there, and that's something that they still deal with there. So if you didn't catch that episode, do check it out, especially if you're American. This is good advice for Americans, but if you're Canadian, this is for entertainment purposes only and for educational purposes only. But let me go grab some chats if you don't mind there, Tammy.
Yeah.
I got to kind of fall behind because Paul is out for a little bit for Canada Day celebrations with the boys. So I got to do a couple jobs here.
We're headed in, so it's all good.
Yeah,
I know.
Just give me a moment. And what we'll do is we'll put it onto this one. There we go. All right. So I'm going to catch up on the chats. There's so many of you here. So that's wonderful. All right. So ahoy, says Charlie C. Well, welcome. This is one of our vets, right, Charlie? So I believe you're in our Discord. So if you want to go into the Discord, I left the link to come and join us, and you can come join us, and maybe we'll hear a bit about your story as a vet and what Canada means to you when you were serving, and what does Canada mean to you now, and where would you like to see Canada to go? Hey, Hannah, welcome back. Thank you so much for joining us, Canada Day Special. We're just going to be winging it throughout the day. There's a whole bunch of guests coming on. There's 10 hours of it. So we're just going to keep doing the chat, playing a video here and there, and talking to people, and introducing ourselves to a bunch of new podcasters as well. One of the goals on this episode today was to have a bunch of people who had shows to come and introduce them to you so that you can find more voices to check out and listen to. Look at all those flags. Thanks, Hannah, so much. Charlie says, not the country I fought for. China doesn't need saving. Save Canada. 100%, Charlie. That's what I want to kind of talk to you about. If you can come on, this is exactly what I'd like to talk to you about. What was the Canada that you were serving and protecting, and what is the Canada we have now? I like that, Tammy. I like that right there. There's a nice flag. Can you get that hanging on in your front window there? That's pretty cool there, Tammy. So, Charlie, if you can make it on, that'd be great. We can certainly talk about your service. Hannah says, I love the country, but dislike extremely the government. Liberal, NDP, and conservative all. Yeah, you and many, many, many people, many people. Kevin, Gov Corrupt, feels the same way. I think even Randy Hilliard feels the same way. I don't know if he dislikes, but he certainly distrusts them because he understands exactly what they're up to and how they function. And I believe we'll be hearing from him at some point today as well from Scuttlebutt Lodge. So that'll be neat. And Hannah said she got flags all over her yard waiting for the communists to remove them all. For sure, if they're not rainbow or they're not that special kind, I don't know if it's allowed anymore there, Hannah. But unlike Maggie Hope Prawn, hopefully there's no explosives on the outside of your home. My goodness, what a way to say hello to her, wasn't there? And then Prairie, there's the flowers. I got a couple extra ones, right? Got a couple of, oh, there's Maggie there as well. I got a couple extra flowers from Prairie. Is it still going on outside there for you, the Maggie? What's going on?
Yeah, they've just pulled out, so they've taken care of it. Yeah.
Did you call it in, or they just showed up?
No, I don't know how it was called in. So, but thankfully the police came and the explosive team and pulled it out.
That's so weird. That is so weird. If you get some more information, for sure, let us know. I hope everything was just. So they did blow something up, right?
Yeah. Maybe you'll catch it on the live when you play it back. But while we were sitting here, they exploded it. So, yeah.
Okay, but you're okay. Anybody else anybody else there with you?
Just my dog today. So just Orca.
Oh wow, beautiful. Hi. Happy Canada Day. That's awesome.
She's ready to go camping. So
yeah, you're gonna be leaving soon for that?
Yeah. I should have a friend here and we're gonna go camping. So that's the Canada I grew up with, out in cottage country. We did a lot of camping and recreation, and I grew up in Penetanguishene. So we were always out on Georgian Bay on the lake, and we still have a family cottage up there, and beautiful place. But the division with the families is so intense that it doesn't even feel like home to go up there anymore. So I don't know what to do with that.
Just keep your head high, go out there, be willing to forgive them, understand that a lot of fear went through them. Yes. And there's some mass psychosis going on, government funded. And
for all the family and friends that we've lost, I feel we've gained 10 or 20 more, if not more than that, hundreds more. So it's all good. And eventually people are coming around, because the truth is a two-edged sword, and it will continue to cut people down until they are at a rock bottom, and they have to admit that it's true, right? So that's how I see it. And I've kind of withdrawn my energy from the people that refuse to listen because it's not worth the time and energy, and direct it towards people and initiatives that are worth my time and energy. So
well, I appreciate that, because I get it, and I kind of get the same issues as well. I got family that aren't happy, and I got friends that are not happy. Old friends too that are not happy. But look, this is maybe we're going through this for a reason. You know, have faith that at the end of this is going to be a purpose, and maybe we're all going to learn some lessons. Some harsher than others, and some that are going to be like love-based lessons. But I think this is a good time. I think Canada's starting to come back together. We're talking more, and there's a lot more people who want to get out there and do that. So I'm excited. So I really appreciate you sharing your message, and you're going to join us. And I'm definitely going to have you back as many times as you want. But yeah, I really, really. Oh, we got another person popping up in my ear. There's a big sound when someone pops in here, so it distracts me for a second there. But yeah, I'm really excited that you're going to be sharing your story with us. Now, since the POEC, has anybody reached out? Has the media reached out? Has anybody, been staying on top of your story?
So the day after the inquiry, when I came back to Peterborough, the local town, the Peterborough Examiner, reached out and wanted to do a phone interview. And I've had some experience because I ran in a federal election in 2011. So I knew not to do a phone interview, and I asked them to send me their questions and I would answer it in writing. And that is what I did. And they actually ran a very good article. They didn't take it out of context very much at all. And it was on the front page. And besides that, I wouldn't say too many people from the media have reached out. They did update my Wikipedia page because it had been there since 2011. So they listed me there as a Canadian woman activist, which is pretty cool, but they wouldn't let me update, my reasons for being at the convoy, and I think called me an anti-vaxxer or something like that, of course. And yeah, and now we're pretty active here in Peterborough. There's a lot of initiatives that are happening, and I'm really excited to see we have a weekly flag wave. So every Friday night, last night, we go out onto one of the overpasses and we are waving our flags, and we're getting a lot of honks. So I would say for 100 cars that go by, 50% of them honk and wave. We get about 2 fingers, and the rest of the people don't do anything. So it's really good. And then we have a weekly rally here as well, and basically a gathering outside of our town hall. And
well done. You're staying active.
Oh, sorry, my friend is here. Hold on.
Yeah, he wants to say hi too. Say hi to Canada. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to just mention to Matt here. Matt sent me a message 40 minutes ago, and Matt said 40 minutes ago that I'm 30 minutes behind on the messages. So, Matt, I'm actually now 40 minutes behind on the messages. So, sorry about that there, bud. Hello, Wayne. So, hello, for those... Yeah, you're going to do your video. Maybe if you can move it a bit. Oh, there you go. So Wayne is our friend from the UK. So he's actually reaching out from the UK to say hello to Canada. And he's one of our good friends from the UK because he's been on the show a couple times and we've had some great conversations. And it's nice to be able to catch up with you, Wayne, especially now that I've had Dr. Mackis on and we have Dr. Peter McCullough coming up. It's actually a nice time to catch up with you and see how you're doing.
Yeah, interesting. I did mean to catch the Mackis interview, but things come up, don't they? And
for sure,
I've been struggling the last couple of days because I had a journey for an interview on the Wednesday afternoon with a UK media group called Iconic, and ever since, because of the heavy concentration when I'm driving. I'm safe to drive, but it just wears me out much more. And what I've had since, it gives me horrible flares. And the only way I can calm it down is by sticking an ice pack on my head.
I'm sorry, Wayne.
So I had it on for an hour or so today. Did the same yesterday, and it just calms it down enough because this is on top of the painkillers and the anti-inflammatories. Yeah, it's just one of those things that you just can't plan for. I've never had this since 2021 when I was being rushed into hospital with it. They call it encephalitis. So when you get brain inflammation, and it then causes quite a lot of pressure on the internal body, and so you lose control of your body, your muscles, and that's when I was finding it quite bad last night. I could feel I was struggling to walk and maneuver, so I need to take drastic action, and it works. Yeah.
Do you want to give everybody a quick little update or remind everybody what you went through? We don't need to get into too many details because I've already got stricken on YouTube, but we can certainly talk about what you're going through.
Yeah, sure. I mean, like so many thousands of people worldwide. I mean, I had my AstraZeneca vaccine 22nd of February 2021, and it just ruined my life from that day. And within hours, I had these really horrible symptoms, and I ended up with brain tissue damage. Yeah, I mean, I've found a lot of improvements along the way. New therapies I'm trying all the time, and a new detox one I've just started about a month ago. And each one seems to have a dramatic effect on the body. Not everything works for everybody. Mm-hmm. But it's a case of trying as much as you can, because the only alternative is to give up, and we're better than that. We've been lied to, we've been fooled by our own governments, and we need to stay strong, we need to keep pushing back against this, because we all take strength from each other. I've known so many people, some amazing people, and they've really helped me. So I'm then trying to help others as well. And this ice trick I actually got from a lady in British Columbia, Canada. Her name's Kristen.
Okay.
Kristen Ditzel. I mean, she had horrible seizures. And she's had a real struggle with the medical healthcare system in Canada, because it's not a very good one, is it? Especially when you're vaccine injured. And so that was one of her I wouldn't say cures, but it just suddenly, it really, really helps calm the inflammation down that your body's now producing as a side effect of the vaccine. So,
well, I do suggest you watch the Macus one if you can. Okay, it's a couple hours. But at least the last half of it was about vaccine detoxing and some of the different things that you can do that he was recommending. And this was what led to the Dr. Peter McCullough interview request, was to continue the conversation about vaccine detox to see what else can be done. So Peter, he accepted that right away when we approached him about that. Yeah, so that particular episode, I think, would assist. And you're one of the reasons why I'm pushing out. I'm not vaccinated, so I'm not directly affected by this, but a lot of people I care about and love are, and we definitely want to find ways to help ease some of that issues that you're running into. So do check out the last half an hour of that Macus one, because it's about that. Yeah.
See, the last year and a half that we've been speaking, you've come across quite a lot of other people who've been injured, haven't you? So
many, and some have passed.
You're not directly affected, but you are experiencing those emotions, the sympathy, the thoughts, because you've come across so many people. So anything you help that you can give, I suppose it's rewarding for yourself as well, isn't it?
Well, the thing is, I may not be affected by the vaccine itself, but you're not wrong. I'm affected vicariously through all these other people, because I do get the stories. I get your stories, and I've also have some close friends who have lost multiple family members already. And yeah, we do hear about that a lot. And my biggest concern is I have a humanitarian. Like, I really want people to be okay, even if they made bad choices or for whatever the reasons. I don't want them to suffer, but that's what that whole week is going to be about. So in addition to Dr. Peter McCullough, we're going to have legal. We're going to talk to some legal as well. There's a lot of stuff going around whether or not you can sue the government, whether you can sue the big pharma, that kind of stuff. So we'll have an episode about legal, and then we'll have another episode about natural ways to deal with it. So vitamin D's and other things. I believe there's some teas that can help as well. And then, of course, Peter McCullough is going to be the heavy doctor episode, where we'll get into all those details. So that entire week it is meant to try and help vaccine healing, because we need some vaccine healing, I think.
Definitely, yeah. I mean, I came across a really lovely story a couple of days ago. Some Canadian military people, I think there's about 500, they were taking a class action for compensation. Obviously, they're losing their jobs and injuries. But that's quite typical now of worldwide fight back. There's so many cases being launched. And it's so heartening because you can see all this narrative is changing. It's been forced to come out in the open now, which then helps everybody else because you then get hope that you can get some sort of justice, some sort of help for your injuries, some even monetary. You know, it won't bring your health back, but we all need to pay the bills, don't we?
Yeah. Yeah, and that was a big one for a lot of people, was the duress of their employment. And we were speaking with Marcus about the doctors. So the doctors were the first to get it very early. There's very few reports that there was harm. So the doctors and nurses were heavily pushing it after they all got it. And he also mentioned how now the suicide rate amongst doctors is spiking. There may be some correlation there, like maybe they're feeling guilty, maybe they understand they hurt themselves and others, maybe they just feel real bad because they should have known better. I'm not sure, but the rates are going up as well for that. It's sad.
You posted recently, didn't you, about it's over 100 now, isn't it? Canadian doctors that have passed away.
150.
150, yeah. The tragic.
Yeah. And by the way, I just want to kind of, anybody that's been following those tweets and have been pushing back, because some of them are accidents, like there's a car accident or two in there. There's a person or two that drowned. There's another one who died while mountain climbing. So there's some critics out there saying, hey, look, these are not heart attacks, blah, blah, blah. Well, first of all, you're pointing to like 5 out of 150. Let's just kind of highlight the fact that you're not talking about the other 145. But these 5 that you're talking about, they're also all situations where your conscious is necessary. So if you faint during any of those, swimming, mountain climbing, and driving, if you faint during any of those, well, you're going to then subsequently find yourself in a situation there. They don't want to address that. They don't want to even consider that as an option because I can't prove it. But yet, healthy people mountain climbing, you're mountain climbing on a K2, so you're definitely experienced. You're going swimming into a river that's a fast moving river, you're experienced, but not saying it has to be fainting.
No, but it's to actually just have the chance to ask the question.
Right, like could it be? Because how are people just falling off a mountain all of a sudden? Well, one way is an accident, another one is distracted and not being able to pay attention.
What's your excess deaths in Canada at the moment? Because obviously each country has been noticing higher and higher numbers week on week. Do you know particularly what yours is at the moment?
No, but we have a large unknown category though. Yeah.
See here, we're averaging 1,000 to 2,000 excess deaths weekly. And I think, was it last month that 500 of those were heart related. But this is far and way above the thousands that they accept as being typical. But they're looking at turbo cancers and all sorts of things. It's snowballing. The WHO have labelled it as possible as being aspartame connected because it's been known to contribute to cancer cases. I just thought it convenient that they've known about it for decades, but now all of a sudden that you're seeing the spikes in cases of people having turbo cancers, that they need to actually push this out to distract people.
Yeah, and Mac has talked about turbo cancer, so that's one of the ones he is researching.
Yeah.
And he did find that trend because when he was doing his doctor's deaths, a lot of them had fast onset under 6 months from diagnosis to death in cancers as well. And that was something else other people would point to, and they go, look, they died of cancer. And I said, look at turbo cancer and come back to me. And they don't. They kind of leave at that point because that's an indicator that Macus is right. Healthy doctors dying under 6 months from a cancer, that isn't the norm. That could happen, but that wasn't the norm.
You don't go to stage 4 cancer overnight. And this is what's happening. I mean, a friend of mine, she lost her dad a couple of weeks ago. He basically already fought cancer at the same time as her mum. They had shocking diagnoses, but they had quite strong chemo sessions to actually treat it, and it was great for about a year. And then the end of last year, he was unwell again. Did all the scans, but then chose to do the thing. This is the big problem we've got in the UK at the moment. I don't know what it's like in Canada, but they're just not actually doing anything with that information.
Right.
They're just waiting for you to get sick or sicker, so you're then unable to be treated. 6 months, they pushed them, like, when's the treatment going to start? When's the treatment going to start? Got no answers. And then it was too sick to treat him, and he died in the hospice recently. So Monday, she had the funeral for her father, and her mother died Wednesday, massive heart attack.
I'm so sorry for your friend there.
I knew them very well. They helped me through so much the last couple of years. We regularly met up for a coffee, and it was quite shocking. It really is. I mean, I can't imagine the pain that she's going through. But yeah, but nobody else would connect that to anything. You would need at least to be able to ask the question that it's not right. It's not the norm that most people could have a heart attack and they could deal with it, they could recover. But the fact that so many people are having them, but nobody's asking any questions, nobody's being allowed to challenge it, even our own politicians. They're not even allowed to speak up in the House and say, well, what about all these excess deaths? What about all these sudden turbo cancers, etc.? And they're basically just getting talked down and told to shut up. It's disgusting.
Well, I saw a tweet go around the UK. They were very pleased for releasing over 6,000 defibrillators into the schools. So they were announcing how pleased they were and successful the program was to distribute over 6,000 defibrillators into schools.
Yep.
That's a brand new thing. I don't remember that being a thing before. All of a sudden, we're very proud about the mass distribution of heart-saving devices.
So I used to be, as one of my roles, I used to be a fire safety training officer. And you regularly have to go for your first aid training. And they always talked about defibrillators. They said, well, we won't train you in it. We'll tell you how you are meant to use one in theory, but we won't actually do the whole process because the chances of you actually needing to use it, it's pointless. Plus the cost of them, they're so fantastic. They go up to about £1,000. They vary in prices. And that's the main reason, the two reasons. A, there isn't the need in the first place, and then they don't want to spend that much money on something that they're really not going to need. But now all of a sudden, last year, there were all the schools locally, everyone was getting a defibrillator because all of a sudden kids were suddenly at risk.
Well, it says right here, 20,000 defibrillators are now being distributed to schools in England. Mark's King, 12-year-old son Oliver, died after his heart stopped during a school swimming lesson in 2011. So that was before COVID, but this is all new stuff. They're pushing it a lot. Now, they're bringing up an old case here, which I find peculiar, but there's been more of this going on than ever before.
But even with his son's death, they wouldn't have installed them in schools because the cost, and it was such a rare thing. But now it's become typical, isn't it, that so many people are suffering deaths and injuries.
Absolutely, yeah. So check out that Macca's video because he talked about that as well, on how even the in memoriam website for the Doctors Association in Canada, they stopped doing it. So so from the beginning of time, they would have in memoriam up there when a doctor passes away, and it's usually older in life, after retirement, that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But it became so frequent, and people were using that as a source of saying, "Hey, what's up?" That they actually took down the website. They no longer have that on their website anymore.
All right, I do follow him quite a lot, amongst the numerous other people, because you either get a lot of died suddenly cases that he's posting, or other news articles. But did you see that about Twitter today? It's gone through a bit of a revolution. They've altered the way people's feeds work, and now everybody's limited by the number of posts you can see. So if you're not verified, it's basically closed off to you.
Yeah, I saw that. 600 is what your limit is if you're not verified. 6,000 if you're verified.
They've now actually increased that to 800 and 8,000, but it still won't make much difference to the general population, because how many posts do you scroll through? Each one you then scroll through counts as an individual post.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. And I saw a whole bunch of people. I'm in a group with a bunch of people that do a lot of work and get messages out. And this morning, they're all saying, I'm being throttled. I'm not getting through. Like, oh, yeah, look at that. And then I stopped scrolling. I'm like, okay, well, I don't want to get them going because I want to keep getting my messages out today.
Yeah.
But yeah.
But that's the whole idea, isn't it? If you want to engage with people, you're meant to scroll and engage and see what's happening in the world. The way that they, in fact, want to design it is that you wouldn't engage with people. You'd be purely there to create content.
Well, what do you think's going on? Because it's global, so not just Canada.
Well, yeah, that's right. I mean, originally they thought it was connected to France with the riots that have been happening out there.
That's what I was headed to with this question.
They were talking about that earlier on, but then Elon put up a post about people engaging with conversations and then talking about verified content.
Right.
So I think it's purely a business decision.
So you think, well, he was saying it's because they're being scraped and stuff, but it's coming at a time where France is on fire. So it's hard to say, because Twitter used to be used for the Arab Spring and all that kind of stuff. So when there was protests, it was the tool that was used during protests.
Yeah.
And then countries started to push back on that and say, no, we don't need that. Bad timing, coincidence timing.
It's a coincidence, isn't it? I mean, nobody likes coincidences in life, because there's always a link. There's always a tell, isn't there? Did you remember the May protests in France? That when it was really going quite violent and it was really kicking off, and there was such amazing amount of feed, but then all of a sudden it just stopped.
No, I wasn't paying attention. I'm sorry about that.
Each day I was looking and there was nothing. You would scroll through so much and there'd be nothing. The only thing you would see are people posting pretty pictures of France, scenic walks. And it was like it was interference. It was like a government body trying to push so much content out there so people would only see this instead of what you'd actually really want to see about the protests, the people, the dissent, basically. Yeah.
Wow. Okay, I'm going to go to Tammy, because Tammy's been shaking her head and she's been responding and she has some opinions, I can tell. So I'm going to go to Tammy because I want to hear what's going on in that head before she shakes it all out.
I saw her eyes go crazy when I said about Twitter. He was like, oh.
Yeah, she's like, what's going on? So I want to kind of get her back into this conversation.
Sorry.
It's all right. I'll catch you right in the middle of your laugh.
I've been enjoying just listening. Like I was just like, we're calling it just like, protest of what's happening in France right now. We're calling it protest. Like I was just.
Good point. Yeah, that's a bit of a revolt. Why don't you go ahead and to people who are not paying attention yet, what's going on in France?
Oh, it's weird because Canada's on fire right now, as we know. And then I've been seeing like one thing after another just coming out about France. This is not a protest. This is, I don't mean to, I know this is going to offend someone out there. It's BLM all over again, but in
really?
France. It is. It is a bunch of people, they're just burning everything. They're destroying. I just watched a video of a man being dragged from his truck and beaten. And it reminded me of the 90s. I don't know if you remember Rodney King, the Rodney King incident when all the police were found innocent.
Right.
And it just reminded me of that all over again. And I was like, I'm sitting there going, we used to do this in cycles. It would be, we'd be the world, Western world, let's be fair, Western world, we'd fight over abortion, guns, BLM, like LGBT. It used to go in cycles. Wash, rinse, repeat. And I thought, I'm 46 years old. Why haven't we been able to cure any of this yet?
That's right. That's a good point.
But now they're all melding together. It used to be one at a time. And now everything is merging together, which is creating what I feel like this big, huge catastrophe. It's scary.
So it's accelerating and scaling up. So you're saying there's a lot more of it, and it's happening at the same time in more places as well.
Yep, absolutely. Every Western country. And then, look at us. Canada's the laughing stock of the country. I mean, of the world. People in New Zealand, Australia, America, India, they're all laughing at us. It's like, look what's going on in Canada. And it's like, yeah, we're Canadian, we know.
Yeah, Gabrielle mentioned that yesterday. So she was saying, as an American watching the protesting happen up there, and then how your government responded, and then what you guys did about it, all of that was surprising to her, because she was surprised that, well, first that we had to protest. That's you get your attention right there. Then she was surprised that the government hit us back so hard, and then she was surprised that we didn't hit back hard. So there was like three things that got her eyebrow up about how we handled their situation here. And that's kind of why we started talking about 1776, revolution, that kind of stuff, and how America had one, but we didn't. And this is why America has a lot more rights and a lot more people-led policy than Canada. We're more federally governed, top down versus bottom up. What were your thoughts around that part of the conversation?
I agree. I absolutely 100% agree. And like you just said, like, we never had our own revolution. And I think that day is a-coming. I think that Justin Trudeau has dug us so far down, and more every day I'm watching as people wake up. I actually saw on Twitter the other day someone apologized for voting for him, and I was like, you don't need to apologize.
Aww.
As someone who voted NDP, which is pretty much liberal, I get you. I said, our eyes are open now, and that's all that matters. And the more people that wake up, that's what he is the most afraid of. Remember that, Canadians. Trudy doesn't want us to unite. He doesn't, because if we do, he knows he's screwed.
Right. Right. Now, Wayne, you watched this from the outside, and you were talking to me during the POEC days, and you were paying attention quite a bit on what Canada was doing. What was your take on the protest and how Canada handled it, and then how we handled it as Canadians?
I have to disagree with Tammy there, because I thought you guys did amazing work. You come out in force, showing that you're united in trying to push back against what was going on. And you really showed the world how to do it, and that's why the Dutch farmers, the Americans they all kind of tagged off the back of that in their own process.
Oh, I agree.
Yeah, which is why Netherlands are really pushing back hard again now, because they're trying to take the farms away from farmers.
Mm-hmm.
They basically want to take hundreds of farms away. We need food, but they don't want people relying on food. They want artificial.
Right.
This is why all this globalist aims come in, because they're making everything in a lab. They don't want everybody to be healthy. They're not worried about that. They just want you relying on something else because they want to control you. But no, the Canadians, I mean, amazing. The freedom protest, I mean, I saw videos daily. Inspiring, yeah.
Oh, wait. I'm sorry. Wayne, I'm sorry. Dude, I didn't mean to, like, you're absolutely right. I absolutely agree with you. I didn't mean to, I think my thought process, you know, it's Canada Day, I've had a drink. No, the Freedom Convoy has really, it showed me, it reinvigorated me as a Canadian to say, wow, I never knew that there were so many of us who all agreed, who all believed, and literally I was the only one of my friend group, my family, they were like, how could you support this? I was like, this was more than just vaccine mandates for me. This was freedom, our freedom of choice, our freedom of who we wanted to love, who we wanted to be, how we wanted to act. This was so much more. So when I saw those trucks coming in, like, I'm sorry that if my what I had said previously got kind of like mixed. No, I love the Freedom Convoy, and I know what it did for us and the world, and I love it.
Well, I wonder if on that. Go ahead, yeah. And actually, on that note, if you guys don't mind, I have a 3-minute video I can play. It give us a bit of a break and remind us what those 24 days were like. I don't think you guys were here when I played it the first time, so if you don't mind, I'll play it for you.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, it's maybe it's 4.5 minutes, but you're gonna like it. It's all 24 days, and Tammy, I think you'll have some memories here. So by the way, count the Nazi flags. See if you see any. Yeah. There's a lot of flags, but let's see if there's any Nazi ones.
Don't back down. in the main. If you need strength, surrender now. Walk away. We all can change. Don't back down. 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 We can make it if we all aim high.
So I saw
was-
Tammy. Yeah, you've enjoyed that. Have you seen that one before?
I did. I think you posted it last night.
Yeah.
And it was amazing. And you have to remember, this was literally the convoy. Me and my husband fought. He called it psychological warfare. My husband died 2 weeks after the convoy ended.
Oh no, I'm so sorry.
I'm so sorry.
And it was like, that was the last thing that we were fighting about, you know, like why they were doing what they were doing. And we were on opposite sides. And I was like, I believe in everything that they were doing. I love seeing this video footage. I love it. It brought tears to my eyes. Sorry.
I saw that. I didn't mean to do that, but I can see that the emotions are real, and I can understand them.
You know,
Wayne,
it was fantastic.
Yeah,
Wayne, your first time watching that video?
Yeah, that video. I've seen most of the footage before, but I've even seen. I did look out for the Nazi flag. I didn't see it, and I was disappointed.
No, but Hannah was right. She said, "Look for the F Trudeau flags," and there were a few of them there. I saw them. Yeah, they were there.
I got mine.
Stars and stripes. There were everything there, wasn't there? Really.
Did you see the rainbow Canadian flag? Even the LGB. They were like, "Yo, we don't want Trudeau."
Look,
No,
I saw people of all types there. I saw people with masks. I saw people with the rainbow flag. I saw people praying. I saw people forgiving Trudeau. I saw a whole bunch of things in that video that did not fit that narrative at all. And
it was beautiful. It was beautiful. And I know you were there, and I watched you every morning. It was like, yep, we watched the, you know, everything. It's just like, no, sorry, you were there for the POC.
Right.
You know, right. And but it was just, you hear what you see on the mainstream media, and you see the swastikas, but they didn't show, you know what they didn't show is that guy. They showed the guy walking with the swastika, but they didn't show what the Canadians did to this guy.
Right, correct. The people protested. They got rid of him.
Oh yeah.
Wayne,
And the mainstream media didn't bother to show that.
Yeah, it was an inconvenience. They want to show that division. They want to see that horror. That can't be proved wrong. That's why you'll never see another side. And we didn't see any of that here in this country. You'd switch on social media and see all the footage, and you think, well, at some point or other, somebody's got to acknowledge it. No, not interested.
Yeah, yep. For sure. And in Canada, that was the disheartening part, because when it started, it seemed like there was support for the convoy across Canada, and then pretty quickly, when the narrative was being commandeered and controlled, then you can actually see the support nosediving, and very quickly when the whole Nazi thing came up. And I think that, of course, that was all part of the narrative and the control of it, and it was meant to upset Canadians to the point where we would divide. Now, I do have, hope that we are now back on the other side of that pendulum and we're swinging the right way now. And there's more and more talk that it was the wrong thing to do. And now that there's more things like vaccine and other narratives that are crumbling, the convoy narrative is starting to crumble again. It's not as strong as it used to be. Wayne, can you see how that could happen? Like after time, your government says to you, hey, here, we did this investigation of ourselves, we cleared ourselves, but we're also coming out with, we're being exposed on other things. So do you see how this can cause even the narrative from before to start to crumble?
Yeah, well, they have to after a time, don't they? Because otherwise they're on the wrong side of history. And we have seen it here already. I mean, we've got the COVID inquiry starting here some months ago with a woman last year, actually, a lady called Baroness Hallett. And she's been chaired to oversee it. And there's so many things within that that so many people have to then be responsible for. So right from your vaccine injuries, deaths, your midazolam murders, which is something else we've spoken about recently. There's so many aspects to it. The decision that they made to lock down the people that then died because they were isolated from their families. A good friend of mine, she lost her son purely because he felt lost and alone. He was obviously separated from so many people. People need to answer for this, and you are seeing some of that narrative changing, thankfully. And as time goes on, I think with that, more will come forward, and then there'll be nothing left really. At some point or other, the narrative is only kind of clinging on, isn't it? Right. It's just got to totally collapse.
Yeah. So for you as well, the collapse is happening right now. So you say the narrative is falling apart for you.
Yeah, but saying you're looking at the media and you're seeing little stories most days of something connected and showing you a different side. You know, they're saying, oh, well, maybe vaccines aren't safe and effective after all. A year ago, they wouldn't have dared say anything like that. We've got several class action cases in this country purely launched off the back of the COVID inquiry that's going on because they were given the go-ahead by the government to actually say, well, you can now have a class action against the pharmaceutical industry. Wow. So it's weird, isn't it, though? Because they're giving the full backing to these things happening, but they gave them indemnity over being prosecuted from vaccine injuries. So I can't quite get my head around that, because you've given somebody indemnity, but then you say, well, but we'll let you take a class action against them. So I don't know whether they're falling out with the vaccine companies or whether they know that they've made their billions, so they're protected. They'll never get prosecuted. All that will happen in a few years' time. Litigation will start, and you'll then have to pay out so many million in damages, and that's all that will happen. Nobody will ever be prosecuted for it. So I think it's all part of their long-term plan.
Well, what I'm going to maybe give a little bit of hope on is, remember Nuremberg, right? So there was a time and there was a period between convictions and acts where people thought they were going to get away with things, and it wasn't going to happen. What could happen in this case is, if some trials start, and we're starting to see some of this with the inquiries, that certain information will come out, and that will just be too compelling, and you just can't ignore it. And that might be a way for the shift to change, to really decide to go after the people responsible way beyond any agreement the government may have created beforehand. Because again, we can get rid of all those agreements if we, if we go through a due process and put them through a court, and it's a fair court, none of these immunity agreements will hold up. But we have to be upset enough as a people to actually demand that and do that. Right. So I'm curious if we're going to get upset enough, or if we're just going to be passive enough with, some hollow apologies and some, superficial ones. And then we'll say, okay, well, they now said sorry, and they're not treating the people that come forward. But I'm actually on the side that I think there's a lot of criminal here, and I think there's a lot of criminal activity that might be getting away with, and I'd like to see something happen with that. Now, did you see the news out of Sweden? They're kicking out the globalists. They're getting rid of this whole green initiative and the climate initiative out of Sweden.
That's right. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't hear that at all.
Okay.
Yeah. So pay attention to this. This is pretty cool. Go ahead, Wayne. Yeah, last week.
Yeah, no, it's a brilliant start because so many countries are all tied into the green agenda, and basically they'll put prices up and force this through by any means. They don't really care about the people that have then got to shoulder the costs. Your government will then carry on funneling money off to all sorts of countries and things except the people that actually need it. But yeah, Sweden have wholeheartedly said that's it. We'll get rid of this. We're going to start reinvesting money back into natural like oil and coal and everything, which is fantastic.
Yep. Hey, welcome, Rick. I'm going to throw it on the screen there, buddy. Yeah, so here we are. So Sweden is abandoning unstable green energy agenda, returns to nuclear power. They did their numbers, they crunched it, and of course, it didn't work out. So what was the response in the rest of Europe? Well, according to these guys, let me bring this one up. Sorry that the screen has changed. Hey, Rick, how you doing, bud?
Hey, Rick.
How are you?
Good, good. I have to agree to something. Continue
That's Tabby,
without.
right?
Yeah. Now they're calling this devastating consequences because the Swedish government scrapes environmental ministry. So here you go, Wayne. On a global level, the country says we crunched the numbers, it's not good enough for us, it's not going to work for us. So the rest of the world is now calling that devastating consequences. So now this one little tiny Swedish country is responsible for all the stuff that they can't fix without them going along with the green agenda. What do you think about that, Wayne?
Yeah, but see, Sweden have had an amazing track record over the last couple of years. You know, they didn't have the lockdowns. They didn't adopt the mass vaccinations. People basically carried on living their lives normally. So they had the lowest cases of people being infected. Everything, basically, life just carried on as normal. Whereas the world obviously adopted these globalist policies.
Right.
And, of course, suffered the greatest consequences. So Sweden's leading the way again. What it's going to take is for us to put the pressure back on the politicians. And at the moment, we've got some big changes happening in government at the moment. And it's all about making your mark. Everybody can make a difference.
Mm-hmm.
So we've got these elections next year. Our present government will not do anything for the people. They were in power during the last few years, and basically they wanted harder, longer lockdowns, digital IDs, digital currencies, ULE schemes. So they're not really there for the people. Sweden are adopting this new scheme that say, right, we're not taking a part of this. We need to get on board with it. We need to put on the pressure on the politicians that will listen, because there are some. And then we've got to make it happen.
I agree with that. And I just saw Rick pop up. We threw him on the video. He showed us his cat as well. He is True North Transparency. He's a gentleman who actually keeps an eye on the police as well. And he's got a YouTube channel where he does auditing. So I wanted to say hi to him and make sure that he got on here and say hello to Canada. And Rick, can you also let us know about your last couple of videos? Because boy, you're finding these situations and you're getting yourself into them, especially when you're having some people with masks, attacking you and breaking your stuff.
That was the Rainbow Mafia, or the Alphabet Mafia. Councillor Lisa Robinson and I were speaking out against ideological, non-governmental flags. That's what we're speaking out against at that city council meeting. I haven't put all the videos out yet, but everybody knew we were putting these videos out. I actually put a video out last month stating that I don't much care for, one flag being raised above our flag. And sorry, man, I'm holding my phone really close to my window because I'm moving and my internet's not so great. So I have to keep my phone right next to my window. So
gotta do what you gotta do. Thank you.
Yeah. And so I went to city council meeting. I filmed and was immediately attacked the second I walked in the building, and the security guard did nothing.
Wow.
Nobody did anything to help me because it was I don't know, it's not a derogatory term, I don't think, but the alphabet mafia, the LGBTQ, whatever the hell they say here in Canada. There's one IA plus, and then a whole bunch of other letters, so I just call it the alphabet mafia. They came and attacked me, and they were booing me down as I did my delegations to City Hall.
Mm-hmm.
They tried to intimidate me out of speaking, and I ended up having to call the cops because they broke my equipment.
Yep.
And it was crazy, man. It was, oh, and then I was actually accused of accosting a young gay, literally, and I quote, a young gay boy in the parking lot when my truck I left my lights on. And I was looking for somebody with booster cables, and they said I accosted a young gay boy. And all I was doing was asking him if he had booster cables.
Well, booster cable might mean something to him, and I don't know.
I don't know, man. You know what?
That might have meant something.
I'm not up to date on all the current lingo.
so you don't go to school in Saskatchewan, because in Saskatchewan they actually put up books that told the lingo, like fletching and other things, and actually described it. So
gross! I heard that.
Yeah. So if you went to high school in Saskatchewan, you might know what booster cables mean, but I don't know.
Honestly, I don't know, but I actually never had an opportunity to talk to the kid that they accused me of accosting, and literally accosting it. It's at the end of that video. I didn't talk to him. He took one look at me and drove away in a panic and almost killed a couple of people in the parking lot in his electric car. And
I'm sorry.
I was like, holy cow! I had no idea what it was about, and then a bunch of them showed up, and then I realized why he was so upset.
So what ended up happening? Did they actually follow through with you and investigate? Oh, we just lost him. He said he had to stay near his window, so we'll see if he comes back. But if you missed the video, everybody, he was there he goes, he's coming back. So he was entering the city hall, I guess, for a council meeting, when a lady came out of nowhere and decided to take some physical action against him. If he would have done that to anybody, even remotely close to that, we wouldn't be able to speak to him today. He would be worrying about bail. But for these people, they were able to walk away, and even security did nothing. Am I kind of recapping that there for you there, Rick?
That's exactly what happened. The security guards watched everything happen. I was standing there, and I actually said hello to one of the, there was a group there. It was called P-Flag Ontario. P-Flag. Just keep that in mind. It's not just based in Ontario. It's based all across Canada, and I do believe the United States. So anybody listening, look up P-Flag. That's all it is. It stands for Pride Flag, I would imagine. My deductive reasoning. But the security guards watched this woman break my camera, break my gimbal, throw it on the ground. And then I picked it up and I managed to get a video of her. And they just stood there watching. And they didn't move. They didn't make one single step to prevent any violence, prevent anything from happening. And I think it's going to turn into a huge problem.
It's going to turn into a huge problem.
I was just say, I'm back. I'm holding my phone against my window. So look, that's the window to outside. I have to hold it against the window so I get a proper cell signal. I can't stay for long because this is actually tiring out my arms.
No problem. If you want to say hello to Canada and let them know where they can find you, because you have a lot of good stuff that you're sharing.
Guys, happy Canada Day. Fight for your freedoms. We're losing them quick. Know your rights. What I teach, one thing I teach on my page is that we all have rights, and we should all be equally represented represented by our government and our government officials. And there should not be any hierarchy of treatment or rights. We all have the exact same rights. And I'll sum it up real quick. If you don't believe that your children should be indoctrinated by your teacher, you have the right to have that belief without the federal government, provincial government, or municipal government hammering down on you and telling you that you don't have those rights. And I really hope you guys join my page. I'm not going to stop. We're working at this really hard. I love Jason Levine. You guys should all be here. You got to watch him. You bring a lot of stuff from Alberta that I haven't seen yet. And I'll continue to, you know what? I really do love your channel. And I hope you all have a great Canada Day. And I'm moving. I'm actually moving. I'm moving into the city this weekend. So that's why my house is all packed up and clean here. I'm packing up and I'm cleaning and I'm moving by next week. I didn't want to rent a U-Haul truck on July 1st. So I'm moving down into the thick of it, right into the city. I'm a country guy and I don't want to do it, but I think I have to support our rights as human beings in this country.
Yeah, good work, Rick. So you were doing Pickering, so you were keeping them honest. So now you're going to move to Toronto. We got Maggie Hobron doing Peterborough, so she goes to the meetings as well, and she's expressing herself as well. So maybe if we keep telling people about this, we'll have like every city and every city council covered within a year.
Can you send me whoever's in Peterborough?
Yeah, so that's
I need a link. I need a link to whoever is in Peterborough. Sorry, there's mosquitoes in my house, and they're really bad. But I would love to know who's in Peterborough because I'll get in contact with her because we have a lot more work to do in Peterborough. So
for sure, and stick around to the stream. She'll probably jump on again a couple more times throughout the day. She's just heading up to her cottage for some camping right now. But yeah, and I can also connect you on Twitter. So reach out to me about that, and I'll make sure I can give you her Twitter handle.
Awesome.
As well.
I'm on Twitter too. Yeah, I'm True North Transparency on Twitter.
Yeah, I just found you like 2 days ago. You went to like something. Yeah. I'm like, oh, there he is, because I was looking for you before. I just didn't find you.
You know what? I'm new. I've only got into social media in the last 6 months. I've had a Facebook page for 12 years, but I've been banned for about 11 of the 12 years. They don't like what I have to say.
Yeah, no, fair enough. And I saw Tammy laughing now, so she liked that a lot. So do you want to say anything to Rick here, Tammy?
Hey, Rick.
Hi, Tammy.
I think we might be following each other. I'm not quite sure, but if not, I'm definitely going to give you a follow. I am in a small farming town just outside of London, Ontario. Yes, oh, wow. I was born and raised in the murder capital of the world, which is London, Ontario. We had no fewer than 6 active serial killers all at once. But now I live in a beautiful farming town. The ideology hasn't touched us like hardcore the way that it has. London apparently has gone to like Shiza. But I did ask my own dentist. I said, "What is a woman?" She couldn't answer me, and I was like, so, you know, like if I need some Peterborough friends, I'm coming to you. Like, I'm going to pull you into this like little farming town of mine if I need you. Okay. Is that cool?
I'm perfectly fine. I go where the trouble is. You know what, where there is problems, I will travel. I have a friend called PC Audits as well. So just PC space audits. He works with me, and we try to keep the police accountable. We keep the government accountable, and we're not shy. We're not shy to get on the road and travel to a new city and find out what's afoot and put it on camera. And that's what we're all about. We have to the government has to be transparent, and my name is True North Transparency. That's anybody who fights that is they're corrupt. Literally, they're corrupt. Absolutely. If anybody wants to fight it, they're corrupt.
And with all the transparency and the trans movement, you would expect there to be transparency, and we should be okay with it. But I guess that's the wrong type of trans, right?
or a transparent.
That's right. No. There was a TV show on that, right? It was a trans actual parent. Maybe they're trying to get rid of that word on us. Wayne, do you have this in the UK as well, where people go around filming the police and getting into their face, taking evidence, and holding them responsible? We call that auditing out here. Do you have that in the UK?
Not so much, no. There's been a lot of people going to the libraries that these trans performers have been indoctrinating the kids in libraries. They're reading them stories, but I'm afraid when you're dressed, revealing your breasts and everything else, then that's not child friendly. I've seen some of the ones recently in London and also Canada, and they've got these naked guys on the streets, and they're supposedly a child friendly event, and it so clearly isn't. We don't have enough people highlighting it. No, it's something it needs doing, because it's the only way you can push back against it.
Yeah, that's what we're trying.
The strength of feeling is definitely there against it. It's true. I mean, there's so many people trying to even push back in government. I'll say our token MP who's been speaking out about so much, whether it's an injury, midazolam, he tried to introduce a bill last week in government saying we want to have children to be safe in schools, away from this indoctrination, away from everything that's been pushed on them, away from actually having their parents being kept out of decisions. So your child could change its gender and all this other nonsense, but without the parent actually being in on that conversation. So he tried to introduce a bill to actually make it more transparent. And it got defeated in the government because 90% of the Conservatives there, so you've got to remember like 600 people, 90% of the government were basically told not to attend the bill, not to vote and stay away. And so his vote got defeated 40 to 34 votes. So disappointing.
100%. Like, what are they doing? In Ottawa, we had a story time hour. It was in a large building. I think it was a library or National Library or something like that. It was a large building, and there were a bunch of people outside videoing it because, of course, they don't agree with this. And when the performer noticed, the performer got in such a huff that they actually closed the blinds. So now we have children behind closed blinds during this performance, and witnesses aren't allowed. It makes it too uncomfortable. Now, my question, Wayne, is what would make somebody uncomfortable to be witnessed if it's not something that's inappropriate?
But the worst thing is they've had armed police standing outside these libraries, and even in this country as well. Now, that's not to protect the children or anything. That's just to stop the angry parents from trying to get in and stop what's happening. I mean, the police should be on the side of protecting the public. This is their role. This is their job.
Yeah.
No, it's shocking. The more way you lock something down, you're hiding it from people. You're getting some brave people speaking out. There was a couple of kids who spoke up recently, and kids are quite daring, quite rebellious, I suppose. It's in a good way, because they don't take any rubbish. And of course, the teacher tried to say about the sexes, and they said, "Well, there's only two sexes." And
I think I heard that video coming out of the UK. Yeah.
And it was brilliant.
She's like, "Who told?" The teacher goes, "Well, who told you that there's only two?"
That's
right.
Wow. But she actually went totally crazy on it. But this is the problem that they're all fighting against, because it's basic science, but this whole ideology pushes against all of that. So you're meant to basically shut down all brain cells and just take in all of this damaging woke business just because they're telling you. Yeah, it's wrong.
It's very wrong. So let me pull up something here for you. Let me get it here. There we go. Got it. This happened in Saskatchewan. Saskatchewan seems to be the hotbed recently in Canada for this crazy stuff. But let me show you what else has happened here. To those that missed our Canada relay, we talked about this one. So no thanks to you. All right. This was in the high school in Saskatchewan. Some kids put up and it says, "I'm straight and proud." They forgot their apostrophe, so I guess the education's not great. But anyways, "I'm straight and proud." They made their own little flag, which is a grayscale, and they signed it. All these kids got pulled into a principal's office and had the RCMP, which are the police for Saskatchewan, show up and explain to them how this is a hate crime. This was during Pride Month, where right beside this would be "I'm gay and proud," and those were allowed. But "I'm straight and proud" is illegal. It's a hate crime, according to the police here. Now, look, it's not illegal. Okay, there's nothing illegal about this. So there was no charges or anything like that. But even the threat to the children, because these are children, they're in high school, so they're under 18. They're being told, proclaiming your identity sexually as straight is a hate crime. But if you're not straight, it's pride. You've seen stuff like that as well? Well, there's two things here. First, I'm upset that the authorities came down on the kids like this. But I'm very proud that the kids are doing stuff like this. So they're standing up, kind of to what you're saying a moment ago, that there seems to be some people pushing back now.
Oh, there are. I mean, they're all kids speaking out. It's not just on this whole sex thing as well, though, because they're pushing back in a major way. You know, they can see what's happening in America and all around Europe, you know, about the identifying as a cat or identifying as a horse. Right. They're turning it on its head. They're making it all ludicrous. So the kids see how ridiculous it all is. So the teacher then has to accept them for identifying as a cat because they're using the same ideology against them. So they're turned it on its head. Yeah.
Now, Tammy, you're nodding your head a lot, and you got a young son too. And what would you say if he got into trouble for saying that he's proud about being the way he is, regardless of what it might be?
Hell would have no fury. Luckily, nothing like that has happened here yet. But I have watched as it's ramped up. If someone were to say that to my kid, it's like you said, Jason, like last night, it's illegal for us to say to our kids, "No, you're not a cat. You are a human being." You know, it's illegal for us. And it's like, what the heck is wrong with this universe when it is illegal for a parent to say, "No, I'm his parent. I gave birth to him." You know, like I literally 18 hours of labor, ended up in an emergency C-section. You know, like, no, I have the right to say how my child is raised. He's mine. Oh, okay. Yeah. That sounds so possessive, but
no, but what happened to my child, my choice?
That's right.
You know, like, but yeah, he's mine. I carried him. I have a right to say how he is, introduced to the world and all of the absurdities that is going on, and if I say no, that should be respected. You know what I mean? Like I as a parent should be respected. Okay, this mother doesn't want this to be introduced to her child. So I'm not even given the option to opt out. Like Jason, when we did our first stream, I didn't know that they were showing drag queens to my kid.
Right.
I didn't know. And he just came home one day and he was like, "I can be a drag queen." And I was like, "What?"
Sorry, what?
And I was just like, I was like, "Okay, if that's what." And he's like, "No, I can be a drag queen right now." I was like, "No."
Yeah,
You know,
and
he's like,
Hannah's got the right point though. Here, Hannah is saying, "Get the kids out." I
yeah.
agree with Hannah. Take them out.
And Chris was actually the first person who he's like, here's all the information you need. If you want to pull your son out of school, here's what you need to do.
Oh, Chris Erickson. Yeah, right. You were mentioning that during his interview. Yeah.
Yeah. And I was
and
like,
I agree
cool.
with that. Yeah,
And
maybe
if it gets to that point, I'm pulling him.
Yeah, I wonder what the school boards would do if everybody pulled their kids and didn't register them for September. And I would call that 2 weeks to flatten the indoctrination. Maybe we need to give them like 2 weeks of not having the kids there to see what the school boards would do. It's a bit of a protest that you can do that's legal, but if everybody did it, well, that would be a big message.
Right.
But if like 2 or 3 people did it, they would say good riddance, because that means it was probably the children of the parents that would make things difficult. So I don't think the schools would care so much. But if it was a large chunk, they would have to care, because that would start to affecting things like how much money they get and how much tax dollars they get, because that's based on enrollment. So that might actually start to move the needle a bit. Do you have that problem in the UK, Wayne? Are they teaching kids things like, hey, wait, let me ask you this question. I'm going to put you on the spot there, Wayne. Do you know what fletching is?
Do I know what?
Fletching.
Fletching. No.
Okay, so you haven't gone to school in Saskatchewan. That's what they're teaching kids in school. There's a whole book about this stuff, and this is I'm not even going to tell you what it is. And if you want to have really gross stuff on your computer, you can look it up. But it's an activity between two gay men dealing with bodily fluids, and this is what's been described to the kids. And there's about 12 different ones. That's just, I went and looked at the first page, and that's what I learned. I'm like, that's enough for me to know that this is absolutely not the stuff that should be in schools. But yeah, there it is with the nice, pretty pictures for kids too. Are you seeing that kind of stuff yet?
Yes. Obviously, I've got no children, so I can't hear that sort of side of the argument. But I do have friends who have children, and they've been experiencing things like this for the past year. The pronouns, the daughter would come home saying, "Oh, apparently I'm Pan." What now? Because they've been told that they're no longer girls; they are something other. They're trying to create that division. One of your guests was saying that earlier on, and that's the only way they can control people, by creating. There's so many different divisions. We don't have that power anymore. But in this country, I've seen various protests, and there's been, in some religions, there's quite a heavier pushback against all this woke business, because we're
seeing that here too.
They won't adopt any side of it, because it's ingrained in them, rightly or wrongly. The males have a certain place in the family, and the women do as well in their culture. But they won't get on board with it at all. And so they've been standing outside schools protesting quite strongly. And this is what all families should be doing, really. You hit the nail on the head just then. If enough people speak out against it, they can't push ahead with it.
Yeah, completely. If there's no kids there and there's no funding for the school anymore, the board would fold.
The worst thing I saw this morning, I was reading a story, and 11-year-olds have absolutely no place in seeing this, but 11-year-olds were sitting there in a school lesson, and they was basically shown a sex film of a man and a woman basically having sex. And quite a lot of the kids had gone home to the parents saying, I really didn't feel comfortable with that. I really didn't, I didn't agree with that. But under this whole ideology, you don't have a choice. You've been forced into this new RSE curriculum. No matter what the lesson is, even if it's not to do with even humanities, it could be to do with music, could be to do with anything, but they can adopt this bizarreness and just push it. Yeah, your kid isn't safe in school. They need to be removed. That's the only way you can be sure that your child's going to grow up normally without any outside influences.
100%. And if you're a parent who's not paying attention, like Tammy's paying attention. She even her son comes home and tells her about it, and then she takes some sort of action. But if you're not one of those parents that are paying attention or willing to take action, are you part of the problem? And this is what I'm seeing in the chat here is part of the problem here are passive parents who are not really doing anything, even if they disagree with it. Now, I'm just going to put a little bit of defense on those parents because we've heard many stories of a parent going to a school to let them know about their grievance and then leaving in handcuffs, or completely banned and they can't come back again. So, it's a parent's job to stand up, but is the system also taking a hard approach on that by threatening parents to that kind of level just to keep them from stepping up? And then if so, should parents protest and do something different, like pull their kids out?
I thought I was aimed at Tammy, sorry.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, it could be aimed at Tammy. Yeah, I could go to Tammy for that because I can't. You don't even have the kids and you're not even Canada, so it was kind of rude of me. But Tammy, same question to you. The parents here, they're kind of passive, or they don't know. And if parents find out and they don't do anything about it, are they part of the problem? And are parents scared of the system because the system itself is pushing back so hard by arresting parents and making it difficult for them to even get into the school boards after the fact? So what do you think about that? Do you think parents should just stand up stronger, or is the system just so overwhelmingly against us that it's a very tough fight?
You said it exactly. They're scared. They're definitely scared. I think that there's more parents out there like me who know this is not right. Something is wrong. I mean, we've had a 4,000% increase in females, young girls, identifying as male. This is not gender dysphoria. This is body dysmorphia. As someone who deals with body dysmorphia, I can deal with this. Yeah, I can attest to this quite well. But I think that there's so many parents who just don't know what to do. They think that they're alone. They think that, like I did for so many years, I thought, and like I said, like I was the only one who supported the trucker convoy, who supported the protests, who supported. So they also feel exactly the same way that I did. They don't know what to do. They don't know where to go. And I think the more, parents who stand up and say, hey, this is not right. We need to do something. One by one, they'll start going, okay, I'm not alone. But yeah, I think it's fear. That's why a lot of these parents, and they're just kind of going, well, what can it hurt? Like, oh, it won't do no harm if my son dresses as a little girl. No, it will. It will. Like I'm all for let kids be kids. And you know what? My son, his favorite character when he was little was Sky from Paw Patrol, who is the female, very pink, little puppy, and he loved her. He wanted everything about her. So I got him the pillow, I got him the blanket, I got him the towel, I got him the stuffed animals. And my mom's like, what are you doing? And I was like, letting him be a kid. And she's like, those are girls' toys. And I was like, so are you telling me that my son isn't supposed to play with our girl dogs? We have two, And I was like, just let them be them. You don't need to get into it. You don't need to like, oh, you can't do this because it's pink. You just let them be. I was a tomboy full on. I had short hair. I walked around until I was 9 years old without a shirt on. And that's when my mom said, you need to start wearing a shirt, and I was like, why? But I cut off my hair. I love the jeans. I love the sneakers, the t-shirts. If I was that Tammy now, they would have transed me like that, And it's like, just let kids be kids. If they like pink, let them like pink. Who cares? If they like Sky, let them like Sky. Who cares? My son loved cooking. He loved to help me cook. And my mom's like, it's a woman's job. And I was like, you do know that 9 out of every 10 chefs, top chefs of the world are men, right? I was like, they don't call me Chef Tamsy. for nothing. Like I am Gordon Ramsay's long lost, child.
Right. So Wayne, I'm going to turn back to you. Sorry, Tam. Wayne, I'm going to turn back to you quickly here, and I'm going to kind of change this up a bit because I want to start getting back to an optimistic path. Like this is an issue that we have to deal with for sure, but now how do we get out of it? So, I was talking to an American yesterday, and one of the subjects that came up was 1776 and how America, had their independence and really had a revolution and restarted. Canada didn't. And what her recommendation was possibly this is why we're so different on how we handle things. In the States, the state handles it and then moves up to the federal government. It doesn't come down from the federal government like it does here in Canada. As somebody from the UK who watched, I guess, the history, like the history of how the US left, do you think Canada was missing a revolution, and do you think we might be heading towards one? You're muted on your side, Wayne. Wayne, you have your mute on.
All countries, peoples are different, aren't they? A revolution doesn't make you who you are. You need to have that fight. We haven't had that fight. We're not like the French people. They will protest at anything.
Well, like
what
right
I said
now.
earlier about protests, I didn't mean what they're doing now as a protest. Right. Back in May, up to May, they've been protesting, but all sorts of attacks on their freedoms. What's going on now is basically revolt against Macron. It's much like what Trudeau's trying to do in Canada. So they would use any excuse to actually then come out in the streets and attack him. What's happening there now is more to do with the fact of Macron trying to push this shutting down and introducing new controls and new powers.
Please explain this a little bit more, because I'm not getting much information here.
That's what that's about at the moment. So here we've got an online harms bill. That's the next thing they're trying to push out. We've already got the anti-protest bill. And they pushed that out during Charles's coronation because he didn't want to see people with these placards saying "Not my king." But it was organised because I saw some photographs of police unloading a lorry with all these placards in it saying "Not my king" on it. So by actually putting them on the street, making the problem seem worse, you can then bring out new laws. And that's what I've seen so far about what's happening in France. So by making things seem even worse, you can then rush through new powers, new controls, digital IDs, CCTV surveillance. So you're making things seem much worse. It's tragic. It's really bad what's happening out there. But by forcing that on the people, you can think, oh no, the only solution now is to actually put these controls into place. It's going to change things. England hasn't been known for causing revolutions. I think we'd struggle. We came out on the street during 2020, 2021 en masse. We had 1 to 2 million people marching around London because they didn't want those controls bringing in like what they're trying to do still. The WHO's treaty, CBDCs, ULE. So we've not known to actually instigate those things. France, yes. Canada, yes, in a way. We'd hope that we did find that bulldog spirit. We've had it in the wartime here, where we did actually say, well, we're not taking any more. We will come out. We will make ourselves heard. Mm-hmm. I'd like to think if we can instill that in people enough, it will provoke that sense of patriotic duty. You guys managed to do that in the Freedom Convoys, and there's no doubt you would do it again if the right message was put out there for people. I think at the moment with the Netherlands, they're trying to do it with the farms. Right. We're trying to regroup here at the moment. It's quieting down the whole protest movement, but it's gearing up again in a few months' time for something that's coming. That's all I'll say. But it's much like in Canada, I think, that we don't see everything that you guys are doing. If enough people are made aware of what's coming next, is the farms. That's the big thing. The ULA. It's all about control. It's all about shutting you down. If enough people get angry about it.
Well, there's a particular subject I might get more angry about. What do you know about the Coots 4?
Know about the
Coots 4.
Oh, I saw something that you're going to be focusing on. Is it next week? I think is the next 2 weeks.
Well, the last week we started, yeah, and we're going to continue. But
Right.
from
I saw
your
the post.
news media side, have you heard of it before, other than my post?
Not in our country, no.
Okay. Have you heard about political prisoners in Russia taken out of Crimea?
Yeah, I know.
Oh, right. So you hear about political prisoners when it's in countries like that, but the Canadians have political prisoners too. And we have 4 of them in Alberta. And that's exactly what these gentlemen are. And that was kind of my point is, yeah, you don't know about it because we don't know about it here. I'm the one covering it right now. There's some people covering it on Facebook. There's some other media that's kind of covering it, but nobody's in the mainstream or alternative media are covering it. And what it is it's 4 gentlemen who were arrested February 13th, right before the Emergency Act was enacted. And they've been in jail or remand ever since. It's not prison because they haven't been sentenced. They haven't even been to trial yet. And they haven't been provided bail, which is very abnormal in Canada because we have the right to bail because we are innocent until proven guilty. And right now, these guys are still locked up. And I believe it's day 502 today or 503 today. And right now, they're still there. And nobody's pushing this issue. And what I wanted to bring to your attention is we have a political prisoner in Canada. We have 4 of them. And this is not something that's normal. But Canada doesn't seem to be upset about it. We're not pushing for it. Even in Alberta, where we're a very conservative province and we really should be very upset about this, we're not. So something that's happened to the psyche here in Canada, maybe from the convoy, but everybody seems to be very scared. And I'm thinking it's the bank account closures and it's the going after employment for just being involved in a protest that maybe pushed a lot of people away. Tammy, you're nodding your head there. So I'm going to come to you next because even when we're coming to fundraising for the Coots 4, there's a link on Give, Send, Go, which was the better of the fundraising platforms. But even people are too scared to give to there. So do you think the government did a good job on making people very afraid of the retaliation from the government because of what we watched and witnessed on the convoy?
Absolutely. They scared the living snot out of Canadians, unfortunately. And, there are some Canadians, and God love you guys, who are willing to go the extra mile, who are willing to put their necks out there and risk it. But so many other Canadians, we've got families, we've got homes, we've got vehicles. It's like, I can't run the risk of having my bank account closed or being put in jail or being charged and have to, figure out how I'm going to pay for my legal fees. So I think most people it's easier to just shut up. It's just like, and it sucks. I've got nothing to lose. I'm on ODSP. So you can freeze my bank account all you want. All you're doing is taking your money back. That's exactly it. So I've got nothing to lose. So I'm willing to stick my neck out. But there are so many who have real good jobs and, or a job and just not real good jobs, a job that pays their bills, that pays for their food, that, that helps their kids. And they're like, no, I can't do it. And they did a really, really good job at instilling fear in people. And they don't realize that fear, set it aside, take the risk. It's worth it. And that's our job as people who have taken the risk. I mean, I have no risk, but someone like you, Jason, you're taking a risk every time you go out and you post stuff, every time you do a video, every time you do a stream, you're taking a risk. You're putting your neck on the line. and it's my job to back people like you because I ain't got nothing to lose. Take it. It was yours anyway, like.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
No, I appreciate you. And, like people like Jeremy McKenzie who are willing to put your neck on the line and lose everything.
Mm-hmm.
Like you guys are our backbone, and I can't thank you guys enough. And like let's be real, it's mostly men who are doing it. So thank you, dudes. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, no, there's a bunch of us standing up. For me, it's more I want to protect my family, and I also want to protect my wife too. So I think we are sacrificable. I think the men can go out there. It's really our job to go out there on the field and protect our family, because it's my wife who protects my children. So I got to make sure I protect her and give her the stability she needs to be able to protect my children. So maybe that could be why it seems to be naturally that the men are stepping up, because over history we are expendable. It's the women who need to be able to raise and keep our children going, unfortunately, but happy to. Now, Wayne, are you guys noticing something like that too? Are people starting to get frustrated? Well, first I want to kind of go back to what we were just talking about with I'm going to try to word this right, because you're from the UK and you're seeing it from the outside, but can Canada, some people are saying civil war, some people are saying 1776, some people are saying stand up and completely fight, but do you think Canada can go through a bit of a revolution or reorganization without violence? Is there a path forward in that way? It's muted on your side, Wayne.
Sorry, I needed to make a note because my brain can only store so many things at once.
Apologies.
No, it's fine. People can get deeply passionate. You don't need to create violence to be heard, to be taken seriously, because once you cross that line, you then have lost the argument, haven't you? You then get beaten down. You'll get.
Well, you better have the biggest army if you're going to go that route, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's like if you either are going down that road, you're going to take on a coup, aren't you? Because this is what they're talking about France at the moment, because Macron is deeply upset one of his generals, who has great influence on one of the richest families in France, and is so deeply admired by his people that they think the next thing to happen there will be a coup, because of the way he's treated his people so disgracefully. Whether that then happens also in Canada, it depends on the people, because you don't need violence. You can create action, you can create protest, enough people come out en masse, you can be heard, you're basically forcing other people to then change their plans. Yeah, I mean, we promote it here quite heavily. You don't need to create violence, because as soon as you do, you've crossed the line. You've then got the troops, you've got military coming at you, and lives will be lost. And what will you gain? Nothing.
Yeah, we'll pay attention to what happens in France, as my chat's saying here. The UN will take care of you if the country can't. In other words, it'll push and crush you down. So we'll be paying close attention to what's happening here in France.
Before with you guys, yeah. I mean, the UN really is not on anybody's side other than the governments. They're there to basically quash any uprising, even if it's what the people decide. If they've had enough of the authoritarian control, it doesn't matter, because they're there to enforce the government's will on you, regardless.
So what? Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, going back to what you and Tammy were saying about shutting down banks, it's not something that we've really seen so much here, because we've not had those people funding direct acts of dissent. So like you had a major protest and people were camping out and people were putting funding in place, then those banks would have then been pressured to start cutting the lifeline. Now, recently, going back a few days ago, do you know a political guy called Nigel Farage?
The name keeps coming up and rings a bell. Isn't he from your side?
Yeah, he's fronting a alternative party I think it was Reform UK some years ago. And he was basically the one who kind of championed Brexit, they called it, the separation from Europe, which never really happened. It was going to be the answer to our prayers, where we're going to get to keep our sovereignty, where we, instead of being told what to do by Europe, we were going to be championing ourselves. But it never really happened. We were just sold a lie. And it never went anywhere, really, all these years later. But what's now happened is he's had all his bank accounts shut down. And what he feels is that he's going to be forced out of the country. He presents a TV show on GB News like Mark Stein did before he was forced off. Okay. And so Nigel, because he's great friends with Donald Trump, because he's great friends with, look at Tammy cracking herself up. But no, because they're great friends, he spends a lot of time at Mar-a-Lago with him. He feels he's now going to be forced out of the country because there is this change in the narrative that they're putting pressure on people to shut this down early because they're all ramping up for next year.
Well, we heard that message here too. Shut it down early. The Canadian government was told to shut down our protest quick.
So there's a couple of people, high-profile people, have already had their accounts, more bank accounts. Now, they might have been with them like for 3 or 4 decades or more, but it doesn't matter. All of a sudden, they're being told through policy decisions, you're not a favourable account holder anymore, so seek your business elsewhere, and no bank will take him on. It's a joint decision by globalist interests who are then putting the kibosh on people and saying, right, you will not take on this customer.
Yeah, I was just going to say we had 2 interviews now. So Jeremy McKenzie told us about Scotiabank doing that to him, closing down the accounts. And we also heard from Chris Sky, who had the same problem with the Royal Bank of Canada. He even said he went with, maybe he might have been exaggerating or not, but he went with like 17 pieces of ID. He explained to us how he had the phone, the online banking, his passport, his birth certificate. He had everything there, and they still wouldn't assist him. And then at one point they said, okay, this is unfortunate. I'm sorry about this. We're going to go speak to our fraud department. We'll be right back. We'll deal with this. And as she leaves, what she actually does is she calls the police to come and take him out. Wow. So instead of dealing with him anymore and getting him access to his accounts, she just said, oh, kids, hold on. We'll just hold on a second. And then calls the police, and then they take him out. So yeah, we're hearing from people, and they're not the protester. He's just anti-government. He's fighting the government. And it seems like they're getting some headaches just for that.
So shutting it down soon, as you said, they can't get anybody. As soon as you start to gain traction with the people and proving yourselves as being a other view, a other voice to the people, because the moment your government isn't working for you, and so you're prepared to listen to anybody that is going to offer you some other way, some better view for the people. If everything's going wrong, whether it's your schools, your whole governance, then you basically need to be replaced. I mean, we have the same problem here, but at the moment, our problem is we don't have a strong government. Our government fractured so badly a year or 2 ago over something so stupid as a prime minister being caught having parties when he was telling everybody that they couldn't do that.
Yeah, I remember that coming out.
Yeah. Now he's guilty of so much other shocking things, pushing vaccines on pregnant women as just being one of the most horrific, when he knew full well that it was such a risk to pregnant women. But anyway, so we ended up with a globalist-led coup. They installed a guy called Rishi Sunak, who's basically in the pockets of pharma. He has his own pharmaceutical. He has major shares in Moderna anyway, and who then ended up setting up a brand new unit in the UK with a £1 billion contract for the next 10 years to provide pharmaceutical products for the country. So he's only looking out for himself and his family. He's not interested in the British people. We need these people gone. The only way that we can either get rid of them is trying to vote them out, or there's got to be a worldwide coup that the people just suddenly rise up and decide we're not going to stand for this anymore.
Well, I think that'd be a very difficult one because we're still fighting 80% here in Canada who's asleep. So I don't even know if we could do it on a small regional level. Now, when it comes to voting and stuff like that, we still had a problem here. We just had an election in Manitoba where there was a very good opportunity for Manitobans to vote in the PPC party, the People's Party of Canada. And it would have been a good test of the system to see what would happen if there was a louder voice. Like, he wouldn't have had much power. He's got one seat, but he would have had a lot of voice, and he would have been able to get into information and be able to get information for us that only MPs can get to. But they did not. In fact, they took away support from that party and didn't put them in. To me, that was concerning because even after all of this is a farm area of Canada. So the nitrogen issue was an issue for them. The farmland issue would have been an issue for them. The government coming after the land through bait and switch loan programs would have been an issue for them. And now the water issue that they're starting to talk about would be an issue for farmers. So even with all of that on the table, they still voted for the conservative government that gave all of this to us to begin with. So what does that really say when it comes to the potential of actually having any type of resistance when even after we've gone through a horrible 3 years, more support went behind the government that was already there?
I mean, I don't know about Canadian voting integrity. I mean, I know America has had major problems with their voting systems, and that's brought on it's highlighted so many problems, isn't it? You know, when you look at, say, like 80% of people supposedly voted for Biden, which you knew was a total lie. And they've proved that since with these voting systems actually being so corruptible.
Right.
I mean, I know France, there was a lot of things that come out with Le Pen, and they released the information right before the end of the actual end of the vote, and she looked to be the clear winner. And then all of a sudden, the voting closed, and the figures were altered very rapidly to then show Macron. Whether that was a fluke, whether that was a technical glitch, I don't know. But are any voting systems 100%? Because this is the problem. You know, you need to rely on that integrity to then feel sure that you've got the right people in power. Because obviously, if you're voting in somebody who's been so horrific for you for the last couple of years, well, that doesn't make sense, does it?
No, but that's the challenge with voting is the only people that complain are the ones who lose. You never hear the winners say recount. So it's only the people that lose. So no matter which side, you're going to have that argument, and you'll have brought into question the integrity every single time. For example, when Trump was in 2016, the Democrats said the entire time, phony, phony, fake, 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 Russia, Russia. And then now it's flipped to the other side, and same argument, just different people.
But you know that Russia whole argument was a total lie, didn't you? Because as soon as they looked into it, even this year, they've said, well, look, there's so many people that are just openly lied to back that narrative. It's been proven that that whole basis for calling it disinformation.
Right, but that's kind of my point, is both sides are going to say that, and it's going to be difficult to prove it.
Potentially, but I don't know how your voting system works. I know here it is generally in person or postal votes, but there they relied on these computer systems. I don't know about Canada, so I don't know how that works.
Well, you bring up good points, because even this one election I'm talking about, which was just a by-election, but it was very well marketed, and there was a lot of attention on it because it was a by-election that the leader of the PPC party, the People's Party of Canada, was running for. And even with all that attention on it, it was a 50% drop in attendance from the last election. So it was 60,000 that showed up, and now it was 40,000 that showed up. Or 20,000 that vanished. Depends how you want to look at that. But the numbers were very, very low. And that was peculiar, because not only did they not get close to what showed up last time, there was more reason to show up and vote this time. If you were conservative or PPC or otherwise, there was more reason to show up to vote this time, because if you were conservative, you were worried that the PPC would be getting in. And if you're supporting PPC, every PPC person would have showed up to support the PPC. But yet the numbers are 50% lower. So I'm not saying that there was something to happen here, but looking at the data, you can immediately understand that. You would expect it to be 65. Oh, for sure. But how do you get an answer to that one?
I mean, there's polling, isn't there? There's when you go to look at people in the streets, you find out whether people are frustrated. Nothing's fallible. I suppose difficult.
Yeah, well, the polling was something like 90% for the conservative, and then the actual results were closer to 60% or so. But the question was about how many people showed up, because that was a massive drop. Tammy, were you paying attention to that Manitoba election at all? Look at you, you're all attention. Were you paying attention to that Manitoba election at all? And where's your faith on the elections here in Canada? Are they wavering? Are you pretty comfortable with it? Where's your faith on elections in Canada?
I did pay attention. I was really hoping that Maxime Bernier would win. And unfortunately he didn't. I thought if he won, the tides could turn for us. I still think that he is a force to be reckoned with. Yeah. And I think that his voice and his, the stance that he has taken might let other candidates like Poilievre know, hey, this is what the people want you to be talking about. Because right now, like I told you earlier, I voted NDP. I've been voting NDP for a long time. And I told, Jason, you and I, the minute he called me a white supremacist, I was like, you're never getting my vote again, because I supported the trucker convoy, So now I'm just sitting back and I'm waiting. And there are things that I love about Pierre Poilievre, but there's also things that I can't stand about Poilievre. It's like, what are you doing? Why aren't you addressing this? So I'm just sitting back and watching. I'm watching. I don't think we're going to get Trudeau out early. So he's got 2 more years to run us further into the ground, in my opinion. I think he's going to try to destroy Canada as much as he possibly can within the next 2 years, because I think even Trudeau knows he's not winning the next election. And if he does, I'm totally going rigged, rigged, because right now Poilievre has a very significant lead against him. So if he were to win it, I'd be like, yo, something's up. I mean, we've heard about the Chinese interference, and it's like, you know what? I can't prove that, but if you win again, that's kind of proof. You know what I mean? Like, you're doing it, dude. So I'm just sitting back and I'm observing. I've got friends from all different parties on Twitter that I'm listening to what they're saying. I'm hearing what their concerns are. So I'm just kind of like sitting back and waiting and observing. I will decide probably the week right before election who I will vote for.
Yeah, absolutely. And as Hannah's pointing out here, Manitoba voted it a net zero guy. And she is absolutely right that the farmers will regret that. Hannah, you should be running. We should be getting you in there. I'm going to say bye to Wayne, because Wayne just mentioned that he's getting a little bit tired, and I know what you're feeling, Wayne. I have some food coming, so I'll be taking a break shortly as well. If you want to stick around, you're welcome to, but I also know that you need your rest from time to time, and it's getting late for you.
Yeah, I mean, it's only 10 o'clock, but I just managed to calm down the information before I came on, so I don't want to trigger it too much, because obviously another hour or two I'll be going to bed, and otherwise I will not sleep.
No problem. Thank you for bringing your perspective. Go ahead.
It's been great speaking to you again. I mean, for what you've done over the last year or so that I've just been a part of and I've seen, It's been amazing, isn't it, Jason? So it's what we just need to see more of, don't we? You know, just it's so many people speaking out. It's attracting so much attention. I mean, like you're saying, Peter McCullough's coming on shortly in the next few days. Amazing. Where would the next conversation leads to the next one, doesn't it? You know,
That's right.
Andrew Lawton just recently, you know, so yeah.
Yeah, no, you're not wrong. That's exactly how it worked. You get one guest and then you ask them about someone else and someone else. And it was, how did I get Marcus again? I just reached out to him. I just sent him a direct message, but he must have looked at my channel and saw that we had some decent interviews. But from Marcus, I got Peter McCullough. Like there was a direct introduction at that point.
Because people can see how serious you are and your respect that you've garnished, that you've got certain integrity in the way you can treat subjects as well, and it shines through, doesn't it? So
I appreciate that, Wayne. It's being able to talk to people like you, especially last year when I was talking to anybody that would listen to me or want to talk to me, and people like you came on, and it also helped me continue the journey because I'm learning so much from everybody and I get to meet so many people. And I think that's actually what an MP should be doing. That's exactly how you become an MP. You don't go through the whole political training inside the party to become an MP. You become an MP by talking to people of all types and all stories. So I appreciate that, Wayne. And you were early with this, so I appreciate you being part of it as well.
Yeah, thank you, mate. Not a problem. Anytime. All right.
Awesome.
Take care. Have a good night.
Cool. You too. You take care. And then actually on that note, I'm going to bring Kevin in because Kevin is going to be co-hosting for a little bit here. And Kevin's actually thinking about making his own show as well. So on that note there, Wayne, about having more people do this, kind of fitting that I'm going to bring Kevin in next, and he might be also doing more Twitter spaces and possibly some other stuff. So I'm going to let him actually talk about that, and maybe he has some more information about that. But thank you very much, Wayne. You take care. You get your rest. And if you feel up to it later or something, we can talk a bit more about some of the stuff you want to hear from Dr. McCullough, because I think I can talk to you about some questions that we can pose to him.
Yeah, no problem. Okay. Take care, man.
You take care, my friend. All right, now to Kevin. So bonjour, Monsieur. Comment ça va? You're here. You're hanging out. You had a good market. You had a good week on the market, and there's a bunch of stuff happening for you.
Oh, it was just another roller coaster week, right? Like the way that I play the market, it's highly volatile and it's extremely risky, right? I'm not just buying a stock and then holding on to it. I'm playing in the derivatives markets and taking that risk and multiplying it by 100. So if not more. So it's always an emotional roller coaster, and sometimes the week doesn't go your way, but it doesn't matter how you end the week. It matters how you end the trade, right? So as long as I close the trade positive, I really don't care what happens or how I do to get there.
So you're a real capitalist and you know the market well. So does it help you to do your trading by staying abreast on the political side of things? And if so, what is it you're looking for on the political side of things that kind of influence the market decisions you make?
Well, it's more like geopolitical / economic. So you have to pay attention to each central bank. So, the Federal Reserve, the Bank of Canada, the Bank of England, the, European Central Bank. You have to, listen to them when the people, the governors come out and talk, especially about, dictating monetary policy for the next 3 months. So they usually have quarterly meetings. You have to keep eye on inflation rates, or at least whatever they tell you the inflation rates are, the consumer price index, or, the PPE, the producer price index. So these are the things that you have to take a look at, because these are what are actually going to drive the markets. In terms of, geopolitical stuff, I mean, sure, if there's when the Ukraine-Russian incident boiled to a head, there was, a vast amount of volatility in the markets that affected pretty much every asset class, right? From, wheat to oil to precious metals to even equities itself. So yeah, they're called like black swan events, right? You don't really know that they're coming, but when they do come, you'd be like, oh yeah, that was fairly obvious, and it makes sense why this happened, right? So So these things that on the political side, especially nothing in Canada would really affect global markets because we're way too small, right?
Right.
It would be more so the United States, something to do in China, Taiwan, Russia, the big guys on the board, right? And that's just not us. So when it comes to paying attention to Canadian politics and affect the markets, no.
No, okay. Does it work the other way around? Can you pick up indicators in the market that something politically might be coming down? For example, if a bunch of military stocks start to rise, would you start getting indicators? Like, could stuff like that happen?
Well, yes, but the stocks are usually trailing indicators, right? So they react, but there are leading indicators that you can look towards. So
Okay.
an indicator that I look towards that is, pretty much bang on in predicting recessions slash depressions is the bond market, right? So you have short-term interest rates, and then you have long-term interest rates. So you take the 10-year yield, which is a long-term interest rate, and you subtract the 2-year yield from it. And if that number is positive, then it means it's okay. It means that longer-term interest rates are paying a higher, longer-term bonds are paying a higher rate of interest. But when that rate is negative, it means that people are fearful, and the higher rate of interest is actually on the shorter end of the curve. It's called an inverted curve, an inverted yield curve. And if it stays like that for 6 months, a year, or longer, then history has shown that, like, even going back all the way to the 30s, right, that there is a recession slash depression coming within the next 6 to 9 months. So the yield curve in Canada went negative in June of 2022. 6 months to a year would take it to June 2023, which is now. And then, so this is saying between December 2023 and June of 2024, Canada will be in a full-blown recession, if not depression, just based on this one indicator.
Okay, and you feel it's a strong indicator, and it's done well in the past.
It predicted the 2008 crisis, the 2001 crisis, and 1987, 1974, going all the way back, right? It's predicted this at a fairly high degree. Sometimes it inverts, but it doesn't cause a recession because the inversion wasn't long enough. But if you're talking about, we've been heavily inverted, and our yield curve is more inverted now than it is since like the 1980s. So, this is a pretty serious indicator saying that, watch out, Canada is up for, tough times coming up. And, like pretty much everybody already knows that we're in a recession, but the government and the media hasn't actually announced it yet. They're still saying, things are doing great, or our economy's on fire, inflation's coming down, and yada, yada, yada. But in 6 months to a year, they won't be able to deny it anymore.
Wow. Okay, so do you think it's also fabricated? So the whole hiding it, I get it. They're hiding the problem as it's happening. But did they cause the problem? Is there a way to cause it? And if so, is there a way to reverse it?
Well, of course they caused it. They caused it, and it didn't start in 2020, right? It didn't start in 2008. It goes all the way back, but we can mainly point to 2000 with the the popping of the tech bubble. That was the aha moment for North America. Since 2000, we really haven't had any economic growth. All we've had is financial assets that have been in like a bubble situation. So we've basically been propping up our economy through printing money, running massive deficits from the government, and poor monetary policy from the Bank of Canada, U.S. and the Fed. That's really been holding our economy up. And I've said this analogy a couple of times. In Looney Tunes, the Roadrunner, the coyote, and the coyote runs off of the cliff, but hasn't looked down yet.
It hasn't realized, so it doesn't happen.
And then as soon as he looks down, and then he puts up his little sign and he goes down. Like, that's the stage that we're at. So we were off the cliff. We just haven't looked down.
Oh, it's depressing. So our Tuesday episode with you, with Daniel, about Venezuela and the collapse there, are you kind of leading us into that episode right now? Because you're kind of letting us know where we're headed?
Well, yeah, and like the way this is, it's not like, oh, that's what you think. No, it's inevitable. It's going to happen. I might be off on time, right? It might not be next year. It might be in 2 or 3 years from now. But there's a strong indicator that it's going to start next year, and it's not going to last like 2008, 2009. That was quick, right? That was a couple of years. It could be like a decade worth of pain going through, just like in the dirty 30s after the stock market collapsed in 1929. It took like a full-on decade to really get over that, and that could be something that we could be looking at, not a quick bounce back, like, because the problem that will arise to the surface will be that the only tool that they've used to keep the economy afloat is running massive government deficits and printing money. So if they try to use that tool again to solve the very problem that caused it,
yep,
then the whole thing melts down.
Okay, so I'm not sure who it was. It might have been Jeremy. I'm not sure who it was recently said to me, we're at this stage where we're on the airplane at 30,000 feet and we all just realize the pilot's dead and we're just waiting to hit the ground now. Is that a similar analogy?
Yeah, hit the ground, hit a mountain. But
his point was we have a period of time where it seems calm, but there's nothing to stop it. It's inevitable what's going to happen. Yeah,
and history has shown us that things are only calm because they're highly controlled, right? And history has also shown us that this is a natural precursor of things exploding out of control.
Now, the French are usually the ones to revolt and get upset quicker than anybody else. And now we see France on fire. Is this an indicator?
Tammy wants to get in and say goodbye.
Okay.
I think she's dying to leave.
Sorry, Tammy. I didn't catch that. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. You want to say something, Tammy?
No, I just got to go get supper ready for everyone. But I just wanted to say goodbye. I'm still tuned in. I earn brain cells every time I listen to Kevin talk. So yeah, I'm definitely still tuned in, guys. And hopefully I'll be able to join you a little bit later, but I got to jump off and get dinner ready.
It depends.
So
what are you having? What are you making?
We don't know yet.
Mystery meal. Okay, cool.
Yeah,
I can get into that.
Yes, it's always a mystery. Every day is like, what are we having today? I don't know. Let's wing it.
So wings it is. Okay, now we know what it is. You're having wings.
But I just wanted to get on and say happy Canada Day, everybody. I'm still tuned in. Like I said, I earn brain cells when you guys talk. Thank you, because, as a liberal, my brain is mush. So I'm regaining brain muscle mass as I listen to you guys. So thank you, and have a wonderful Canada Day. If I don't manage to get back.
Pay close attention to the next 10 minutes. Granny just showed up.
Oh, Granny. Oh, I'm sorry I have to leave. I'm sorry, Granny. I love you. It's been a pleasure watching you this week. And, the Coots 4, they're in my heart. They're in my heart. I pray for them daily. And we're gonna, justice will prevail. Oh, do you want to say goodbye? Oh, Nicholas is coming.
Yeah, we'll say goodbye and we'll go straight to Granny. Bye, Nicholas. Happy Canada Day. Enjoy your mystery dinner. And I hope you like it, whatever it is.
Sorry. He didn't hear that. Sorry.
No problem.
Now he can.
Have a happy Canada Day, Nicholas. Thank you for joining us. And make sure you enjoy your meal tonight, whatever it might be. And make sure you come back and say hi to us another time, okay?
Okay. He said,
Thank you, Nicholas. Yeah, we got him. Canada heard him. We're listening.
All right. So have a wonderful Canada Day. If I can't get back on the stream a little bit later, I love you all. This has been amazing. Thanks for having me. And
thank you, Tammy.
Happy Canada Day.
Happy Canada Day. Now from Tammy to Granny. Take care, Tammy, and hello, Granny. How are you doing? We got there we go. You got
okay?
We can hear you now. Yes.
Okay, I'm trying to stay in one spot. The signal at the whistle stop is horrible here, but I don't know if you can see behind me.
Yes.
There's a lot of people here today.
And this is all in support of Canada Day and the Coots guys?
Yes. Well, it's a Canada Day, and we are supporting the Coots guys here. So
Wonderful.
We've got Chris Barber here, Big Red from Saskatchewan. And so it's a Canada Day celebration. He's got restrictions or conditions, so it's all Canada Day celebration. So.
Sure, and you have Chris reach out to me. We can talk privately at some point. I'd like to meet him.
Like Chris Barber?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll let him know. I can I can send him the link. Maybe we can get him to come on and say hi.
Oh, that would be amazing if you have some time and he can do that. That'd be great. Yeah, we can do that.
I'll do that. And we've got Tessie, Tony's mom is here. We got Jacqueline here, Jerry's wife, and so maybe I'll try and get them on. I seem to have found a spot where the signal's working, so maybe I can.
Yeah, it looks like good. Looks good right there. Just don't move. You just stay right in that spot right there.
Well, I'm standing on the edge of a highway and I'm seeing a semi come, and I'm going, yeah, okay.
Yeah, there is some storm out there, isn't it? You getting some wind out there?
It's not too bad. The wind feels kind of good. Okay, semi going by.
There we go. Honk, 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 honk. Go.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, there was a wicked storm, I guess, here last night. The light show was just crazy. But I got here about 1 o'clock, and it's been nonstop hugs. I forget people know me. And
that's right.
Yeah, good support here for the boys. Chris and Jerry and Tony and Chris, they want to say happy Canada Day to every Canadian out there. They love you, and they will be out soon. And they said, do not stop celebrating. That's what we do, is we celebrate Canada and we celebrate our freedom, and they want people to celebrate that. So. Well, we're celebrating them today as well. We're never going to forget them. They're in our hearts as well, and this is going to be a great day. Did you manage to get any more information? I think we were talking yesterday a bit about some stuff. So I've been checking into what I can share and what I can't share, and like I said, Thursday. I hope you can hear me. Okay. Yeah, we can hear you. Okay, Thursday was a strange day in the courtroom. The original crown never showed up, and a different crown showed up, and it was nothing to do with our man per se. It was all about to do with the crown, to do with RCMP. I think I heard Legal Society. It was a different day. I don't quite know what was going on. There's something sealed. It's not for the public to see. I don't even think the judge has seen it yet. Nor the crown has seen it either. It's just the lawyers for the men have seen it. So whatever it is, we don't even know what it is. But obviously it's big. Right. So what I've gathered from there is there's some document or something presented from the defense side to the court. For some reason, we don't know why yet, the crown is not welcome back right now. And there's a replacement crown who's representing the crown, and they don't know what's going on. And the RCMP seems to be wrapped up into some question mark, and we're not sure what it means anymore. Yeah. But something happened on Thursday, and we're waiting now for some more information. They called it an anomaly. Whatever that means. I don't know what that means. But I'm going, it's an anomaly. And, well, I'm going to... Yeah, go on. No, go on. No, I was just going to say, from my perspective, it's very, very odd that the crown would be asked to step away for some reason. And I think there was a mention about maybe he might be a witness or something else after this. Yeah. Well, that was the thing. They said they couldn't show him the evidence or what was in the sealed envelope because he could be a witness. But then I heard them say in a second sentence that he could be the defendant. And I'm sitting there scratching my head and I'm going, witness, defendant, counsel for RCMP. I'm going, what does that mean? I don't know, but I think we're about to find out. Well, this is exciting, Granny, because from my perspective, this means somebody found something that got somebody into a lot of trouble, like a lot of trouble. For the crown to be interfered with in any capacity, it's abnormal for sure, an anomaly, because that's not usually the case. The crown is normally presenting what they have as evidence and moving forward. So for the crown to have any question marks on their side, there's only like 3 or 4 things it could be: corruption, evidence tampering, or perjury. There's not much more that it could be for this kind of thing to be happening. So I'm excited to hear more later because we don't have anything else right now. And the moment I hear anything, Jason, like you know me, I'll be on the blower to you, ace up. Like immediately I will be on the blower because yes.
Well, this is exciting. So this is all we have. So all you heard was the Crown wasn't there. They were represented by somebody else. RCMP Council is now involved. This is a motion or something that was initiated by the defense, and it's definitely an abnormality. It's not normal, whatever is going on.
Well, I'll go for now. I'm going to see if I can find some more people to come on your show. I'll go talk to Chris. I'll talk to Jacqueline and see if they'll come on. How's that sound?
Merci beaucoup. You find yourself a spot, and anybody you want to bring on is welcome. Yes.
Okay. Well, love you all. Keep supporting the man. Go to Alberta Political Prisoners page for updates. That's where I post stuff.
Thank you very much, Granny. We'll be standing by for you.
Okay. Thank you. Have a great day, everyone. Bye-bye.
Yep. Bye. Wow, Kev, did you catch much of that or what she was saying and what information she was providing? You're muted, buddy.
I haven't been paying attention to the segments that you've been doing throughout the week. This week, I just didn't really have the time in the morning.
No, it's good. It's fine.
But I did listen to what she said, and I kind of figured that's what she was saying. And you said there's 3 scenarios, right, that could be described as an anomaly, right? Corruption, perjury, or evidence tampering. I think that's
those would be 3 of the big ones for the Crown side of things to come out, because usually not much from the Crown comes out. They're just presenting evidence. But for things to go wrong for the Crown, it's usually one of those 3 things.
Can we go with all 3 of those 3 things?
You absolutely can. There's a D, all of the above. Absolutely.
And I think that's what's happening here.
Yeah, like I was trying to be delicate because we don't actually have the details and there is a media ban. So we're just speculating on what's going on. But what happened Thursday, from what I got from my conversation before this, was the normal Crown guy, the guy who's normally there, who's been pushing like crazy, wasn't there. Somebody else from the Crown's office was there in his place. The person that was there in his place has no idea what's going on. All they know is they were sent there to be representing the Crown because this other guy can't be there anymore. This other guy can't be there anymore because it's potentially being called as a witness and potentially becoming a defendant. For that to happen for the Crown, it has to just be one of those 3 or all of those 3 items, because there's not much more that the Crown could do wrong that would have those kind of actions happen all of a sudden.
Yeah, and the one thing that this whole thing reminds me of, I'm not sure if you've seen the movie The Count of Monte Cristo, the recent movie, book written by Alexandre Dumas. Anyways, if you haven't read it, he was basically framed and set up by the government and sent to jail, right? And on his way, it's like an island prison, right? And he was saying, he said to the warden when he got there, he's like, I haven't done anything wrong. And he's like, that's exactly why they sent you here. They sent you here not because you're guilty, it's because they're embarrassed. So
that could be what's coming out now.
I think that's what's happening now. They're embarrassed, and they don't want to air their dirty laundry.
Well, it's also possible the defense found something. So they were supposed to be in trial right now, but what happened was the Crown dumped hundreds of thousands, if not more, documents on them. Unordered. Yeah, of course, it's called a dump. Unordered right at the beginning of the trial. So the defense said, we need more time. Now we need an adjournment. We need to deal with this. I think they found something, because what was presented in court was a sealed piece of information from the defense side. Now, when Granny says sealed, I don't know if she realizes it's not actually physically sealed. It's just sealed from public, so we don't get to hear it. But the judge would have read it, and the judge would be able to respond to it. And something's going on. Something I think is very good. But we knew this from the beginning, because I don't think a lot of people believe there was the evidence, and we've been waiting for it all this time. So I'm not surprised to hear that maybe something broke, something is coming out.
Well, we know that it was planted evidence, right? I've never seen, and if it wasn't planted evidence, I've never seen a so-called terrorist organization, keep their weapons in such, perfect condition, right? They basically, like, they went to the store and bought them and took off the price tags and laid them out on the table and snapped a picture. That's the first thing that came to mind when I saw it. And I've known for a long time that if governments can't actually get anything on a certain area that they can't seem to control, they're going to make the grounds to be able to shift public opinion so they can control it. And what better way than to all these guns were found, or even in Ottawa they were saying, there's a truck full of guns and weapons, right? So and a truck was stolen from Peterborough. Like, it's all nonsense. Everything they say is nonsense.
Yeah, I remember that truck. It kind of vanished. Oh, Granny's back, and she got some visitors. Hello.
Hi.
Who do we have here, Granny? Hi, how are you?
This
What's
is
your name?
Jerry's wife, Jacqueline.
Thank you, Jacqueline. Thank you, Jacqueline, for staying behind him and standing there and coming to join us. Thank you. How are you doing today?
Of course. Thank you for covering things. It's been really nice to wake up and have something fun and important to watch each morning instead of the same old grind of the country's falling apart. So it's very nice.
I don't know what's something's going on with the audio all of a sudden. I don't know if Cease has pushed a button or something. It's really bad.
Probably is.
Oh, there, it's gone now.
Let's just walk this way a little bit. We'll move this way. Is it getting any better?
No. I'll say Ceases again. Maybe it will stop.
Well, we'll try and pop on later.
Okay, you try another position, but yeah, we want to get you on. No problem, please.
Of course. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry about that, but boy, was that neat. So we got one of the wives from the men there. So good timing on this one. So you were saying there, Kev? You muted.
Yeah, I kind of lost my train of thought there. I was trying to focus in on what was going on in the background. Yeah. It's hard to hear what she was trying to say.
Yeah, so we were talking about the guns, and one of the things that came up over the week, so Donald Best, he was a police officer, ex-police officer, and he says, and this makes a ton of sense because we do a whole course on evidence in law school, that there's no way they wouldn't have been bagged up, they wouldn't have had signatures on them, like from the crime scene, and there's no reason for them to ever present them in that kind of fashion. From a criminal investigation standpoint, this is not how you handle evidence at all. It makes no sense to even put a picture of it out if you're actually investigating a serious crime. Last thing you want to do is, put out evidence and show everybody things. So he had a huge problem with the fact that there was even a table set up. Things were touching. They can't do DNA swabs on them anymore because nothing was in bags. So from an evidence standpoint, he said this is just garbage. There's no way that this would be proper procedure if this was a real thing.
I mean, in my views, the RCMP have been a corrupt criminal force for a very long time. People, also remember what they did in Nova Scotia, right? So they didn't just, create this issue in Alberta. They created the environment that got dozens of people killed in Nova Scotia, right? So, in my full view, they are a tool that the government uses to create terror in order to manipulate public opinion and shift the view back to more favorable of government, like moving on in, or putting themselves into that position. And I think that's what they use the RCMP for. I could be wrong, it's just my opinion, but that's honestly everything that I've seen. And like, I have family members who have been with the RCMP, so I have a really big problem with that organization. And I also have a problem with provincial police forces. Like, the Quebec police force was really bad over COVID. OPP was slightly better. But I have a problem with mass centralized, organizations of authority.
Well, let's get back to that one, and we'll also talk about the Chinese police force in Canada as well. But right now we got one of the wives right back, and we'll see how the audio is. Okay, let's see how that is.
How does that sound? Any better?
It's a little better, but there's still something going on, which is weird. It sounds like
it's the wind, I think. We have a nice breeze going on here today, and then of course lots of background noise.
It's more than that.
Is
No,
it?
it's more than the wind. Yeah, it's something else.
Maybe I'll try
Yeah.
it off of my phone. I'm using Granny's right now, so I'll get her to
Okay,
send me
give it a
phone.
shot.
Okay,
Yeah,
we'll try that.
maybe Cisa's put an app on her phone. It's bad. It's bad. Okay.
Yeah, I'm sure Pegasus is probably on mine. I've assumed that since last year, so we'll see if they'll let
We'll
me run
see.
it or not.
All right, cheers. Oh, that was bad. Sorry about that, everybody. We do want to hear what you had to say there. Sorry about that. All right, so Kev, so we were back on to the guns, and the government will set it up. And then another thing that came out during our review was originally there was 14 gentlemen arrested together, and then 4 of them were charged with these crimes after the fact. They were arrested together under mischief. The original charges for these 4 guys plus a bunch of other people were mischief, and then they got upgraded to conspiracy to commit murder against a police officer. My question to the system would have been, if you were aware of these guys were so dangerous, you had undercover agents involved, and you knew where the guns were, and you thought that they were a huge problem, why didn't you just arrest them right away? Why did you wait till later and pick them up on mischief and then upgrade the charges? I would have thought they would have just picked them up on the main charges to begin with, not something else that got upgraded. Do you have a take on that, or am I just kind of reading things in the tea leaves that aren't there?
No, I mean, like it could be possible. I mean, mischief is basically nothing, right? It's one of the lowest, forms of a charge. In U.S., it would be a misdemeanor, right? So, not really anything serious. And maybe they use this, they wanted to see if the guy would play ball or not, find out if they can extract any evidence, get anything that they can use against them, and then just decided that he wasn't playing ball, or he didn't have anything of use, or then they just slapped that next charge onto him.
Yeah, or they grabbed a bunch of people and they kind of went through that list and said, which ones can we make scapegoats out of this list, and picked 4, and away you go.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So they'll look through your social media. They'll try to find pictures, places that you've gone to with, shady characters, and they'll do anything that they can, because, you're dealing with information gathering organizations, right? So they have the ability to do this very, very easily, and just extrapolate 3 or 4 pieces of information. A tweet here, a post there, and a picture, and then you can paint that person as a far right radical terrorist.
Is this going to turn into Cootsgate? Meaning, are we going to follow this up all the way to the Prime Minister, through Commissioner Lucky, down to the Alberta RCMP, down to the Crown?
Well, I'm sure it's going to go to the PMO, right? It has to go to the PMO. That's where all roads lead to here. Why else would they be doing this? Is because, and I mentioned this the other day on your show, is that the Prime Minister's office was being embarrassed, right? On a political stage, on a global stage, and definitely in his own country, everybody was laughing at him, right? So he had to really do something. So of course the orders would be coming from Trudeau and his team.
Right, but for us to see this unravel before our eyes, if that's what's happening, by the way, I just want to keep everybody on the same page here. If that's what's happening, then maybe. Oh, Jacqueline's back. Let's see how her connection is. Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, so now we have just a little bit of wind stuff, which is better than the robotic thing. So
okay, wonderful.
Yeah.
We might have some car noise too, because then we have to stand kind of by the road to get service out here, because it's not the best. So I apologize if it's not
no problem.
Perfect, but
this is better. This is better.
Okay, good.
So you were saying, so you're the wife of, sorry, was it Chris?
Jerry.
Sorry, I had a 50-50 shot and I messed it up. So Jerry, so you're the wife of Jerry. Go ahead and tell us about what you've been going through for the last week or so. Granny was mentioning some fun stuff at court. Were you there for that?
So this week I wasn't able to attend. I attended the first few days from the 12th on, but I knew that there was a possibility that it would be limited time, because I am a witness, of course, for Jerry. So his lawyer kind of let me know that, I could be there for certain things, and then other things I was going to have to excuse myself in order to make sure that my testimony is not diluted at the end of the day. So last week I was there just for one afternoon, and at that point, that's kind of when they recognized and brought up to the gallery that if you were a witness, or you thought that you might be one, that was kind of the cutoff, and it was time to excuse yourself. So I was not able to be here all this week, so I didn't get a chance to witness any of the going-ons that happened this week personally. But of course, with Granny being there, and lots of other supporters, I was able to stay, kept up to date. Of course, I'm always in contact with Jerry's lawyer as well to know what's happening. He is fantastic, so he always keeps me in the loop, so I have an idea of what is going on there, to the best that he can. There's some things, unfortunately, right now that they're not able to share the full details, and it's just because it's a very sensitive situation. I don't even really know what to call it at this point, but there's the word anomaly has been thrown around a bit. So we're dealing with stuff. I mean, the word unprecedented has been used a lot in the last 3 years, and there's no difference in going into this as well. So we're seeing some interesting things. Nobody wants to get into assumptions or assertions. Of course, we don't want to play the game that the cops play here of making stuff up or creating conjecture, which tends to be the thing that they love to do. Best. So here we go. There seems a question possibly of ethics happening at this time. And that's about all I can really share. I think we're going to find out more over the coming weeks, but because that CC1 was filed and there's no information on it, I believe it's because it's a sensitive application. It needs to be handled very delicately. And so, of course, we don't want to, again, make any assumptions or put a spin on it from our side, because it doesn't really matter what we think or feel. It's only what's actually happening, and we can't wager in on that at this time. So unfortunately, we're kind of in the dark the way that everyone else is, other than the effect that something very important and unprecedented is happening here in this situation. So it makes us hopeful, because of course, whenever things are not being squared onto the guys, obviously there's something else going on. And, we're quite interested to find out what this is in particular, if it can ever be shared with us. We're not really sure how this will play out and how much we're ever going to actually be able to know about it. But we're definitely looking forward to our next court date to have this continue to move forward. It's been very tough up until this point of not having any movement. I mean, up until June 12th, it was just a matter of, I think you guys call it dead time a lot over the last week or so, discussing of just not knowing where we're going or what's going to happen. I mean, I was always very confident that once we got into the courtroom that things would start to unravel and the truth would come out. And so it was kind of always just a matter of getting to that point for us. So although it's slow as molasses in January, we're quite happy to be on this leg of the journey so that, things can start to unravel and truths can start to be told, because, what's the one-sided inflammatory story that's been proposed out there to the people, through the narrative that was created by the police and through the media is definitely not the truth. And it's very important that people wait to have the other side of the story before making any judgment. So we're quite happy that looks like that's going to start to happen. So it's very important for us.
I got to tell you, though, pre-trial unraveling of the crown, that's not usual at all. So very abnormal, unprecedented for sure. It's usually much later. So something's happened, something's missing, or something was discovered, something along those lines.
Something was discovered. I can tell you that. I can say that it was discovered. How this was kind of explained to me in the very minute detail that it was this is a gift, and we're going to capitalize on it. And again, we always knew, unfortunately, we're in a situation where anybody wants, but it's a very real situation that we're in here. And I believe that there's always a silver lining to every dark cloud. And the one for us is that we're going to shine a light on these inconsistencies and these corrupt things that are happening to everyday people that should not be happening, that Canadians don't agree with. And the only way to fix a problem is for people to know about it. So, as hard as it is for us to go through this, there are benefits for everyone, and that's important to us. So,
well, thank you for being on. So you've been watching the show all week then?
I have. I watch it every morning. I've this is unusual for me. This is probably it's my second social media appearance. I actually made a short cameo on Serena Freedom Bear with Granny a couple of weeks ago because we happened to be traveling together while she was doing an interview. But for the most part, since we were arrested and charged, like our advice has been to sit down and shut up and keep off social media. And I agree with that to a certain extent and up to a certain point. But I think at this point that it's not as daunting or as possibly detrimental to be able to talk and tell a little bit of the story. So I'm not willing to be completely silent anymore. Obviously, I have to respect the lawyers and their job and what they're doing for us. So there are things that I will have to be very quiet about. But Jerry needs a voice. He deserves a voice.
Absolutely, all four of them do for sure, and we'd be glad to do anything that we can help with. So if you want to come on and give us more information later when you're allowed, or you can, or more, we'd be happy to have you on.
Yeah, I was telling Granny that like today's a little bit tough because we're kind of we're enjoying the festivities. It's loud, there's wind, but if you want, I will come on next week and I'll share some information with you guys about kind of more about Jerry's situation, some of the things that happened to him when he first went into incarceration. He's got quite a story, a lot of injustices. He's a trooper, though. I have to say I'm so proud of him.
Yeah.
He's the most adaptable person that I've ever met, and that has been his strength in this. He can make the best out of any situation, and he certainly is doing that. And so while he struggles, he does it with grace. And it's...
That's right. Yeah, and so you're starting kind of out there. So he does it with grace, and
yeah, it's beautiful to watch.
It is beautiful
To watch, but it's also very inspiring to watch as well.
Right. So you're full of optimism right now, and you have a bunch of energy. Yeah, and you're absolutely a very beautiful person for sharing your story with us today. And we definitely want to have you back because we want to hear you sit down, give us a bit of a breakdown of what you can. Because I'd love to know how you guys met,
of course.
What happened. Yeah, you have children?
Jerry has children, and I have a daughter. So we don't have any together, but we're like any other family out there these days. You smash it all together and you create one, So there's a lot to unpack there too. I would love to come on, Jason, next week, and we can have a good talk about what our life was like prior to, how we ventured through these last 503 days, and then what our plan is for the rest of getting through this, and then the path forward.
Yeah, and Ellen here agrees that Canada definitely needs to hear your voices, and Hannah is also saying God has given him strength. So we have a lot of support here, even in the chat,
Definitely
all across Canada. Yeah, and I'm sorry
absolutely, and I have some
really
cool. That's okay. Part of the strategy is to memory hole things, right? That's part of the strategy. The media, of course, is not our friend. Of course, they're just another arm of the government, and so they play their role in helping to memory hole things. To share what we can when we can, so that there are because there's always two sides to every story, and without having both, you cannot make a clear judgment. You can't decision. So again, we've been nervous for the last 502 days in saying anything because of how evil the media is with trying to twist the things that you want to say. It doesn't matter how careful you are. Sometimes they can certainly, it's been a word game since the beginning. I guess that's part of Marxism as well, is changing the meaning of words and use. It's not us of what was going on here, and before we had a solid plan put together, unfortunately, you make decisions that don't feel right, but that you just have to do, and so we're quite happy with how things have gone to this point, but now it's not the time to be silent anymore. And so I think that it's fantastic that you're willing to share this, because so many people, and I heard you mention it the other day, news of True North, of some of the other supposedly independent me telling. I'll give you some of my political opinions next week when we talk about why I think that is, and where that's coming from. But it's disappointing to see regardless, because we thought we're actually coming out to be unbiased and to tell the other side of the story. But quite honestly, in Canada, we don't want a right-wing media and a left-wing media. We want a media that's happen at all, other than when we have interested journalists like yourself that are willing to to provide that platform. And I do appreciate Donald. I've been watching Donald, and I appreciate that he started out with, he was very, very unbiased, where he's saying, I'm not saying these guys are innocent. You know what I mean? I was appreciative, like, they are innocent, but I was appreciative of the fact that he wasn't just jumping onto a side with us, that he wanted, you know what I mean? Like, I appreciate that. I appreciate people that want to see the facts and then make a decision, rather than running on emotionally charged off of political polarization. That's not going to help us solve any problems here, and we need to start finding solutions. We've got enough. So maybe I'll jump out for now, but let me know what day works best for you next week, and I'll get on an early morning session, and we'll have coffee together for sure.
Absolutely. So definitely Friday for sure is 100% for you guys. So definitely make sure you come Friday, and we'll also look at getting maybe Monday or Tuesday to come in as well, because I think you have more than just the hello from the family to add to this. You also have some information that might be helpful through the investigation, and if we can get some of that to Donald early, that might be helpful as well. So maybe Monday, we'll try and aim for Monday to have you on.
Wonderful.
Okay, that sounds great. That sounds great.
Sure. And actually, Monday would work great for me, because I have Monday off. So.
Well, then let's make it final. In front of Canada, we're going to say we'll have you on Monday, and we'll continue some of this information that you have. That sounds good to you? That sounds good to me. Okay, so your connection is kind of dropping a little bit more. So what I'll do is I'll let you go for a bit, and let Granny know that we're welcome to have more on if the connection holds up. But for now, we're going to let you go, and we'll send some more prayers to you. And thank you for your strength, and thank you for sharing this part of Jerry with us. We do appreciate that.
Fantastic, and happy Canada Day to everyone.
Thank you, Jacqueline. Thank you so much.
Yes, and please enjoy. Thank you.
Ciao for now, guys.
Thank you. I think she said, bye, Granny. Yeah, you're losing connection. Okay, I think we lost him. Oh, Yeah, they're gone now. Even the whole connection dropped. The whole connection dropped. So sorry there, Kev. Yeah, when we can, we'll grab them, bring them in. Wow, so that's pretty cool. So that's Jacqueline. That's Jerry's wife, and she'll be on with us on Monday to provide some more information about who he is, the arrest, and other information that she's collecting. But Kevin, as you heard from her, we got a little bit more information. It does seem to be something that is really going on. She had to leave for a while because she might be called as a witness, but the information she did get does appear to show what we were thinking, that maybe some of this evidence is coming out. Oh, wait, what did she say? She said there was something was discovered. Okay, so I offered her something was discovered or something was missing, and she said something was discovered. So let's speculate a little bit. Okay, we're in a prefaces with we're speculating here. Are we thinking tampered evidence or perjury, straight up corruption? And you're muted.
That's the first thing that came to mind. Like I said, the planting of evidence can be considered, tampering of evidence, right? They planted it. That's tampering of evidence. Corruption. How you don't really have to look very hard to see corruption in the Trudeau government. So you can check that one off the list. And when it comes to what perjury, I mean, even Justin himself has lied under oath, right? When he was doing his EMA talks, right? He committed perjury under oath. So, you can basically check all three off the box with confidence. So, the right solution, like what is most likely to happen is what has most likely happened in the past, right? The trend is your friend, right? So we've seen this government behave like this. I mean, how long did they let the two Michaels sit in a Chinese prison? Over 1,000 days, right? Almost 3 years. They were basically political prisoners in a foreign country for an issue that, Canada was used by the United States and was like thrust in between two superpowers, right? And so we do have history of letting citizens sit in prison for a very long time under the guise of a political prisoner. So this is not anything new in my books, and this would be right on brand with how this government works, and that's why I said it's the most logical conclusion that I can come to, just because there's so much evidence of them doing stuff like this in the past.
Now, will this be enough to take them down, though? So if we do find out that, that something was planted, the orders came from above, from Lucky, and of course those orders come from PMO, would this be enough to take him down, or is this something that he can dance away from again?
No, it won't take him down. It has to be something.
That's my concern too.
It has to be something. So when we took a look at some of his most recent scandals, right? The people were most upset with the We scandal, if my memory serves me right.
Well, yeah, because his family was involved and taxpayer dollars were involved.
Exactly. And it was about, using a charity and using kids for political and financial profit, right? So the issues that will take Trudeau down will be something that the average everyday person can resonate with. And I don't think this one is it. What would take him down would be, his NDA comes to light from West Point Academy.
Right. Yeah.
That alone has the ability to sink Justin's shit pretty quick.
Well, that one that should be vitiated because a minor cannot consent to an NDA. So I'm very curious why a minor was able to consent to an NDA and have it in force.
Probably because through permission of her parents, they would act as the guardian. And that means that, they agreed that, their child was worth a price tag.
Right. But I think the headline here is there's an NDA with a child. Can we just leave it at that? Why is there an NDA with a child to begin with? What do you want a child not to say?
Well, that's exactly it, right? And that's they say, oh, you don't know, you don't have any proof of it. I'm like, well, that's kind of the point of an NDA, right?
Correct. Just hide the proof. Yeah.
So an NDA can be opened. That seal can be broken if it's deemed a national security, right? Like
Well, there's
if
a whole
it's
bunch of ways it could be vitiated, because it could be like she was too young, the parents didn't give proper consent, it's illegal. Like you can't
under
contract out
duress,
of, and you
signed
can't
under
contract,
duress.
correct, and you can't contract out of illegal things. So, for example, if someone has agreed to do some criminal activity, but you've agreed under NDA not to divulge that, that NDA is not enforced. Yeah, you
You're
can't
guilty
do
by
that.
association, right?
Yeah. So there's a whole bunch of ways to challenge that, but I think just the simple fact that there's one that exists, nobody's even denying that. They're using it to keep her quiet. That's enough for me. That's a smoking gun for me.
You know, and when I was listening to, I think Pierre brought it up on the House of Commons floor, 3 or 4 weeks back, but he stopped short, right? He brought it up, and he didn't push that button. So and then he maneuvered into another form of of topics. So he didn't really push Trudeau. And then the question is why. And when you take a look at this, and all of his scandals, and China, and CSIS, and it paints more of a picture that these guys are best buddies behind closed doors, and they act like they're enemies in front of the public eye, like they're putting on some sort of circus show. So at the end of the day, they're all in the same group. It's a big club, and we're not in it, but they are. But they have to play this stance in front of the camera, like, oh, this form of government is bad, and this form of government is good. Like, no, they're both bad. They're always bad, and they always have been bad.
So I think you might be right, but for not being able to take him down, planting evidence and putting 4 people away for 500 days, you don't think that would piss off enough? At least in Alberta, it will. But do you think that might piss off enough in Canada to do something? You don't think so?
That news story lasted about 1 or 2 weeks when it came to the 2 Michaels. Then it was gone.
Right.
No one talked about it again. So this is a
what if
very
we keep
similar
talking about it?
situation,
'Cause they
right? This is
can't silence everybody. So what if people like us continue to talk about it? Oh, look at that! They silenced him. Oh, he's back. Look, they silenced you for a moment there.
We don't have the ability to change public opinion on a grand scale like they do. When they control the media,
You're right.
We can reach what, like 5, 10, 15% of the population at best. So that's our target audience, right? And they have the other 80%. And this is why we're seeing the results that we're seeing with all this conformity and obedience, and being serfs to the system, is because the media has a vast control, and it goes deeper than the media, right, through the educational system, which we've talked about ad nauseum. But we don't have the ability to do what they have the ability to do. So they'll talk about it for 1 or 2 weeks, and then it'll disappear. It'll be gone, and another news event will come up. It'll be a flash in the pan. And I could be wrong, but that's how everything else has happened. The only one thing that really affected Trudeau, in his own polling, was the WE scandal.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if they already have the distraction ready to go. So if something like this did break, they would have the next news cycle ready to go, whatever it might be.
100%. 100%. These people are they're master manipulators, right? We often talk about how bad they are, but they understand war. They understand psychological warfare. They understand how to manipulate people, how to use people, how to basically get what they want. And so these people, they're, at the end of the day, they're excellent tacticians. They're just very evil people.
Yeah, and evil people are not, but they're also very intelligent, so they know what they're doing, and they have a few steps ahead, I'm sure, of where we are. It's like a cat and mouse game. We're always trying to catch up to where they just were. So I'm still it's bouncing around in my head right now. What's going on here? So I'm wondering who would be behind that. Would that be the Ministry of Justice for Alberta, or is this going to be something on a federal level? Like who's pulling some strings to pull the crown out of the proceedings here? I'm guessing they have to be Ministry of Justice Alberta.
I'm not. I'm not.
It's not the Crown's office itself. I doubt that, because they don't seem to know what's going on.
Topic, but I would probably see that it would point to the our RCMP commissioner and the PMO, which would be
Well, that'll be the
two
top.
things.
Yeah.
Yeah, those
Yeah,
are
but
the.
No, I was just wondering who's running this part of the investigation, because it would be the defense who brought something forward. Somebody else is involved right now, so it might be Ministry of Justice Alberta.
Maybe.
And that what I can see starting, if that's the case, what I can see starting up is the PMO's office is saying, no, this is political on the Alberta justice systems level, not us, and this is all BS. And that might kick off some sort of Alberta federal government problem, which might be a handy thing to have during these negotiations.
Yeah, like when it comes to this type of thing, it's not something that I know too much about. I just know that they're all corrupt, they're all guilty, and
Yeah.
you know, we should get rid of them like as soon as possible. Our lives would be so much better.
Well, this might be a catalyst for that. There might be a way to. I don't know. I something's told me about a year ago that Trudeau is not going to finish out his term, but he's not going to do it willingly. Like, I was starting to wonder if the party was going to get rid of him, because they didn't seem to be supporting him much anymore. Could this be an attempt for them to get rid of the prime minister during this term and switch him out?
It could be, right. And you know, when a politician is kicked out, you can tell that they were kicked out by, you know, what they say, like what they address media. They say, you know, thank you for all your support and kind wishes, but I'm taking a step back from my career to spend more time with my family. That's what they all say, right? So
Yep.
if you hear, you know, Trudeau come out with something like, so if something big happens and then, you know, a week or two later, you know, he says something like that, you know, he was pushed out.
For sure. Or the other one is, I don't want to be a distraction for the party or for the country. That's the other one. Like, I'm not admitting to anything, but this whole thing's a distraction and the country comes first, so we'll step aside. That's another one they like to use. So it's either the family or for the country. I'm doing it for you guys or I'm doing it for her, but it's never their responsibility.
Yeah, never.
Yeah. Well, you know that one in spades. That's how corrupt they all are. I've reached out to Donald to see if he's available. I know he said he wasn't available, but he might be, because there's some breaking news.
Another thing that, you know, might be very interesting is if he is kicked out, and we've been talking about his name a few times, you know, Chrystia Freeland and maybe Mark Carney throws his name in as the next Liberal leader. They'd have a Liberal convention, and because there's still 2 years before an election, right? So they have a Liberal convention, decide for a leader, and then if Mark Carney is selected, you know, Pierre doesn't have a chance. I'm sorry, Pierre will be crushed.
You think
like
Mark will beat
the
Pierre?
Liberals will win a majority government under Mark Carney, 100%. Just because so many people of the Liberal, he has a Liberal cult-like following. So the Liberals follow him like they followed JT in 2015. So they'll sweep a majority. It's really sad to say, but that could be another thing that we have to take a look at. And because the way that the voting system, the electoral is set up, it's not set up for the Conservatives to win, right? And it's definitely not set up to win if they're going against, you know, a high-profile name. So they wouldn't stand a chance. Even if they do win the popular vote, they're not going to win the electoral.
Well, we saw that last time, right? Didn't the Conservatives win the popular? They lost the electoral.
Yep.
And I think actually both of them, it was that way. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, it's frustrating when you're on the losing side and you say, "Oh well, more people voted, but the way we do our lines and stuff is the way it is."
Yep.
So you really think it's going to be a majority if Mark gets in there, and because he has a cult-like following, and you don't think Pierre can counter that? No, you just think he's that weak. There's no way to counter it.
I think that he'd have a chance against Trudeau to win a minority government. Because the Conservatives will never win another majority again. Harper was the last. I think, did he get a majority? I think he got one. And then he had a coalition on one, and then he lost to Trudeau in 2015. I honestly don't think that there would be anybody that would actually be able to stop the Carney train, just because of the amount of financing that goes behind him. He has central bank financing. He has UN financing. He has the media all on his side, and he'll have that huge support of liberals that maybe not have voted for the last couple of terms, because even though they're proud liberals, they hate Justin Trudeau, right? So they can't get themselves to vote for him. So once he's gone, you're going to see an uptick in liberal votes, and there'll be a rise in actually people going to the ballot box, because I think that the last election had one of the lowest turnouts in decades, if not in history, right? And that's because the people really, liberals, conservatives, and NDP alike, they didn't really like who was running the show, right? Conservatives didn't like Aaron O'Toole, liberals didn't like Justin Trudeau, and NDP didn't like Jagmeet Singh. So that's the only reason they would have such a low voter turnout.
Do you think we'd have a big turnout if Mark was there? Do you think that would affect it at all?
I think that there would be an uptick in liberal voters, so more liberals will go to the box. I'm not too sure about NDP. I'd like to think that less people would go to vote for NDP, just because Jag kind of sold the party out, right, for his own interests. So I think that less people would vote, and I think that more people would vote for conservatives. So I think there would be an increase in conservative vote because they seem to like Pierre. I think there would be an increase in liberal vote, which, because if Mark Carney wins, they would definitely be interested in voting for him. So it'll basically be it'll be the clash of the conservatives and the liberals again, which at the end of the day, we either get a bad government or a bad government.
So which color bad government do you want, blue or red, right?
Well, that's exactly it.
Yeah, so if this happens, it's Mark, do the PPC have any chances whatsoever?
I think what the PPC is going to be able to do during this next election is going to be interesting, specifically because they have the ability to, enter in the debates. Maxime didn't have that opportunity last time. They said that they made up rules and said that he didn't have enough support. Then they made an arbitrary number of like 4 or 5%. He hit that, so he'll be in the leaders' debates, and I think that'll be very crucial for him. But I still think that his vote will be pegged at 5, somewhere between 5 and 10% of the population.
Okay.
So if he got 5% last time, and let's just say a 20% increase on that, then you're talking about like 5.5%, right? 6%. And that's a 20% increase. To go from 5% to 10%, that's a 100% increase. That's a massive increase. So, a 20% increase is fair to say. So going from 5 to 6% of the vote, giving him the opportunity to speak during the debates, that's more likely that what we're going to see. But I could be wrong on that. It's just me speculating.
Okay, so speaking of speculating, I got a question for you. Do you want to continue chatting, or do you want me to play a bit of a video? Because I have my food here and I kind of need about a 10-minute break to consume it to get my energy back up.
Play your video. I have some extracurricular activities that I have to do too. 5-10 minute break would be well warranted.
Yeah, it's a 12-minute video. It's 24 days of the convoy, but it's the sounds from it, not music. So we get to enjoy the actual sounds of the convoy for a little bit here.
Perfect.
Yeah, so I'll put that on. It's 12 minutes, and we'll meet back here. So everybody that's watching, enjoy this little video. It's the 24 days of the convoy with sound, so no music, and I hope you enjoy it. And I'll be eating a quick hamburger. Padge, bring it on over. I'm good to go.
I know. It's like, okay, thank you, He's a YouTuber as well. Yeah, he does mostly like emergency response vehicles. Yeah. Like cops, paramedics, fire trucks. Cool content.
The way they're collecting this data, their current data show that as of December 24th, on Christmas Eve, the line crossed over on these cases. And the cases, even though it is biased, it clearly shows that COVID-19 is being diagnosed disproportionately among the double vaccinated. That's a fact. Up to 30 to 40% more cases among the double vaccinated than the unvaccinated. And that's accounting for the differences in the population size.
Luke, thank you. You call me Ottawa, Mike, whatever you want. Hey, it's my pleasure. And that's the counter protest. A lot of support, but definitely outnumbered compared to what's downtown. We're gonna take a walk through Confederation Park. I don't see any TPs that are set up. So yeah, barbecues going on, a lot of food being eaten.
Hard to give people the proper information, to make lots of feedback to the speakers. I've been trying to get the truth out there. Right from the day I opened my restaurant, there was a lot of people who came up to me with all these different ways that I could win against the government. So I've heard it all, I've met them all, I've shaken everybody's hand. I have a very good idea about how this kind of thing works now, and the path that we have to take to
Living in the trucks and some people being inconvenient. What a joke. What happened for the last 2 years to the same businesses? What happened for the last 2 years to the same kids? How many kids committed suicide because they had no hope for living? When that happened ever in the history of this country, all around the world, where 7-year-olds have no hope for living anymore? incredible even just to say this out loud. And this.
No, I'm good. Thank you. A lot of water. Even chocolate milk. That's awesome. Build your own burger.
Okay, now pray with me. Say Jesus. Jesus. I turn away from my sin. Holy Spirit. Touch my heart. Touch my mind. Holy Spirit. Help me to walk in integrity. Heal my heart, God. Jesus. I confess in my mouth that Jesus is Lord.
I can confirm that his product is very good.
You all to honk your horns. After that, we'll hear a message from Pastor Henry Hildebrand on this stage. We'll also be hearing from Laura Lynn Tyler Thompson. She's going to speak here today as well. Ladies and gentlemen, it's faith over fear. Love always wins. Love wins. How many believe love wins?
Amen. That's not copyrighted. I don't care about being monetized. I just don't want the video being blocked on us. I'm going to start moving now. Ready? All right.
Reste plus là avec ton enfant.
All right. Let's see what's going on here.
And there you go. That's the video. You remember those sights and sounds? You remember those flags? There were no Nazi flags there. A lot of celebrating, a lot of music, a lot of people having a good time. And yeah, that's what we call terrorism in Canada. Thank you, Padge. Water number 1. Water number 2. She's going to keep me going. She fed me with a half a hamburger and some fries, so I should be good to go for a little bit longer. And there's Kev. Let's bring him back. Hey, Kev. Did you catch any of that audio of the convoy there? You're on mute. You're still on mute. Oh, and you're sharing a screen too. Let me get ready to show that.
Yeah, so one of the things I want to follow up on was just a tweet that I put together today that kind of goes along. It's pretty on theme with what you were saying.
Cool. Oh, you're rate limited.
When people see that we're in down.
Yeah.
When people see that we're in lockdowns or serious public health restrictions right now, because the risk posed to all of us by unvaccinated people get angry.
But we absolutely believe that there needs to be mandatory vaccines, and there would be consequences for those who are not able to or not willing to do that. And we could look at what those consequences are.
Okay, I can understand frustrations with mandates, but mandates are the way to avoid further restrictions.
I hope you see the truth. This puppet show stays on because of you fools. We've been dancing with the devil way too long. I know it's fun, but get ready to pay your dues.
When thousands of blue-collar workers showed up in Ottawa several weeks ago to protest the tyranny being imposed against them, the Prime Minister of Canada refused to meet with them or to speak to them. Instead, he fled the city. And then from his bunker, he called the truckers Nazis. When they still didn't leave the city, Justin Trudeau suspended democracy and declared Canada a dictatorship.
The federal government has invoked the Emergencies Act. The Emergencies Act will be used to strengthen and support law enforcement agencies at all levels across the country.
Now point that at someone's face. Wow, what is this lady doing? Trampling horses. Trampling. Stop it. Stop it. Oh my God.
Hello, everyone. Happy Canada Day.
Yeah, so I guess that's the video that I put together today for Canada Day, and I pointed out that the truckers movement, the freedom movement, whatever you want to call them, they did more for everyday Canadians, even if you were vaccinated, unvaccinated. That argument isn't even on the table here because they did more for all Canadians. They stood up for everybody's right. They did more for everybody than any government official did, any MP did in Ottawa, any premier did across the board for 2 years in 2 weeks. So that's why I want to focus. That's why I really wanted to focus today for on that movement, because it sparked a global movement, right? Like we had for the first time Americans looking up to Canada and saying, wow, they're doing, freedom in Canada better than we are. And then the Americans got on board, and it moved into Australia, and it moved into, the Netherlands. And, so it sparked a worldwide movement. And then the one thing that they always say is, the truckers, they didn't win. They were arguing provincial mandates. No, we were arguing, and we won because we won the debate on public opinion. We beat them at their own narrative. And because of that, it was able to change the perception of so many people to take a step back and take a look at this. And then they realized, this wasn't actually about health at all. This was about, a totalitarian overreach and try to take over the country. And I think that's how they won, is because they exposed, government's playbook in a relatively peaceful democracy called Canada to the world, how they were willing to treat their own people. And that's why we won.
Yeah, and I agree with you. And I think a little bit of violence on our side and we would have lost. I think the biggest win here was the fact that we didn't get pushed all the way to violence and we didn't strike back. And I was watching your video and I saw that very dangerous boom truck that has a big flag on it.
Oh, yeah.
That was on yeah. Now, if you watch the POEC, they actually pointed to that boom truck as being a very dangerous thing outside the Prime Minister's office. And they were worried that it was going to be used against the Prime Minister in his office. You remember that testimony?
Well, I didn't really catch the whole POEC, but I know all they do is speculate and accuse others of what they're guilty of, right? So what they were saying is, look, okay, so there's tools that can be used against us. We have those tools as well, so we'll accuse them of being forceful against us while being forceful against them, and that's exactly what they did.
And these accusers, they do that because that's how they think. They would think that way. That's how their mind works. That's how they come up with these weird things. You'd be like, I never would have thought of doing that, but they do.
Because they're psychopaths.
Well, there's the label we're looking for right there. Yeah. But thank you for that video. That was a good video. So that jug meat little clip there, I think that's what Tammy responded to, because that was her leader. He was her leader, and that's what she responded to, and that's why she left the party. Was, I believe, that clip right there where she was being called names by her own leader for not vaccinating.
Yeah, and they wanted to, and it wasn't just federal NDP, right? It was provincial as well. Rachel Notley, she took on like the Jehovah Witness campaign and started knocking on people's doors, door knocking, trying to like get the vaccine in people's arms, and she supported mandatory vaccinations as well, right? So it was the federal and the provincial NDP.
Yeah, for sure. But now, lucky for us, she wasn't in power. So she was running for power when she made these kind of statements. And rural Alberta just laughed at her because I don't think you thought this one through. That won't work.
Through.
Right. She just makes whatever statement works for her. But you're right. She did say that if she wins, she will be going door to door. And she was talking rural because we are not vaccinated in rural, but they're vaccinated in cities. So she wasn't talking about city there at all.
And same thing with Andrea Horwath in Ontario, right? She was doing the exact same thing. Like, these people are absolute lunatics. If you actually listen to what they say, they're bat crap crazy. They're psychotic.
You have another video where there's a reporter, Mark something, who also made some statements about putting us into the cars and driving us away. Do you have that one handy?
Well, I do. It's my pinned tweet, but unfortunately, I can't really access anything in Twitter right now unless it's out of my notifications.
Wow.
Yeah, so like my pinned tweet, people want to see it. I would love to play it, but I don't have the ability to access my pinned tweet on my computer right now. But I do have another video queued up.
I have a lot of white privilege on my side, so I can play it for you.
Yeah,
I do
go
have
for
a
it.
video here. Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
I think
I
it's
am
my pinned
verified,
tweet.
so I get a couple more than you do.
Okay, so
right.
if you can look, it's not my pinned tweet, but you can search up on my account. It's the one. It won't take too long to get there.
Okay, so yeah, you want to take me there? I can do a search for you.
Keep
do you know a word in it?
Yeah, Nazi, N-A-Z-I.
Gov corrupt. And you're also shadow banned, by the way. It's hard to find you unless I type it all in.
Oh, I know. They really don't like what I have to say. No T. Yeah. They really don't like what I have to say. And there it is.
This is the one?
Yep.
And then, God forbid, if you don't get vaccinated, and then you get COVID, and you unknowingly spread it to other people who you know or who you encounter, and those people get sick from it or die from it, those people give it to their family members, and then their mom or their dad dies from it because of you.
We've had a big problem with anti-vaxxers. And I have a solution to the anti-vaxxer question. And some might even say the final solution to the anti-vaxxer question. Here's what we're going to do. Just to start, we're going to take all the unvaccinated people, put them on cattle cars, and ship them off to work camps.
Are you going to invite your unvaccinated relatives to sit at the dinner table with you this Thanksgiving?
Not only are we taking these dirty, disgusting, unvaccinated people and removing them from society, but we're also using them to work for us. And we can even loot them and use their assets to fund other parts of society.
But could you live with yourself in that circumstance? If you had the choice to get vaccinated and you decided, nah, I'm scared, and then that decision cost somebody else that you know their life because they got it from you.
Survivor of the Nazi reign of terror, I learned indelible lessons about the nature of evil. I know the consequences of being stigmatized and demonized as a spreader of disease.
But don't think you can get on a plane or a train beside vaccinated people and put them at risk.
The system destroyed a social conscience in the name of public health. Violations against individuals and classes of human beings were institutionalized. German medical profession and institutions were perverted. Coercive public health policies violated individual, civil, and human rights. Nazi propaganda used fear of infectious epidemics to demonize Jews as spreaders of disease, as a menace to public health.
That's a powerful video, buddy. You made that?
Yeah. All these videos I make, I take clips from multiple videos, 5, 10, 15 videos, and I put them all together in a way that it tries to tell a story, right? So I try to, tell a story through the videos that I make, and then I throw an audio in the background, just to power that point home. And the audio in that background is, they will not control us, and we will be victorious, right? So that was that video took me like 2-3 hours to put together. The first video we showed, it took about 2 hours to put together, and I don't mind it because I think that the story it tells is really important. So, they're trying to tell a story for the first video that we were the terrorists. But if anybody with an objective view looks at that, and you can see how they were, treating their own people, it's pretty obvious who the actual terrorists were. And even if we go by, the Google definition of terrorism, they basically suggest it's the government by their own definition, right? If you want to pull it up, I forget the exact words, but using political theater for for their own gain type of thing, right? That's what like Google labels it as actual terrorism. So you can see that the only terrorists are, you know, the governments and the banks that fund them and the non-government organizations that orbit them. You know, all three of those kind of working as a giant terrorist organization, and that includes your, you know, your alphabet mafia from, you know, whatever government organization you want, the FBI, the CIA, you know, CSIS, all of these people, you know, they're all in on it together, and I'm coming to the conclusion that they actually enjoy inflicting pain on people. You know, I can't come up with any other, you know, logical conclusion than something that they enjoy doing.
Well, you do a good job in his videos, and if you have any more, I can go ahead and play some. I think the audience liked them.
There was one that I did yesterday. I have it queued up. I can share this. And you know, Justin Trudeau put out a tweet yesterday. I didn't do any editing. I just copied this. But, you know, Justin Trudeau put out a tweet yesterday saying that, you know, he got on the phone with Emmanuel Macron, and, you know, he was discussing, I don't know if you saw the actual tweet.
Nope.
He put out at like 8:30 last night that him and Emmanuel Macron, you know, spent the day together talking about, you know, wildfires in Canada and how they are how climate change is affecting them. And I'm like, really, dude? So, like, you know, of course, I hop on in and this is what I come up with.
Wesh, au nom de Dieu. Ah non, c'est délicat, ce rang. Oh! Wesh!
Holy smokes.
Wesh! Comme bordel ça. C'est quoi ce bordel, frère?
Mal dominant partie 2.
Yeah, so that's that. So like that's the violence that's going on in France right now. And as that was happening, as like the city is burning to the ground from like mass riots and, you know, violent protests and widespread looting, Justin Trudeau says he gets onto the phone with Emmanuel Macron and talks about climate change. Well, I guess the same fires, the same climate change fires that happen in Canada are happening in France as well, right? The political climate change. So it's just so ludicrous what this guy comes up with. And I have to the only thing conclusion that I can draw is that he's a certified, you know, troll. Like, he is doing this as gaslighting, because this is not the first time, you know, a major event happens and then he tweets about something completely ridiculous. You know, he's had a pattern at least 5 or 6 times that I can instantly come up with where he's done this. So the guy is just a gaslighting troll at this point of view. People say he's stupid. Well, first of all, he's not the one that are writing these tweets, right? He has a team of people that put these tweets out, and whoever's in charge of his PR campaign for Twitter they're just gaslighting trolls. That's all they are.
What are they gaslighting for, though? What's the message they're trying to get out there?
Well, it's just like, you'd think that if France was burning to the ground, he would get on the phone with the president and talk about France collapsing. No, he's gone with the French prime minister to talk about our wildfires that were started by arson that he wants to blame on climate change. Like, it's just so ludicrous. It's just too stupid to be stupid. Like, that's why it just doesn't make any sense. So that's what I mean by like gaslighting. He's basically running on an alternate reality narrative that has nothing to do with what's happening in real time as we see it. It's just so far off, like left field. It just boggles the mind. I know, absolutely. And what we saw in Paris on that video, in liberals' minds, that's what they think happened in Ottawa, right?
Right. The entire time, because when they say fireworks and stuff, that's what is in their mind. That's what they're envisioning right there.
Yeah, that's what they think happened. What's happening in France now is what they think happened in Ottawa. And funny enough, they're not, condemning those protesters. They're not even talking about them. I don't even know if they know that this is actually going on because the media hasn't said it yet. Like
Right.
no mainstream media has picked this up other than, Twitter videos and whatnot.
And I've seen some horrific things on Twitter already. One timeline I looked at this morning, they were showing some extreme aftermath violence. One man's hand was amputated, and I'm not even sure what's going on. Like, who's attacking who there? So is this against the government, or there's a coup going on, or who's the fight here?
Well, they started off with if you remember, this was probably about, I don't know, 3, 4, 5 months ago. Earlier in the year, there was pension
For the
reform.
pension, yeah, the pension, yeah.
And people were saying they were rioting over pension. I think
And
that
that
they
was for
were
a
right.
year. They were changing it by a year or something like that.
Yeah, but the reason why they were so upset is they pushed it through, right? And they didn't really give the people the option. They just made it. They made it law, and so they didn't have a vote on it, and they just like passed it through. And that's what really upset the people. And they started protesting, which turned to riots. And I have videos of Twitter videos that I put out where there's this one clip of these stormtroopers, because they're not regular police. They're dressed up in like full gear. This guy, he pulls a grenade, and then it deflects off his hand, and it lands in his own group, and he like blows up his own, policemen or
wow.
soldiers at that point. So like, I think that they're trying to like start the violence and start the riots, but it just didn't have enough. So they just kept on pushing and pushing and pushing. And like a powder keg, we have what we see now, right? Like this is what they want to do. They want mass destabilization and economic ruin and collapse, so they can rush in with their police state. And I think France is maybe 2, 3, maybe 5 years ahead of us. But this is a precursor to what's coming in Canada.
What do you think the resistance wants? Is physically remove the government and replace them? Like, do you think there's a full-on revolution going on in France?
I'm not too sure, but I know it's more of like, these are leftists attacking leftists, right? Because it was a socialist movement. So this is not like our protest with the truckers and more of a freedom based. This movement is the left eating its own through the policies that they've been forced to live with. So that's what's a little bit different about it, and that's why. It's two completely different topics, but the end result is going to be the same. That's what they want. How are we going to get to that path? I don't know. They wanted to turn Ottawa. They wanted it to get violent so they could, do other things, and we resisted. But there will be a point that Canada's powder keg will, ignite as well. I just don't know what that catalyst is going to be yet.
And you don't think it's a coup if it actually turns out to be a full-on planting of evidence, full-on innocent people in jail? That's not enough for Canada?
That won't be enough. I mean, the number one thing that's overthrown governments throughout history, that's replaced or toppled governments, is rising food prices, right? So so inflation. It'll be when people have to choose between. Hurt. Yeah, exactly. It's when they have to choose between putting food on the table or paying their rent and car loans, right? When they can no longer do that, Gerald Celente obviously said this: when people have nothing to lose and they lose everything, they lose it, right? So they'll they'll just snap, and this will happen out of nowhere, right? They'll be like, once it only takes one snowflake to cause an avalanche, but that hill. That area has been destabilizing for so long, right? And then just that one little pressure point, and then the whole thing releases.
So if you have some leading indicators saying that there's a collapse, we're due for one, it should be coming. And when that starts to happen, I'm pretty sure that they're going to try and take things for themselves, and they'll be giving it less to us. So then would it be us who would be fighting back and saying, hey, look, you in the cities and you taking control of everything, we need supplies too? And is that kind of going to be the straw that breaks camel's back? Something like that?
Yeah, and like, even though the indicators are saying that This is going to be something that the media can't ignore in 6 months to a year from now. I still think there'll be a significant amount of years to go through before we actually get to that point. So let's just say we're talking now 2024 for this recession/depression that the media can no longer ignore. They'll have to report on it, and then you have at least 4 or 5 more years before it gets to my house is being taken, my children are being taken, I'm starving to death, and now is the time that I've already lost everything. So if I had to weigh between living under this system that's obviously oppressing me, or rising up and actually forcing my government to stop me, this seems more favorable at this point. Violent revolution seems more favorable at this point than starving to death.
And it sounds a bit like the F you, make me mentality at that point. So you think that's kind of where the line might go? At some point, there might be a group that says, you know what, make me. If you're going to do this, go ahead and try. Is that going to be the attitude?
It'll be when people see all their assets have been fleeced, when their retirement plans are gone, then their pensions are gone, when their houses are gone, when they can't buy food. Food prices are exploding to the upside, just like in Venezuela. The energy sector is collapsing, just like in Venezuela. And then you're going to have a revolt on the kleptocratic state that we're in. It's inevitable. Like, this is what I see happening. But I'm not saying this is going to happen tomorrow or next week, right? This is going to be like, 10, 15, 20 years to play out. It's not going to happen overnight. These things take a very long time to actually materialize. But once it does, once that, that spark is set and it goes, it can get really violent very quickly.
Yeah, and Paula was just sharing some links here about a teen was killed by the police in France during all of this. Did you catch that yet?
No, there's so much stuff going on. I see people burning, like being like doused in gasoline and lit on fire. I've seen really horrific things that Zelensky would probably get jealous of, because the war going on in France is more realistic than the war going on in Ukraine right now. So Zelensky's probably getting a little bit jealous of Macron's war.
That's sad when you say that, because you're probably true. It's probably right. Sometimes we got to take you with a grain of salt, because you might be joking, but this is not a joke. You're right about this. But yeah, look, they're being blamed. Oh, hey, Chris is here. They're being blamed for exploiting the teens' killing by police. Of course, that's going to be the narrative they take when they do something wrong and anybody wants to report on it. They're blaming the reporting of it as being the problem here, not the killing of the teen. Hey, Chris, nice to see you, bud. Sorry. Yeah, go ahead, Kev.
Yeah, they're what are they going to do? Narcissistic psychopaths never, have accountability for everything. So all they're going to say, this was a learning moment. It was your fault, and you can learn why and not do that again. And everything that I've done, I'm completely innocent of, and there's no worth looking into me any further, because I'm God's gift to humanity.
Yeah. When can we get those cards? Like, how do you sign up for that kind of attitude? Is that something you can just get a card for? That's insane. Crazy card, maybe.
That's how they operate, though, right? Because they live in a world where they've never been told no. They've never been told that they can't have anything. They've been bubble wrapped their entire life, so they basically are the product of a giant narcissistic society, a bubble wrap society, and this is the result of our failed policies. Is we get these psychotic leaders that think that they're masters of us all.
I just had a mental picture of Trudeau being young in grade school or even younger, where the teacher said no and he just says racist, and that's basically how his programming is. If you don't like it, just call him a racist. Hey, Chris, thanks a bunch for joining. You just jumped in as we're talking about the kerfuffle over in France and how we're not getting any information over here on it much, not in the mainstream at all, and it might be something that we're looking at in the future, because as Kev was saying, economically and socially, they're just a few years ahead of us, and we might be heading the same path. Have you caught any of the coverage in France, given that even Twitter's limiting people today. Did you have any trouble finding this information? And if so, what's your take on what's going on in France?
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you sound great.
As with the Russia thing, like I'm always leery now to even comment or share. Like I think the only thing I've shared 2 tweets. Simon Gondek put together a montage. I think I retweeted one of Gov's. Because you just don't know. Like I think I look to confirm the library burning, and like those. I still have issues. I'm still stung by the loss of the Library of Alexandria, so that one stings as far as cultural implications. But I don't know, right? I don't know which videos. Most of the time when stuff like this happens, a week from now we'll be able to say 3 of 10 videos were actually filmed during this period of time. I did see the one that you were referencing, and
with the
one
hand?
of those the hand one.
Oh, jeez. Oh.
And people filming, man, I wouldn't be, get those tourniquets on there and get that guy off the battlefield, because
I don't know what happened to him, why it happened to him, what happened to him, but look, he needs help.
And is that real? Because a lot of it is I'm not saying real, like it didn't happen. Is this something that happened in real time? Because I don't know how to, and I don't want to add to the fear, right? But when you ask, about the demographics, and we've seen the buildup, that even comes back to with a lot of the stuff that Christine Anderson's been trying to address in the EU in general. I'm not foolish, right? I think that there is merit to what is happening. To suggest that, that 17-year-old, I saw some of the videos with the 17-year-old that was racing. He had a rap sheet, extensive rap sheet, as far as being involved in car thefts and stuff. Do I think he deserved to die? I don't know the circumstances, right? I would say no, but still, to say that that's going to set off an entire country, it feels to me like it wouldn't have mattered what it was. They were just looking for that flashpoint that they could all pile on and just create. If I look at it as everything I'm seeing is real, right? As far as the cars driving into the malls and people looting and stuff, it probably is real as far as what's happening. But man, I'm at the point in time where it's really hard to assess anything unless it's right in front of me. But
100%, it's tough.
Right. And I will point out, this is Canada Day. What are you doing going on the downer train for a little bit there, buddy?
Yeah, no, I'm sorry about that. It's just what the news is. And well, first we had Maggie Hope Run on here, which I thought was going to bring some excitement. But the first thing she tells us is the police are outside because there's a explosive device in front of her house and they have to deal with it. It's like, okay, well, happy Canada Day. And then as we're talking to her, you hear the as they blow up whatever it was that they found.
Oh, wow, eh?
It's like, okay, well, we're breaking news there. And then we get onto Coots, which Granny shows up, and Granny tells us a bunch of stuff that happened on Thursday. Did you catch any of that? Because I can repeat some of it for you.
Yeah, go for it.
Oh, I'll bring Kevin back to. I don't know if you caught that. So Kev, were you around for the Granny stuff? If not, don't worry. I'll tell you about now.
I listened to it, but you probably have a better way of narrating it than I did.
Sure, no problem. So, Chris, on Thursday, Granny was at the court, and this was supposed to be a pre-trial session, and there was an application filed, a CC1, which basically just means you're asking the court for something. The CC1 itself doesn't mean anything in particular; it just means an application. That application was filed. It was odd that the Crown wasn't there. There's a gentleman who's been with the Crown for the entire time. He wasn't there. Someone else was there for the Crown. Counsel for the RCMP were there. Nobody knows why. All of a sudden, RCMP has counsel. And what ended up happening was an anomaly happened. The Crown prosecutor is no longer allowed to be there. It might be called as a witness, may turn into a defendant, and no longer could be part of the claim, part of the matter. So for the first time I've ever heard, a Crown itself has been booted out of the court for something, and we don't know what that something is just yet. It's under seal. It was an application filed by the defense, and it's really rocked everything up. The entire day Thursday was not about the men at all. It was about what's going on with the prosecutor and what's going on with the RCMP, because the RCMP had to lawyer up. So these are a lot of good indicators if you think there's some sort of corruption that got discovered or something like that. We don't know those details at all. But have you ever really heard, 500 days into some sort of arrest or trial where the Crown has now got pulled out of the court and kicked out of the court, and they are represented by another Crown member who doesn't even know what's going on. So the person that was sitting there for them has no idea what's going on. So whatever's going on, the Crown's office is not directly involved in it, other than it looks like this guy is going to be a witness or a defendant in something that's going on. So with those details, what do you think might be going on?
Well, it's hard to speculate there, but that is very odd. I mean, like, I guess if you look at it this way, it's like, for me, I'm at the point now where I'll take any victory at any level, right? Like, to me, it's a de-escalation tool. I don't want to have everyone in the country, like, I'm at that point where I'm just like, I don't know. I don't really trust any of our institutions. But when you're looking at the difference between provincial jurisdiction and federal policing and things like that, that might be where you can find some glimmer of hope. I would say I didn't even realize they were still in prison until you mentioned something. Right. Like, to me, it's like, again, you're scattered and going in all different directions when you're on here. And not today, though. have you guys covered that?
Which part today? The Twitter
stuff. Yeah.
Slightly, a little bit. We talked about it just briefly. But you're on Twitter a lot. Yeah, you're on Twitter a lot more. So what I'll do is I'll wrap up this Coots thing. So we should have the next court date is the 25th of July. I'll be there, so I'll actually physically be at the court this time. So whatever goes on inside there, I'll be able to watch and make sense of it.
Do you know how the guys are doing? Like, are you getting is Granny the name? What was her name again? Sorry,
Granny McKay, I think we call her. So
Granny
we just call her
McKay?
Granny. Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, she just gave us, and actually we just met Jerry's wife. So just before you came on a little bit earlier, we had Jerry's wife on, and Granny as well. And Jerry's wife is in high spirits. She's very excited. She is happy about what's going on. She is happy about what she's hearing. She knows that he's innocent from the very beginning. Of course she does. She knows what kind of man she married. But now she's very excited. So their spirits are all up high. I do know that Chris C. wants us to get all the information out. So he's asked his lawyer what we can talk about, because there's still stuff that we're holding back because we don't know what we can and can't say. So we're being very careful and filtering out just what is okay from the defense side, because last thing we want to do is cause any delay. I don't think we would ruin their chances for getting through the system, but we absolutely could add a delay to it.
I don't want to give them anything.
Yeah, no. So we're going to be super careful. But yeah, the 25th, we should have a lot more information, if not sooner. Because if this is a complete injustice that's kind of making its way out, they would hurry up and get them out of there as quick as possible. Put them on bail like immediately or something.
That would be the best thing, right? Because it's all about their mental wellness being in there for that long. Every day is, twice as long for them. You get to I would imagine at 500 days, they've kind of got to that point of enduring it. But, at least out on bail, if they're not a threat to the public, it's, it's ridiculous. It's like January 6th stuff. Right. To me, it looks very political from what I can see. Right. I don't know. I haven't seen all the evidence, but at the same time,
I don't think there is anybody.
That's what you're probably getting to, right? When you get to that scenario where you're having a situation where people are like, oh, we're here now. And what they did with a lot of the other cases, a lot of the times it seemed the government has a pattern. They just charge you, and then you go say, oh, I'll show up for you. You'll be allowed out on bail, but you can't be on social media. You can't do it. It's a silencing tactic. And then when you do get to court, the charges are thrown out, whether it was for tickets and other things during the pandemic, right? This one is far more serious, right? And so if they've dug themselves a hole, at the very least, on a good faith gesture, let them out on bail while this is sorted out. If it is procedural, if it is technical, again, I'm not trying to make excuses, but jail is jail, and nobody needs to be in there if they don't deserve to be, right?
For sure. And the chain of this, let's just speculate a little bit. This guy, I think his name is Scott. I don't know his last name. The Crown attorney, the Crown counsel. This guy has now been booted. Let's just assume something came up against him specifically, whether it was a bad affidavit that he signed to cause maybe the arrest warrant or something, or he did something that the judge plainly said, make sure you give them all this information. Even that wouldn't cause them to pull him. Even if he screwed up on disclosure, he'd have another chance to disclose. So this has to be much bigger than even that. This has to be something criminal, is where I'm leaning on this. Because if it's procedural, it could be corrected. It could be dealt with. It could be addressed. But for them to pull him out and say, okay, you can't come in here because you might, at minimum, a witness, probably a defendant. Now, putting that label on Crown means there's more than just procedural mistake or you forgot a document or two. They may have evidence of criminal wrongdoing. Now, that's highly speculative based on just hearsay of somebody who was there and doesn't understand the law as well. Highly speculative, but very unusual. I've never seen a criminal case where the Crown, other than a movie, where the Crown is now become the target of suspicion for something. Have you? No,
and again, it could be a situation too that it's not even related to this case. Right, like if you look at it that, like, who knows?
I don't know why there would be counsel for RCMP all of a sudden, because they didn't have counsel before. Yeah,
that's true too. That's a variable that compounds things, right? As far as the improper conduct somewhere along the line with regards to, like you get said, they get cagey on procedural things as well too, right? I mean, my experience has been, right, you ride that, and when this all happened, you saw a lot of things that seemed to be manufactured, as far as wanting to get this Coots border this thing over with. They needed something to put in the media to get the attention, to vilify, demonize, because we were in a situation where I'm sitting here going, okay, when's the man, seeing all these truckers potentially coming in and blockading all the borders is kind of what I was figuring was going to be happening there, right? And so they made an example out of some people, and wouldn't surprise me if there was improper conduct along the way. That's just my
Yeah, no, we were suspecting that from the beginning because of how things went down. Like, for example, if Donald Best, so he's an ex-police officer, he understands evidence, he understands how to track it and make sure it stays clean and usable for court. Like, you can't just grab a gun from the ground, stick it in your pocket, 10 months later, bring it to court, put it on a table. It doesn't work that way. It gets cataloged, it gets fingerprinted, they check for DNA, they put it into a bag, they sign it. It doesn't come out of that bag unless there's a reason, then they sign it, et cetera, et cetera. This is just common ways of dealing with evidence, physical evidence. For them to go and display it onto a table where they're touching, the guns are touching each other, well, you're not contaminating it. If somebody's DNA is on that one, it's not on that one. Why are the cops even displaying it to begin with? Because if this is a genuine investigation into a serious crime, why in the world are they within 12 hours showing evidence or stuff that they say is evidence? And then the last kind of point that was made by Donald was, if they were undercover agents, and because this is what they said now, there's undercover agents that they kind of confessed to. If these people existed, well, then why did the guys ever leave the house? Why were they picked up over at the protest under mischief charges, and then those mischief charges were upgraded later to conspiracy to commit murder of an RCMP officer? If they had so much information about these four guys, why aren't they picking them up right away? Why are they letting them go all the way to the protest, maybe to do something? None of it makes sense from Donald's perspective when it comes to how you handle evidence and then how you handle accused. If you have enough information to arrest somebody, you don't pick them up on mischief and then upgrade it later. You pick them up on whatever it is you're after them for, that you have evidence for, and then deal with it immediately. You don't delay any of that. So these were the couple things that Donald brought up during our week of review, and they made my eyes go up too, because he's not wrong. Why are they displaying it in front of a cop car? Why are they not in bags? Why are they not being examined as evidence? It does not look kosher, even on that level. Kev, I'm going to go to you a little bit quickly on this one. And hopefully I didn't just catch you doing some thinking and then you're not ready. But my question was around what Donald is saying about the evidence. Does that kind of raise an eyebrow for you as well, that they're not even displaying proper procedures when handling evidence in this? So clearly this is for show.
If you ask me, the only crimes that these people can stop are the ones that they planted themselves, right? So they'll plant their own evidence, and then they'll create this whole photo op saying, "Oh, look how good of a job that we've did," because they can't stop real criminals, right? They're not that smart. So this is the only way that they can do it. We've seen it time and time again. They do it on even small things, like when they do the drug busts and they put all the drugs out and all the cash on the table, right, and take pictures of it and say, "Hey, look at what we stopped," right? And you're like, that they only stop their own guys from committing the crimes, right? Because they set it up. So this is what these people do. And again, I'm speculating. This is from like my perception of reality, but like it seems to be a lot closer to reality than their perception of reality is.
Yeah, 100%. And Chris, what do you think about that?
Well, I mean, you always look at who benefited from that, right? Like, I mean, to put it on display like that, to create a show. I mean, I don't think it was ever confirmed, but apparently the guy that this is speculation. The Nazi flag we saw at the convoy, the guy who took the picture, big red beard, looks like the prime minister's photographer, right?
Yep.
And so I think I've just gotten everything I see now looks like it's a stage, So I'm just but at the same time that's also, kind of hedging as far as the, I don't know for sure. I don't want to point my fingers, but I would not put it past them to have staged all of this just to get the headline they needed.
Well, we also saw that during the POEC, all fingers led to the bag of guns in cahoots. Yeah. So all of the national security and all the overreaction is said was because we had to stop militias like that and groups like that from going any further.
Blanket statement, right?
Right. And so really, like, if it came out that Coots was a setup and it was a plant, like people suspected all along, or even if it wasn't a plant of the weapons, it was an exaggeration of actually what was going on, because people were allowed to own those guns. None of those were illegal. But even the narrative about what they were going to do, if that crumbles, what will happen to the POEC and the results of the POEC? Because you'd have to kind of revisit some of this, because there was a lot of testimony out of Coots that was under seal in camera that we couldn't see. And some of the decision banking was based on that. So if it turns out that information was bogus, that was kind of like the Steele dossier, it never really existed, it was fake all along, then what happens to the POEC? What happens to all of that? Now, I asked Kevin this kind of question as well, wondering if this would turn into a Cootsgate, where it goes all the way through the Commissioner Lucky, all the way to the PMO, all the way to the PM himself. Could that connection happen if this turns out to be a complete RCMP fabrication and Crown's fake charges?
I mean, I'd like to think that's possible. I still think that there is too many levers that could be pulled, where even if that was the case, do I think it would make its way up to Brenda Lucky? No. Like, I think
that's what Kev said too. They're too corrupt. Yeah.
They will have people that's the thing about it is you're only useful until you're not, right? And so when someone's above you, you get the bus, right? And so and when you look at the POC overall, like the way that it played out, I don't even think, there was no follow-up, right? You had the prime minister lie under oath. Like you again, they just allowed everything to go. It was all laid out. This is a scam, but we didn't have the opposition run with it to get it in the headlines, to force CBC and others to stay on this, right? They quickly turned the page. And then you look at Rouleau, when we see what happened with David Johnston, no different. It's the same standard operating procedure over and over again with these guys. It's super obvious now, right? That's why when you look at Coots, it's kind of like, yeah. I mean, you had Marco Mendocino, we even heard in the POEC, Marco Mendocino texting somebody within the government saying, this is our January 6th. This is before the convoy had even arrived. So they were looking for martyrs. They were looking for people to make an example of, right?
It was a full year before that Trudeau and Marco were talking about, when are we having our January 6th? That came out in the POEC, a full year before.
And it's the problem, reaction, solution. Again, if the problem's not there, they'll manufacture it and then scare the public. Again, it's having the media so in lockstep with what they're doing is the most dangerous part, because the only one that can really force the media to do anything is a Poilievre, even if they're to attack him. Because that's a common argument, is that Poilievre can't play here and can't play there because the media is all bought and paid for. Well, I think Trump has taught us how that's done. right? So it's not an excuse. This is a way to, okay, you know the attack is coming. Okay, that you're not going to use that to your advantage. You know what they're going to say. Be ready for it. Be a man. Get in there. And we didn't see any follow up from the Conservatives after that. They turned the page just as quickly as the Liberals and NDP wanted to. So we just moved on. Thankfully for the NCI, and other, without that, again, it kind of cast a light on the overall BS that was involved in that, with the CBC fellow coming on and showing how narrative control is so easily implemented there. But it doesn't give me a lot of hope. But at the same time, I still don't believe that everybody who's in the police force is corrupt.
Correct. I don't believe that either.
I don't. And I knew, I interacted with many of them, never worked for them or with them outside of, liaisoning on the ground with some advocacy things. That's no pay or anything. That's just interacting. But, there was the bad ones. But again, I still think, a lot of probably would have been removed during the mandates, which is that ethical call, get everybody out of there that won't follow orders on everything. But it would be nice, because I think that anything that can be done right now to restore some level, even 10% of integrity into our systems, to give us hope on that front, I think is good just for our country as a whole. Because every institution has been, almost looks like to be intentionally destroyed over the last 3-4 years specifically. Some could argue, go back to Mulrooney, but we don't need to do that today. I think the imperative stuff that's happened as far as the loss of trust in the justice system, the healthcare system, judiciary, political, right? We're all looking at our government and our infrastructure and saying, okay, well, it's all broken. And you guys want to talk about the price of milk? And you guys want to talk about, you won't talk about the real issues. And I still refuse to believe that the majority of Canadians are dumb. When CBC, CTV Global doesn't report it, that doesn't mean that the person who's, they're victims to propaganda by omission. And so, shame on all of them.
Well, I think it would be more naive, because you want the country to be good. You don't want your government to be the enemy within your own border. You really don't want that to happen. So you may be a little bit naive to ignore the indicators. Like Kevin is in the market, so he understands leading indicators and stuff like that. So he pays attention to the signs, because you really have to when you're doing the market. And the same thing happens here. But a lot of people just tune out because maybe they don't want to believe that Trudeau can be a bad dude, like a real bad dude. And that might be blinding them a bit. Do you think we could, because what Kevin laid out, and I think he might be right, was the Coutts injustice wouldn't be enough because it's not directly affecting the individual. It's something bad that happens to other people, sure. It's embarrassing, sure. Our system did that. But unless they're touched, it's not really going to affect them. So he kind of suggested that if our food supply, or this is where it could really become a problem, and where a lot of revolutions do start, is when people are starving and they got not much left to do other than fight for food or fight for their life. Do you see us, I'm trying to word this correctly because I don't want to be in trouble for trying to imply or say anything, but do you see us having a moment in Canada in the next few years or so where the camel's back is broke and we need to try and fix it now? Or do you think we have enough time to weed out these problems and clean it up? And is that even possible, Chris? And Kev, were you raising your hand there, Kev? I don't know if you're raising your hand there. Nope. Kev's good. Okay.
I don't know. Like, when I think about what might be that in because there's multiple potential inflection points that could trigger, or flashpoints, whatever you want to call them. I think that, the economy is the big one, right? I think it's like I don't think they're going to force CBDC. It's going to be very, if you want to participate, fine kind of thing. But the long-term goal is to make it the currency. The things like climate lockdowns, that is, I think, the one thing where we will see again, because that means less people at the beach, fine. But you're going to have to throw me in prison because I am not abiding by this BS. It's ridiculous. And if they do it to kids again, is that going to be a line for people? Are we going to do that to kids again?
No.
So I think there's enough foresight with the people who are awake and the people that are on the edge, right? To be able to say, okay, what is the next card that's going to be pulled? And we see the fires and again, the manipulation. I don't think we're going to be able to fully inform because the media is so far gone. That's the problem, unless we have, an anonymous, Guy Fawkes face show up on the screen and say, "You're all being screwed. Wake up," kind of thing, and point everything out. That we are kind of that bubble that they've created is so criminal, in my opinion, as far as the lack of what they report on. I'm still hoping that there would be some way that the public can sue them, class action, crowdfund it. Let's just force them to the table to explain some of their editorial decisions, just based on their duty, in a sense. But even if I look at some people have said, I haven't seen the actual changes, but the media has been like what Bush did years ago, making it so that the media did not have to tell the truth. They just had to distinguish between opinion and actual news. Fox News rides that one very well, but doesn't necessarily mean it, Hannity likes to say it's just his opinion and stuff, but he's very much reporting things as definitely news. But they get away with it by skirting that line a little bit, right? Here, they're vicious. Every single headline is such manipulation, gaslighting. They are full on board. That Catherine Tate, I don't even know how she's even allowed to still be there. And when I found out that the government actually picks the board members for CBC, it's right. They pick the RCMP commissioner, they pick the governor general, they pick the board of CBC. We have
and
never
then they call
been
that independent.
They pick their investigators. They pick their investigators.
Right?
Yeah.
And so you're sitting there and you're just like, holy shit, this entire country has been a mirage since its inception. It's just been this one giant, but again, I still think that, I went down to the beach today and there's parties and stuff going on. I'm celebrating being Canadian today because I'm sick of these buggers trying to label me with this, and this. I am engaging. I'm getting out there. I'm going to have fun, recharge, rest, and get back on it, because they may want to play the games and they're going to keep doing it, but I think that they're having to speed things up. In my opinion, we're waking up so fast that they're forced to make moves that then wake more people up. We see the stuff with Bill C-18. Well, again, who wins in that situation is we're cut off, right? We're becoming more, that bubble for CBC and stuff is becoming more powerful. And so Google and Facebook can put on this show, but in the end, I would imagine this kind of thing probably happened in other countries. Google and Facebook will be compensated in some way, but we probably won't even hear about it, or they don't even care, because it's a matter of the puppet masters, right? As far as the shutting us down because we're waking up too fast, even with what happened to Twitter today. I mean, there's no reason for that. My comment to Elon Musk was this the CEO's idea?
Yeah, you don't like her at all. We'll get into that in a moment because there's a lot there. For sure. Now, what I was just going to kind of highlight was Watergate. That was the Republican Party spying on the Democratic Party. They got caught. But the only reason anything happened there is because the media is the one that caught them, and the media is the one that put it out there, and people trusted the media at that time. You take the media out of the equation, and it's very hard to hold your government accountable for anything. So that's why I think Kevin's right. Like, even if it comes out that Trudeau himself, through the PMO, through Lucky, all the way down to Alberta, all the way down to an officer or two, caused this to happen through fraud, through tampering, through planting. If that turns out to be the case, the media won't cover it. They won't cover that at all. So Canadians won't get upset about it. So maybe that's where it's completely broken, and this is why that won't happen today. And that's why Kevin might be right. It has to be economic. Now, Kevin, I think you were going to queue up a video here that you were ready to show for this.
I'll queue up a quick video here. It's about 2 minutes long.
Sure.
It's somebody I always talk about, but I think it's pretty good to get a refresher every now and again. So.
This guy, yep. He reminds you exactly what's going on. Can you do full screen?
Subversion is the process which is legitimate, overt, and open. You can see it with your own eyes. What it basically means is to change the perception of reality of every American to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interests of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country. It's a great brainwashing process which goes very slow, and it's divided in 4 basic stages. The first one being demoralization. It takes from 15 to 20 years to demoralize a nation. Why that many years? because this is the minimum number of years which requires to educate one generation of students in the country of your enemy, exposed to the ideology of the enemy. In other words, Marxism-Leninism ideology is being pumped into the soft heads of at least 3 generations of American students without being challenged or counterbalanced by the basic values of Americanism, American patriotism. The result you can see, most of the people who graduated in the 60s, dropouts or half-baked intellectuals, are now occupying the positions of power in the government, civil service, business, mass media, educational system. You are stuck with them. You cannot get.
So that should be something we play like every morning just to remind us, eh?
Yeah, yeah, and I can only do a 2-minute video, and then he was basically going to say you can't change their minds. What you need to do is another 2-3 generations to replace these people to bring the time back to normalcy. So that's what he was about to say next. I wish I don't have the check mark abilities that some people on here have that can post like 1 hour long videos. I still have to keep it to 280 characters and 140-second video, but I think I still do a pretty good job with the limited resources that I have.
No, you do a wonderful job playing in that surf world that you live in. Us blue checks don't have to worry about so much. I get you. And by the way, I had to pay for mine. I originally got it for free because I was a candidate and I'm running. But yeah, now I have to pay for that too, just like everybody else.
Yeah, the freedom of speech only costs $15 a month, right?
Yeah, that's Canadian too, right? But that might vary. Now, Kev, I was going to ask. Go ahead.
The one thing I did want to say before we jump on, Chris mentioned something about, the flags, right? The Nazi flag that was being flown. And that was just it was like one day. It was like a flash in the pan. It was gone. But the 2 flags that they showed were the Nazi flag and the libertarian flag, the don't tread on me, right? The snake, the yellow snake. And if you really look at the
Confederate one, so all 3 of those, the Confederate one too.
Yeah, but they flew the wrong Confederate flag. They didn't fly the right Confederate flag. They flew the one that everybody recognized. But regardless, the Nazi flag, I take a look at, the Reichstag fire, how the Nazis burnt down their own, parliament and then blamed the commies to create an event. And then I look at, the libertarian flag, and libertarians are, don't tread on me, F you make me, and they really value the Second Amendment and the ownership of weapons. So now you can really see their narrative, what they were trying to do, some sort of subliminal messaging. Libertarians, weapons, Nazis, burning down their own, planting evidence and manufacturing evidence to change public opinion. Those 2 flags basically just said what they did.
Yeah. And if you actually know the meaning of the flags, for sure. Chris, before we move topics, you want to kind of say anything on this one?
Well, I think it's good for people to take a step back and take a look at what Bezmenov was saying, right? It's like this is not a quick fix for us. And I think the problem that we have is that generation that has been demoralized and I don't even know, activated, I guess is the word to use. They're the ones that are given protection by all of the other systems, right? And so it's not just we have this group within society that's being dominant, they're being loud. They are the ones, it's the state. So it's that's the weird part about it, right? It's like when you hear Bezmenov speak, he's not talking as though it's being led necessarily by government. He's suggesting it's happening from outside influences. Well, we can easily point to a few that we see here, right? But for our governments to be emboldening, protecting, and empowering, that's the difficulty with it, again, with the media, because we can't break through outside of online social media. And we're seeing today, how many people can't see anything right now on Twitter because they've exceeded their rate limit and now nothing is visible. And that's dangerous.
I think
let's chat about that a bit. Yeah, go ahead, Kevin.
with that whole Yuri thing, right? I think what he was saying is it's kind of a feedback loop, right? So first you infiltrate, these key areas like the education system, and then you have like 2 or 3 generations, but then you get to a point where the demoralization isn't being done by, some master with this grand plan. It's being done by the people to the people.
Yep.
And it's being passed on from it turns a tradition and makes it so like this is all we know, and that's your feedback loop where it ultimately turns into a spiral downwards, and I think that's where we are right now.
Yeah, you see that too, Chris?
Yeah, I agree. That's right where we're at right now. We're at the point now where the corrective behavior has already started. It's like we are aware of it now. We just don't. The majority of the people still don't know how insidious it is and how subversive it has been. But they're starting to, I view it as like we're seeing beavers now are starting to hammer these trees that have been installed. That, but we're all groups here, smaller groups here and there. With the gender ideology, I think will be the big one. That's going to really crack that first, victory as far as that goes. We see 19 states now, or we don't need to get into that, but we see a move legislatively and other things that are starting to push back, and people in Canada are waking up. So it's just a matter of time that we will on that as well. So it's a matter of slowing it down. At the same time, that's the thing, is that you have to stop the behavior first before you can even look to untangle and deprogram and replace people that have engaged in very bad behavior, and they seem to get a kick out of it, which is the creepy part. But at the same time, I'd rather see your evil front and center than coy in the background pulling strings, right?
Well, here's a question: how do you combat against a opposition that's evil? So they're willing to do anything, and then you have your limits. There's things that you just won't do. So when those two forces meet up, well, clearly there's going to be one winner, because one side will say, well, that's a limit for me, I won't go any further than that. And then the other side says, all right, well, that's a step I'll take. And then that's it. Like, for example, like if we did some sort of combat in Canada, there would be one side that'd be really gross and disgusting on what they do, and maybe the other side doesn't push like that. Would that be an inevitable war that we just couldn't win because we're not sociopaths and psychopaths that would actually go further than, like, we have limits, but they don't seem to have limits. They're willing to do anything.
I think that's the thing is that they're willing to do anything, but they're also facing people that when you threaten their families, threaten their children. There's a famous, I'm not sure who it was it Sitting Bull, about, there's an evil wolf and a good wolf inside of each of us, and which one wins? The one you feed most. And I think, for us, me personally, it's not like, I don't like to look at what they, I already know there's no limits. So for me, it's just kind of like, I'm not going to put myself in a position where, at least I hope not, where I have to do bad things. Right?
Because one of the things I can see happening is if we got so fed up and we said, okay, well, this particular type of ideology is bad, gender, child, sexualization, let's just say we can identify it as bad. And then the next step would be to find all the people that believe in that and then separate them out. Like, that sounds very lefty when you start talking like that. Like, we're going to go combing through society and take away a certain subgroup that has an ideology that we don't like. And then what with them? Go do what this Mark guy says and get a bunch of train cars and ship them away somewhere and get forced labor out of them. Like that, none of that sounds like is going to be things we would do, even if we did identify this. So I'm curious, what could a cleanup look like when we're not the type to just round people up and then deal with it? We're more of the type that we want to assist or help or de-indoctrinate them or get them. I don't even know what would happen. Like, what if we were able to identify the 10% that made this really, really bad? What would we do?
Well, I guess it's a situation where, if in that situation, again, I'm never a fan of rounding people up, and no.
Yeah, like everything about
we were in a position where we weren't sure, and we still are, right? So we just, but for me, when you look at it, it's the driving force, right? If you view it as a cult, every cult has a leader. And then it's the leaders, the ones that are tasked with keeping
cut the head of the snake off, and then you kill the body.
throw them in prison, and then you got to make sure that you have enough mental health and the proper people that are going to, because you don't want to have the pendulum swing and all of a sudden now they're outcasts. Because a lot of these individuals have mental illnesses and they're being exploited and manipulated, in my opinion. Right. That's just kind of what I view. There does not look like a base level of stability, emotional maturity present. They're just, rabid, and they're being, they're like whoever the leaders are, point the rabid dogs at whatever the issue is that they want to create and make worse or, foster within our society. And I think the problem they have is that too much of it's coming to light too quickly. It's again, unity is what they fear the most. And it doesn't matter what issue it is. They don't want us figuring it out. That if we do have unity on one issue and can put our differences aside, we can do the same thing for everything else that we don't want. Mm-hmm. But like you said, what's going to get people out again and do that? It's a victory, I think, is if we see a victory where it's whether it's gender ideology or you see the military win their vaccine mandate laws, there's things like that. I don't even know if that one would be enough, to be honest. No. But the gender ideology,
we don't care about our vets enough in this country.
What is with that?
It's sad. Right? Yeah, it's so sad. Well, I don't know. I just got to warn you guys. I've got some major wind all of a sudden, and this whole thing's shaking because of that. So, Kev, do you have? Did you come in on the link, or did you log on to this session?
I came in on the link that you sent me.
Okay. Well, I also sent you an invite. So if I drop off, if you go to that invite, you'll have control. So if for some reason my connection drops, you'd be able to continue going. So what I'm going to do now, Kev, is and Chris, I'm going to move this to the Twitter conversation now because that's big news. Chris knows a bunch about it. Kev knows a bunch about it. Kev's affected by it because he doesn't have his little blue check mark. So us elite who understand what's going on Twitter can let him know what's going on. But let's talk a bit about that because that's an incredible precedence being set here. So what Elon just said was if people attack our systems or scrape our systems enough, we're going to limit the viewing to everybody. And that I think is a very difficult one because now if they want Twitter to be silent for a day or two, it will just take a DDoS or distributed DOS on Twitter, and now Twitter will respond in this way. So do you think they made a bit of a mistake? What do you think is going on? Or are we just being lied to even by Elon at this stage? Yeah, sure, Chris. Yeah.
I think there's so many different players here, right? Because today, France has just deployed their police response, and I think so that even if it's just, I found it very convenient, like weird, not convenient, just very convenient for narrative control to have this be done today.
Exactly, because Twitter used to be like the Arab Spring. They used to be where all the information was happening.
Yeah,
this was what toppled countries. So yeah.
And you had one of the.
I might be speaking too much. It's getting windy over here.
And you had the lady over at the EU threatening Musk, and because I mean, again, I've said this before: 5 to 7% chance he's a good guy. I'm still highly skeptical of his activities, right? But I still retweet and like how he stirs things up. Mm-hmm. But we're in a situation where I think that he has a lot more freedom in regards to America, but other countries where Twitter operates create a lot of problems for him, whether it's on demanding for censorship, whether it is legal action, threats of legal action, or withdrawal, pulling from the countries and stuff, right? Because they have no interest in what I believe that he's looking to accomplish, or at least has said that he's looking to accomplish. But I still, it's you can't hire someone that used to work for the WEF and you have a WEF
CEO that you about, yeah.
Yeah, and you have WEF Macron, who's watching Elton John as his country burns, and no one in the media there is talking about the causation, right? And so it's a very precarious situation for a lot of people in France, right? It's, again, the reason why you don't want to be in the big cities or even on the tertiary, right? It's, if you don't want to completely cut yourself off, but I went from a place that had 180,000 to 30,000. And it's smaller, but people in France, where do they go? We're seeing reports now that they aren't able to leave. That, people don't feel safe leaving because security forces. And so for something like that was another comment I left to him. It's like, okay, this is what I'm looking at. 600, he's changing that now to 600 views. Well, there's been no clarification on that. When you clear out your notification, are all of those counting as one? right? Is it as you scroll, is it everyone? If I go down and I look at a comment, if I look at the comments under my posts, does each one of those count as a view, right? So there's no clarification. So this coming out of nowhere on July 1st, and you got July 4th coming up, you know, you've got, and you have all these other things that are happening in Russia. You know, it's very curious, to say the least, that he would do that. Because I'm right now, the destructive impacts from it, right? Gov tweets, he sees his 600, he's out, right? So it doesn't matter if we have a blue check mark. A large portion of the people that are a part of my account have not. Right. And I only got the blue check mark again because I was concerned about de-amplification by not having one, right? And so for me, it's just like I'm looking at it going, is this really worth it? But it inspired me to make a Rumble account. You know, it's having the backup plan for a backup plan. Like, I just don't know how in any way this is a business decision. It doesn't make any sense. It feels politics.
My account lasted for like about 3 minutes before I lost everything.
Oh my gosh.
When you say by everything, what does that mean by everything? Like, you can't see any tweets or anything on your account?
The only thing that I can do is I can go to my notification center, and that's the only access that I have to my tweets. So I can't scroll through my page. I can't even see my pinned tweets. And when someone doesn't respond to me or drops a comment, I see it in the notification center, but I can't see what they were replying to. All I can see is their comment.
So when you click on it, it takes you, and that's where you get the rate exceeded, right?
Yeah, it's just that one comment, and you can see there's bubbles above them, but you can't see it. And because you can't go into your timeline, you can't actually find what they're saying, and so you have no idea what they're talking about.
You're effectively blind.
Yeah, so Twitter to me was a giant waste of time today.
Wow.
Yeah, sorry about that, brother. Yeah. I actually want to address a comment from the chat here. And this kind of takes us back to the other conversation. It was something I meant to bring up. So I want to kind of just bring it up, and then we'll get back to Elon and the Twitter stuff. No, sorry, that's not it. Hold on, let me go to it. This one. We were talking about when would be the breaking point for a lot of people. And Hannah's right. Like, what is the breaking point for me? Is it my kids? And it got me to thinking, like, I've always said 100%, no doubt, they show up at my gate, they got a problem, I'm going to put up a bit of a fight. But I also know that if they show up at my gate, it's several days too late. You know, should have maybe done something a little bit sooner. By the time they get to my gate, it's too late. So I have a catch-22 there, where I don't feel compelled to go outside my gate to deal with the problem while it's coming to me. When it comes to my gate, I'll deal with it. But then I know at that point it's too late. So am I setting myself up for failure? And am I like a lot of other people who are looking at this the wrong way and should be listening more to Kev than anything else?
Well, I'm going to say don't listen to me, because what if I'm completely wrong, right? I'm just giving my views on how I see things, and the way I see it is there's no way out other than a civil revolution, or and we have to understand that civil revolts and revolutionary wars are by far the most gruesome, the bloodiest, and they cause the most casualties, and more people died in the U.S. Civil War than they did in World War I and World War II. More Americans were lost in the Civil War. So, like, it's an absolute horrible thing to go through, and I don't want to have to go through that. I don't want the next generation or the generation after that to have to go through that. But they said that the tree of liberty has to be refreshed from time to time with the blood of patriots and tyrants, right? And every few generations, you have to send a message, and because so many things have been lost along those lines through the nefarious acts that we're dealing with, that it will get to a point. What is that point? I hope we can do it peacefully. I hope we can do it where people stand up and say that the kids, this is my line. But there's not too many real historic events that I can point to and say that, okay, this was it. Most times this ends in bloody revolt, like loss of death, high number of casualties. That's what history says. So that is why I'm saying that is the most likely outcome. And it's just based on history.
Well, yeah, history is a good thing to read because history kind of repeats itself, and it's a good indicator of what can come. 100%. So we did our protest. We see some comments in here in the chat that we should be protesting. We did do our protest. That didn't work out so good. So, Chris, do you think that France is doing a new type of protest that we should all be paying attention to see how that turns out?
I don't even. Again, I'm looking at the people that are doing the protesting. Right, I think that there's a lot of manufactured. What's going on here doesn't help because honestly, what's going to happen? Okay, Macron deploys the military. Everyone's put down. Those cameras get put up under military because they're cutting all the cameras down in Europe as well too, right? They're CCTV cameras, and so I've always viewed it as that's kind of what they want. And in this scenario, it's like it's likely a situation that the pension protest didn't go as far as they wanted.
Right,
And,
like our protest didn't go far enough.
Right, and so now the next thing is just pour the gasoline on the fire, break stuff. You bring people in that have no connection to the culture. No, for the most part, you see. Again, I have to be careful, but what it looks to me, it is the migrants that are brought in, and we even see it here that the criminal record checks weren't done for a large portion of the migrants that were brought here. 1 million of them last year. I'm pro-immigration. I have I've always been. If you come here on merit, you have something to contribute. Okay, go through the process. But what we're doing by just displacing and moving people all over the place, Christine Anderson has, she got vilified for even trying to talk about some of the concerns she had with what was going on in the EU. And I think this is more of an extension of that as opposed to overall civil unrest with regards to what Macron is doing. Right? I think that, you look at the causation, a 17-year-old was shot, look at the response. Come on.
Yeah, the response I saw was condemning the side for mentioning it. They're kind of like saying you're pouncing on it, and that's a tragedy. You should let this kid pass away. You should leave him alone. No. You killed him. We need to talk about that.
Yeah, exactly. You still need to have, look at the causation and how everything came to be, but to justify the burning down of looks like multiple cities now where their people are just, and they're having a lot of fun doing it on the videos I'm seeing. Yeah. Right. I mean, you see the video where the guy just seems like he's jumped over a chainsaw that's being spun in the middle of a chainsaw's attached to this motorbike, and the guy's spinning around, and the guy's not paying attention, and just like right at the last second, he knows to jump and just keeps doing what he's doing. It's such a for me looking at that, just going, okay, and this is in France, and then you see all that because again, they're trying to get an emotional response from everybody. That's always the case. And I think even right now, if they're trying to prevent inflaming things by bringing in metrics into Twitter, right? I don't know. We don't know exactly what's going on the ground there, unless if you have anybody you can recommend as far as people on the ground that that are in France that are right. So it's just really tough.
I have a couple of views on this. So what I think that they're really trying to create is tyranno anarchy, right? They want tyrannical anarchy. They want mass chaos. So there's different types of anarchy, right? There's anarcho-communism, right? And then there's tyrannical anarchy, and then there's my views where is the complete opposite of that, and nonviolent is anarcho-capitalism, right? So I think what they're trying to do is just to create mass chaos and whatever they can, and because they want the system to ultimately collapse, because what is going to happen in the next few decades is governments are going to fall, the banking systems are going to fall, and when this happens, it's going to be a really disruptive, right? So this is all the precursor to the Great Reset, and the Great Reset that we're going to experience is going to be unlike any other time in history. So this is just a 2-minute Twitter video giving us clips on the premiere as to what's to come.
Chris?
And that's exactly it, because we're in a situation right now. What is the key point? People in France are scared. So who are they going to go to? Help me, government. Make it safe for us, right? And so it's
sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, I was going to say they're going to be asking for external help. They're going to ask for globalists to come and help save them. And that's what I believe, like if you read their book, this is their plan, is to destabilize the countries to the point where the countries demand assistance from an upper body. because the two sides or three sides or whatever many sides, they can't solve it amongst themselves. And this is why I keep saying, yeah, that's why I keep saying, no matter what happens here in Canada, we need to solve it inside our border. The last thing we need to do is ask for help outside, because they're all ready for that. They have the plan already. As soon as we say, hey, we need your help, come save us. Oh,
put your blue hats on, it's go time, right? Your blue helmets, sorry.
Yep. They're ready to go.
And the thing with like the Nazi occupation in Poland, and trying to start wars in Africa, right? At least the Polish people had somewhere to go, right? They can go to North America. They could flee to bordering countries. In this situation, there's nowhere to
go.
There's nowhere to defect to. Like this is it. This is the last stand.
That's scary words. And when we heard Mark or whatever, that one reporter say the final solution, he used the words final solution when he was talking about the unvaxxed. We've heard those words before. That's been recycled. That's not.
Are you talking about Slapinski?
Yeah. We played that video just a moment ago, and it's chilling for anybody that has a Canadian passport to say something like that. It was,
and
really
he tried
chilling.
to come in and say that he was joking and it was satire, which I don't believe him. I think it's just a way for him to save face. But even if we do take him at face value and say he was doing it as satire, he was doing it at the highest point of of this propaganda, when people's emotions were at the breaking point. And then he was manipulating people, to get clicks onto his, Facebook or Twitter page, or to drive to his news thing. So even if it was satirical, it was done in such poor taste. Like, I had family members that I wasn't able to go see as they died. Right. So I was experiencing this in real time, and then to see a clown like Mark come up and mock us in the way that he did, it was revolting. Ultimately, even if it was satire, like, you can do satire well, and this was just absolutely horrible,
completely distasteful, and the timing again. Yeah, I don't buy that it was though. I mean, I guess you could kind of see it being, but I think something happened with him anyways. It's just my opinion. It was like he was more of a truth-based independent, trying to gain a following in the beginning. And then I think he realized what the possible end game could be, and he couldn't see himself on that side, right? He just, I'm jumping over here, and I will say whatever I have to. And I'm pro-vax, I'm this. Government, love me, right? Don't hurt me, daddy. That's just the way I view him. He's and even when he got kicked, because he got kicked off of Twitter the same day as me, February 14th, 2 days before the Emergencies Act was deployed, right? And so we both landed on Getter, and I had no problem with him. I hadn't seen that, right? So for me, it's just like, and then now we've both blocked each other. Like, again, I got no time for you. And that was before, like, it's like, oh yeah, okay, good decision, but just a waste of my time, and just, toxic and inflammatory and all click driven. That's not helpful. In the end, it just doesn't help anybody. Not to say some of the things that because I get people, you say, oh, I'm blocked, and they'll say some of the stuff he says I agree with still.
Yeah.
The content of the character, no thank you. Not in a trench with me, ever. If I see you, you better start running.
I was highly suspicious of, when all those blockings went through, right? Like when you lost your account, when a lot of big people, like, I'm talking about hundreds of thousands of followers, when they started losing their accounts, I suspected that it was somebody like Mark who was creating fake new accounts and taking their tweets and then saying, oh, it's me, I'm back, follow me, right? And then because it always came to this Vancouver 99 or some
Toronto
sort of
99.
Yeah, or something. And it's just like, and this guy had the character to do this. I would not put him past it to start creating fake accounts and other people's names, to again push his narrative and push his articles onto Twitter. And that's what I.
There's a few people like that, and I'm not going to name names because that's just. But again, I just got to the point where I blocked them. when you can fully see that there's, whether you want to call them a snake in the grass or you can see an ulterior motive, in the end, it's not helpful. All it does is distract people. It gets people inflamed. It gets people talking about the person, and while all the other stuff's going on, right? And so I just see them as like gaslighting anxiety machines, right? They just create, I'm so done with toxicity. I've got no time for it anymore at all. At all. I found my happy place, man, and I'm staying there.
That's cool. As an independent journalist, I reach out to everybody. And for a period of time, there was one side that was responding to me and coming on my show and having a good time with me until I pushed back and asked for some proof of something. And now no side wants to talk to me. No side. So I must be in the position, because if neither side wants to work with me, then maybe I'm in the right position right now.
That's on the independent media. Well, independent media, right? Okay. Yeah. Ridiculous. Not surprising. I unfollowed a bunch of them. Again, you're useless to me. Be real or don't be around me.
Well, I think what they've done is they've taken the word and they split it into two. So they're in. Now they're also dependent. So they're in to that group and they're dependent on that group. So they've redone the word on me here. That's why I think Kevin might be onto something. We should be calling ourselves individual journalists and not independent journalists. Kev, you still feel that way?
Yeah, I think that like the most truth you're ever going to get from somebody is, is people who aren't taking a cut, right? They're not doing it to, further their careers. They're not doing it to, push some sort of play or make some sort of move. They're doing it because they're speaking the truth from their heart, from their actual experiences, and they're able to, broadcast that out. So people with no ulterior motives that are just going to cut right to the point. I think those are the people that we really need to pay attention to. And then when you start to get into people that, they're connected with this clique or that clique, or they're doing this because, this, that, or the other, those are the people that we just really have to, step back a little bit from and maybe pay a little bit less attention from. And I still follow Mark, and I still follow, people like Rachel Gilmore, but the only reason why I do it is because I do the counterpoints, right? So they're going to put out their point, and then I'm going to counterpoint them. So when somebody comes on and sees their tweet, they're going to see, what I had to say about that. So just to try to add some neutrality to their tweet. And I'm surprised that these people have not blocked me yet.
Yeah, me too, actually. Rachel hasn't blocked me yet either, and I'm surprised as well. I don't know if that would get her more attention or something, or they don't even attack me either. Like, I've gone after Rachel a couple of times. They don't attack back. And I wonder if that's calculated because they don't want to legitimize me or bring any attention to my work as well. But I did make a comment on one of her things where she made a comment about it's well-known dog whistle amongst the white supremacists or something like that. She said that this thing is a well-known dog whistle. So I asked her to source well-known dog whistle. Like, well, if it's well-known, can you at least source it for me so I know how you know it? And then comments got turned off and no reply. So I'm curious, I'm genuinely curious. If you're going to tell everybody that there's a well-known something that means 44 or 88 means Heil Hitler, like you're doing all this stupid stuff, but you're going to make a comment that says it's well-known, source it for me, because I don't know that. So either I'm in the out or it is not well-known. But as soon as you ask for a source of just those words, comments are turned off, but no clapback. Like, she still hasn't banned me, and she hasn't sent her minions after me. So I'm curious if they just don't want to legitimize me because I'm not part of their game. Because there might even be they attack each other just for clout and for attention, but they never attack a real journalist because they don't want to bring any attention to them. Chris, do you think that maybe I might be onto something here, or am I just being sensitive because the cool kids don't like me?
Maybe a bit of both. I'm kidding. I think it's when you're dealing with Rachel is a good example of a particular kind of personality that so over the top.
Is she real? Is that really her, or is there something like she's just a good actress?
And that's what it comes down to, right? Because there was no one better. Like, she's perfect for TikTok, The way she was doing that, she was perfect for that generation, for the time period, right? What's amazing to me is that all of those videos they exist, and she just pretends like they don't, right? Because they're not owning, they're not actually acknowledging they were wrong at all, right? So that's what's so weird for me, and I'm fascinated by it. And I don't want to take anything away from the people that do the drive-by mocking. Like, there's so many people that you can, that is great work, and I see it being done there. That way I can just mute or block, so I don't have to, less toxicity that I have to deal with. But I know the guys and gals are out there doing the good fight. I'll focus my attention somewhere else.
We need all fronts firing on all cylinders. Yep.
Absolutely.
Hey, we're the ground soldiers. We're there in the battle.
Well, you're the ones that actually scare us, Kev. Like when we hear you coming or we know you're coming, then we get afraid because you're good.
Don't worry about it.
You guys keep, pushing on the battlefield. I view myself more as, the bus driving combat medic, right? I'm just going to be out there and try and keep things light whenever I can and try and focus on the wellness. But there is still a ton of value to doing that, because you can't let the narrative ride. That's the other side of it, is like when I make those decisions, do I want to block certain people? And it's just like when I see so many people, not necessarily with her, but on the other side, when we see shills and other things on the inside, or not even shills, just people that you can see they have a grift and other things they're doing. There's so many people believe it. And, at this point in time in history, that it bothers me so much when you see so many false sheep herders, for lack of a better term, just when there's so much good work that needs to be done, there's so much stressful work that needs to be done. A lot of people are on there specifically time wasting with self-interest. Right? Like my stuff, click on my stuff, buy me a coffee, these kinds of things. And, I'm just doing this so that I can raise enough money to leave the country. And it's like, yeah, but still believe in me, I'm a patriot. And it's like, I'm not going to name people if you're familiar with the stuff. There are certain people out there that are so toxic to what we're doing. It's like literally they're the ones, when the narrative changes or whatnot, they're the ones with the shiny things to make sure everybody sees it and gets distracted by it, as opposed to pointing out this is a distraction from this. We need to be working on this because we're causing them to create distractions. We're obviously gaining traction here. Stop biting on the distractions. So it becomes frustrating for me. That's why you can see it's so much easier when you break free from the system and see what you guys are doing on here. And there's got to be different mediums, different ways to get through, because I imagine a lot of people that are paying attention to what you're talking about on a daily basis, it's a much different environment from the toxicity. It's a good alternative, at least to have as an option, right? To kind of pull people away from staring straight into the abyss at all the insanity and the ridiculousness of it all. I'll leave it there.
Yeah, we just got told that if you become the bus driver, you may have the worst job because you'll be picking up the bodies.
If there's still a pulse, let's get working on it.
Yeah. Okay, so Kev, what Chris also mentioned is doing things like this, these podcasts, doing shows and stuff like that. Chris has got his Twitter Spaces going. He's wrapping it up pretty good, working on the times and stuff. And Twitter Space for me doesn't work great. I don't know if I'm flagged for some weird reason, but I had some troubles. Hopefully it's better next time. But Kev, are we going to start seeing a show from you? Are you going to start putting something together? Because without a doubt, whenever I do my cross-country or cross-Canada relays, Kev, you and Rob Anders come up the most that people want to hear more from. And they love hearing from the two of you. The rest are good too, but those are the two that I get the most for, is you and Rob Anders. So would you consider doing a show? And if so, what would it be about? And what would you think? What are you thinking about?
Yeah, I really like Rob. I didn't really know too much about him until you brought him on your show. And, we conversed back and forth a few times. And, it seemed to be that we shared similar viewpoints. And then when I looked into his political history and in his background, and, I found more about him, and I'm like, oh, that's actually really interesting. So the last time I actually talked to him, I was talking to him from a point where now I know who he is, right? The first couple times I had no idea who he was. So yeah, in terms of, starting my own show, I've kind of done that. Well, I've done it for the last 3 weeks, right? So my plan is to create a Twitter space once a week, every week, and it's breaking down Canada like Canada Clown World as it unfolds, right? So I pick 2 or 3 things that are newsworthy from that week. Put it in a spaces, and let's just talk about it, right? It could be one week it was Joel's megaphone that beat him up, and and the next week it was something else. So the way that I wanted to see it or pictured it as was talk radio in the digital age, right? Because I was an avid talk radio fan, and a lot of my skills of communication came from talk radio, where I had my own show once a week on an unpopular talk radio station, and on a popular station I would call in like 2 or 3 times a day and give my my rants, and it was all to help my communication skills, because I was in sales, right? So me being an introvert, I had a hard time like putting myself out there. So I tried to expose myself in the best way possible. And I thought that like stuff like that was, the most beneficial for me, and it really worked. So, and then I gained accustomed to enjoying what they had to say and conversing with them, because they were generally more right-leaning, more not psychotic people that were running these shows. But then once the COVID nonsense hit, talk radio for me died, because they all started talking about the same BS that everybody else was talking about. So I tuned them off, and then I started my Twitter page, Gov Corrupt, and then now I'm kind of moving back into that talk radio space. Once a week, every week, on the weekends, we're going to be breaking down Canada as it unfolds. And this week, I would have done it on Saturday, but you were doing your Canada Day thing, so I didn't want to interfere with that. And it was Canada Day, so I might be holding one tomorrow. But instead of a week in review, I'll do like a year or 2 in review, so we can really take a look at where Canada is as a country, and point out how things were pre-COVID to post-COVID, and really trying to get people's viewpoints on how the last 3 years has gone for them. How have they reacted, how have they came to conclusions that they have come to, because everybody has different catalysts, right? Like the reason why you're here, the reason why Chris is here, the reason why I'm here could be 3 completely different things, right? So I just want to create an environment or the ability for people to let their voices be heard on this whole situation that's been unfolding over these last 3 or 4 years.
Do you plan on adding any comedy to that? Because you're a funny guy. Like the stuff that you come up with are hilarious. Like I would actually watch a couple hours of you constructing your tweets, just how you catch something and you're like, oh, and then you're talking out loud like this Rachel or this Trudeau, blah blah blah, and then you can create the tweet. And I can watch that. I would actually watch that because I find your comedy incredibly fun and cutting. But would you put any comedy to it, or are you going to keep it really serious?
Well, any comedy that comes to me is just off the cuff, right? It's just like, boom. Oh, that like, and
it's
then
more
I'll just
than
say
that,
it.
though. Like there's like 3 or 4 levels to some of these. There's more to it than that.
Yeah, and like if it flows into like a comedic sense, like let's be honest, I really like to mock people, and I really like to mock the narrative. So if that opportunity comes up, yeah, I'll just go with it, because a smile, being able to put a smile on somebody's face is way more impactful than making them angry, right? So if you can affect somebody positively and really use comedy to drive your point home, your impact on that person is going to be far more advantageous than the opposite reaction, where they reacted in a negative way, right? They're going to remember that positive person more so and hold them in a higher position than the person who did the opposite. So yeah, if I can work comedy into it, sure. But like I said, it's just everything I say, it comes to mind, and then I say it. Like nothing is like planned or anything.
Yeah, I think it'd be hilarious to go through some of your best of or something like that, or have someone else do it. Maybe not you, but you have some really good things to share, and they're fun. What about teaming up with Rob? If I can get Rob on the phone, and because I know Rob wants to do a show, he's not technically inclined, that kind of thing. Would you want to do like a buddy and East West or anything with Rob? If I could pitch that to him.
Well, Rob has Twitter, right? I saw that.
I don't know if he uses it much though. But you
Yeah,
saw him
but
on
if you
there?
want, well, I saw he has an account, right? Yeah, he doesn't.
Yeah.
He has like a couple hundred tweets. So yeah, he doesn't use it very often. But if he wants to start a show and he doesn't really have the ability to do so, the best show that he can start is the Twitter Spaces show, and he already has the app that he can do that. So that is an option that I'd be willing to do. Is host a show with him, co-host, myself and him, and then I think that would attract a lot of people, just especially people who already know who he is. Like I admit I did not know who he was. I'm not from Alberta, but I do know that there's a lot of people that really support him, and they would probably be interested in hearing what he has to say, and that would help grow his online presence on his Twitter account by doing shows and doing spaces.
Yeah, I agree. Like every time he's on, I do get comments from people. I want to hear more from Rob. I really like what Rob said. Oh, he's got a good take on it. He's very practical and pragmatic. Like he's very clear on what he's thinking. Like even when he was talking about to Kelly, because Kelly Lorenz was on my Canada relay. Kelly was on saying, "Hey, I'm going to run for office. I'm working hard on it." And then Rob basically said, "Yeah, but you're not going to win." Look. I just tell you like it is. But you're not gonna win.
He's right. He's right. Kelly's not.
He's not
win,
wrong. He's not wrong.
But like all the power to him, right? And I hope that wasn't a demoralizing, point for Kelly, because you don't want to take that drive away from him. But he's just being objectively true.
Right.
Kelly won't win.
That's what I liked about that moment. Unfortunately, a storm suddenly hit Kelly's situation, and then his connection dropped, and he was unable to reconnect after the storm passed. Because that's the message I got from him. There's a storm. I'll try it again later. But I thought that was, wow, that's the exact type of thing we need to hear. We need to have the hard truth sometimes. We need to hear it like it is. It may save us a lot of heartache and trouble. And that's what I liked about him and a bunch of other things immediately. But for the people who don't know, Rob Anders is a founding member of the Conservative Party of Canada. He's 18 years of a MP out of Calgary. He was one of the youngest members to be elected in to hold a seat when he started. And he was known as a bit of a bad boy. He was a little bit difficult to control, which made it challenging at times. He's had some difficulties. He's been attacked by the media and some false allegations, because that's how they deal with people who are mavericks and bad boys. But he's, still around, still doing his thing. And yeah, I like his attitude, because he doesn't lie. He just simply doesn't lie. He'll tell you. Chris, are you familiar with who Rob is?
Not really. No, I'd like to sound like I can't say I know enough. I've heard the name before, and I know that he's a long time political person, but I haven't done a deep dive on him. I don't follow him. I might follow him on Twitter, but I've never interacted with him.
Well, he had some good things to say about Maxime and the election. Like, he's not a diehard blue only. He seems to be very good at looking at everything, but he will call it like he sees it. He's old friends with Danielle. So we had lots of conversations about Danielle. Actually, they're old roommates, so he knows her well. So he has a really good take. So do check out maybe the next Canada Relay. He might be relaying it to you, because I believe you're coming next week. So if you're coming next week, he might be the one who relays it to you. So you'll get to meet him for a bit.
I think he positions himself more as a libertarian, right?
Now he does,
than anything, right? So even though we did start the Conservative Party as we see it now, he did say that he has voted or supported libertarian in the past. And I think he was talking about Tim Moan. I could be wrong. I know he's friends with Randy Hillier and Chelsea Hillier. So they have a relationship as well. And Randy is fairly libertarian, borderlining anarchy at this point in time, which good for Randy, because our village needs to turn into a booming metropolis, and the real estate is still cheap in Ancapistan. So Rob's a good guy.
Yeah, no, and Randy's a good guy too. I'll be on his Scuttlebutt Lodge. He's going to do an interview with me, so that'll be exciting. With the book coming out, he offered to do that kind of thing, and that'd be neat. And yeah, the connection between Rob and the Hilliards is through Russell. So Chelsea's brother, Randy's son, worked for Rob. I think he was part of his team or something like that at one point. So there's a very deep connection between the Hilliards. In fact, when they were on the show, I didn't know if it was a good or bad thing because they were in the private chat saying, "Hey, I didn't know you were going to be here. Surprised to see you." And I didn't know if that was good blood or bad blood, but it was all good blood. So that worked out all right. But yeah, it's kind of a small world because there's not very many libertarian, like-minded people in the political sphere. So seeing Randy and seeing Rob connect, and these are also the groups I found myself into as well, naturally. So yeah, a lot of like minds there around independent mindsets, really, or individual, however you want to look at it there, Kev. Let me see now. The subject do we want to move to now? Do we want to finish up the Twitter one, or did we finish up the Elon one? Because I kind of took us away from that. I'll go to Chris on that one. Was there more about the Elon motives and what we're looking at here? There might be more than just an accident, or what were you saying there?
Well, I think it's too early to see. We can already see the impact on people. A lot of the people that are connected to my account can't see anything right now. They're in the exact same position as Gov. And so that really is, I think, a wake-up call. I mean, there's lots of things being pushed, saying, let's go to Truth Social, let's do this, let's do that. What I'm hoping people realize is that we are in such a tenuous position that if you're 100% dependent on connections online, we have to transition, whether it's to other social media networks, just so that if one plug gets pulled or every plug gets pulled, that we are not at the disposal, because that's where I think, when you spend so much time building a community, to have that cut off, if you don't do the work right now is the time to overcome that trust issue that a person may have that we've all been through. We've got to make that next step. For everyone, it's different. The people you've connected with, your Twitter circle, that we see, how many of them do you know? Or how many of them do you know that are real? Do you have their phone number? Do you have their email address? Have you ever, meeting in public, again, you always got to be extremely careful, do your diligence. And if you want to do it in a public space, that kind of thing. But at the very least, get phone numbers and emails and start new accounts and draw people with you over there to say, hey, these people know where to find you. If everything goes down, my thing is, if the internet ever goes down, this is the third time I've said it, the first Saturday after it happens, meet at your local library. Start organizing.
So that's kind of the call to action. If it goes out, go to the library. That's the muster point. Go to the library.
Because everyone's got one, right? I'd love to say let's party at the Moon Tower, but you know what I mean? Like, you have to have something that everyone can identify with, and a local library, except for the one in Marseille. Like I said, would still count. But you know what I mean? Like, it's starting to think outside of this, using these as muster points, in a sense. Social media, as this is how we connect throughout the days. But if things do go dark on us, that it's a simple transition. But it's also better to do some prep work before then, so at least you're not going to the library by yourself. You know enough people in the community. Let's just go by. Let's go check it out. That in itself, again, is bringing your people local. We all got to look at that little groups of outsiders walking down the back alleys. Together, however many you can have locally, the better. But even more so, email address is just something simple, point of contact that you're not cut off completely, right?
Make libraries great again, right? So they're safe places to go.
There's an agenda, a side agenda that I had there, which I will table now. Yes, absolutely. Libraries can likely use your support. But it's important to note, I've had no problems on Twitter today. None. Not once. My problem is the fact that a lot of people I care about now can't see anything.
Right.
So I see that. So what if I unsubscribe, right? If I stop paying the $10, now all of a sudden I don't have access. I can't see anymore. That's dangerous game to be playing. And the most recent tweet from Jack Dorsey, and this could actually be that weird little 4D chess move, is that this is the tweet lineup. A very recent tweet by Musk was we've hit an all-time high for user minutes. And then all of a sudden this happens. And then his last retweet is Jack Dorsey's tweet is just grass. And so to me, what am I always saying? We got to do this, but we got to get out there and organize. So there could be a very subversive way of trying to kick people back out into the real world for a health and wellness benefit or community organizing. That's a silver lining. I wouldn't even want to throw a percentage on there as far as what the chance of that is, but that seems to be their messages. Get off of Twitter and get out there and enjoy the sun. Just a simple piece of grass that Dorsey tweeted and then Musk retweeted him, right? So if I was in there, if I was sitting next to Elon Musk, I'd be saying the same thing. If he's a good guy, let's play that. Let's run that scenario. Too many people are online. They're not connecting. If the shit hits the fan, it's going to be so much worse. We need to rehumanize ourselves, and it's got to be proactive because that's what they want. Every distraction sucks us back in, and you don't want to take away completely from the good work that's done on Twitter because it's effective. But at the same time, too much emphasis is on it. Not enough emphasis on what's going on locally and what can you do locally to make yourself put yourself in a better position if things do go bad. Hope for the best, plan for the worst, backup plan for a backup plan. That's the best message I can give. So I just don't know. I would love to think that's the game, right? Get everybody outside and seeing people, meeting people again. That's cheeky. But if you go to Elon Musk's page, it kind of seems like what him and Dorsey are pushing. Get out there. So, because they can also see on the data as well, not necessarily Dorsey, but probably if I was Musk, I'd have Dorsey around to at least, be able to give some feedback on things, but they'll see it. There's no better people. Musk, I'm sure by now, can take a look at the negativity and where the energy is going and how much user time, the mental health. He's got the best data in the world to gauge mental health on a large population as far as where people are at. So kick them out into the real world. Forced exit from the matrix, right? I don't know. Possibility, but small.
So that's kind of neat. So you think that it might be on purpose to try and help people? Because I find that kind of interesting that any businessman would do that kind of decision. I like the go touch grass thing from Dorsey. I get that one, but for Musk, this is where I'm kind of having a little bit of difficulty with this.
He responded, "Go touch grass." On to somebody underneath, and then Dorsey retweeted it, so it became just like a circular thing. Where I'm sure Dorsey,
he said go touch grass, and then Dorsey did it.
Then Dorsey posted it, and then he retweeted Dorsey. Yeah.
Okay, but you think maybe Musk could be trying to get people to disconnect? Like that's the part I have a hard time.
That's what I'm saying. On the other side of it, he might just want people to go away so they stop complaining so he can deal with whatever is going on.
That I would get. Like he's just basically, that's a polite way of saying F off. We're dealing with it. Like if you don't like it, go outside. But I think
I'm a dreamer though, man. I'm a dreamer. I'm liking to think, maybe 45D chess, that this is the plan, is that, that's what I'm wanting. We know we have to meet in person. We got to get on the phone. I've been trying as hard as I possibly can to encourage that and doing it myself, walking the walk. And I feel much better just in doing that myself, confirming people are real and having real discussions with people as much as I possibly can. There's a version of me that wouldn't have hopped on today because I'm just like, I don't like being on camera. I don't like really doing this, but I'm not as nervous and reluctant to it anymore. I can make a commitment and I'm sticking to it.
Yeah, you're awesome for that too. So you made a good point there that being on one social network may not be a good idea. What if it shuts down? You lose your connections, and you're using it for Twitter Spaces. Do you have another option in case Twitter Spaces is down and you might be able to spin something else up, or are you going to do that yourself? Have something as a backup?
I made a Rumble page today, and so there's a tweet on my page. I wanted to talk to you about that because it's not about. I might do YouTube as well too, but I don't want to have that as a primary just because I see the strikes and I don't feel that. I don't want to be in a position that I can't say certain things. I want to be able to say what I want to say, and I don't mind being challenged on it or being fact checked, but I don't want to have my account 1, 2, 3 strikes. The cool part is no matter what I'm doing it's not about monetization, so I don't care, but I don't want to spend a lot of time building a following on building a channel and then just have them 1, 2, 3 strikes, right? And with C18, C11, all these other bills they have out there, I don't even know how much control YouTube even has. Because a lot of these things will be phone calls. This is the law in this country now. You need to do this. So with Rumble, at least they seem to take a much stronger stance on letting you do what you want to do. I'm not looking to be provocative, even in that scenario. But I'm seeing.
Though.
Pardon me?
But you're not looking to be limited either.
No. So I'll probably just start and stick with Rumble to begin with. I looked at Twitch and others, and I'm just not a Twitcher.
No.
But I got some
No, I
questions
can,
for you that we can pick up another time as far as how best to go
I
about.
can answer them now. I've got another 3 hours and some minutes to go, so we can certainly answer this now. I'll give you a quick. My biggest surprise is how big Rumble really is. I always had it in the background. And yes, I always run it, and there's a pain in the butt because you have to set up your live streams manually with Rumble. But once you get past all that, my biggest surprise was Rumble is bigger than YouTube. I get more views on Rumble than I do on YouTube. Right now, I can tell you we got 9 people on YouTube watching live as we speak, and there's 31 on Rumble watching live as we speak.
Okay.
The views on YouTube, I can get about 300-400 views on average for a video, and Rumble they're about 1,000. So either YouTube is lowering their numbers, or Rumble's raising their numbers, or just straight up Rumble has a bigger audience than YouTube, and that's just from my actual numbers. And my
YouTube probably kills your algorithm, like
could be like I could be completely suppressed on it completely and I think that could be the case because when I started my POEC, my very first day, handful of users. The second day, it bumped up to 100. The third day, it went up to 1,500. And I got all excited. I'm like, hey, here we go. We're going to do it now. And I played a Johnny Depp song. It killed my stream. They took that video down, and I have not broken those numbers again since. So maybe I got strike for the music, and since then I've been throttled because I play music or something. But I haven't been able to get those numbers again. Jeremy McKenzie helped on his video, but he has a really large audience.
Does he?
So, oh yeah, yeah, he has a really large audience.
He's still on YouTube, or is he on Rumble then?
He's on Rumble and YouTube and a whole bunch. But what I mean is when he was on my video, he has such a big fan base that it helped my video.
It draws. Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah. So his video I did well on, but everything else, it stays below what I used to get on the POEC when I just started. So I do think I'm being throttled completely on YouTube. But with that said, Rumble, ever since I got my strike and I got suspended for a week, I moved everything to Rumble. It's been growing faster, much faster than YouTube. So I know some people who do just Rumble. They don't even bother with YouTube, just for the headache, the extra work, all that kind of stuff. They just put all their effort onto Rumble, and it's working for them. Yeah, and you may not be provocative or anything like that, but what I really dislike is they don't tell you a damn thing on why they canceled you. They don't tell you. They just say misinformation or medical misinformation.
This is YouTube you're talking about?
Yeah. They give you no recourse or anything like that. Oh, Fred's back. They give you no recourse or anything like that, and they just do it. I don't like that because as a guy who's in law, you should be able to at least defend yourself. You should have some
right to appeal and sort through things in case you have malicious people, malicious staff that just don't like your opinion. Right? You got to have some kind of objective process to engage. So that's why I don't even really want to play with YouTube, waste my time on it. I think that Rumble seems to have, stuck to their guns as far as what they're doing. And, the fact I even made an account and posted about it today, I figured why not do it July 1st, take that, something new. I still intend to do spaces online. I just don't know if I'll switch the Sunday one to a podcast or just, that kind of a community engagement because it's more real. It's more, the spaces do offer something for sure. But at the same time, I think it's important to try and create. This is much better. What I'm looking at now, you got faces, you got different voices. You're getting to actually see people. Yeah, and so I'll just do my same thing. I'll still upload like the wave videos and stuff on Twitter. I'm just kind of a bit pissed off at Twitter right now. I want some answers, right?
Yeah, and
then Fred, it's like, I'm not affected, but that's not the point. It's just because I paid the $10. Well, this wasn't a part. You can't have your cake and eat it too. You should have a little bit more clarity on what you're doing and why you're doing it, because you hurt a lot of people today, as far as the functionality of their daily lives, and who knows what people are doing. All of a sudden, they can't see things. I don't know. That's not much. That's beyond freedom of reach. You know what I mean? It's just like, yeah, you're cut, you're blind, and we can do that just on a dime. So hopefully, it wakes enough people up to realize, got to mobilize locally.
And then Fred, you jumped in. So this conversation, you wanted to add something to it? Because are you on YouTube? Are you on Rumble?
I'm on Rumble. I'm on YouTube, and I'm on Twitter. I just paid for my Blue today. But that being said, I've been on multiple platforms for several years because of the alphabet soup's laws and rules and regulations.
Okay, so you're having trouble with a particular group targeting you, taking you down?
I got targeted, but I was targeted. I was a Jeremy McKenzie test subject back in 2016 with everything that he's went through because of being a juggalo, and the FBI informed CSIS that the juggalo is a organized gang, and from there on in, my life went to hell in a handbasket, and I learned real quick what the government was capable of doing before they were legally allowed to do it. I was one of their test subjects.
So I just looked up Juggalo. So Juggalo just means you're a fan of Insane Clown Posse and hip hop music, signed by the Psychopathic Records. So just simply liking a particular label has a like the label music gives you the label Juggalo, and then now there's a terrorist group along with Proud Boys and Diagolon.
Well, yeah, we've been legally a gang before Proud Boys were.
Were you really?
Yes.
The clown Insane Clown Posse.
Yes.
That's what you mean by you were saying you're the test thing for Jeremy, because you guys had some sort of group, the government labeled you incorrectly, and now you're having trouble with a whole bunch of other groups too, because they say you're a terrorist or something, right?
I was a terrorist in 2016. I was one of the test subjects. Systemic abuse, everything was perfect for them when I lived in Medicine Hat. I was a perfect test subject between the RCMP and the local police, and everything they did to Jeremy that's been documented, they did to me. By the grace of God, I had the different organizations like Medicine Hat Housing and that to watch what was happening in real time, them tampering with my bank account, us going to the bank, because I thought I was losing my mind with everything that was going on, because I'm going, money's going out of my account, this is happening, that's happening. And if it wasn't for them supporting me and me having screenshots of everything and going to the bank, and then bank saying, we can't press charges of fraud on these individuals, but here's your money back because we know it was fraudulently done. I'm going, who can't the bank charge? At that point, I knew I was test subject number one, but I almost lost my mind with all the shit they put me through for 3 years.
Oh wow, sorry about that. So where are you at now with them?
I'm much saner now. I'm on top of a mountain. I'm just more afraid of Phil showing up and kicking me off the mountain.
Who, Philip?
Yeah.
Yeah. Have you met Phyllis yet? Because he's got a little lady now, Phyllis.
Yes.
Have you met her? Yeah.
No, I'm talking Philip the goat.
No, so am I. So Philip has a Phyllis now. So there's another one.
I didn't know. I did not meet Phyllis.
Yeah, no, Philip has moved on. He's no longer single. There's Phyllis there. She's annoying, according to yeah. So he's moved on. Even he's coupling up. He's moving on with the nuclear family, right?
Thank goodness. I was scared after I seen the Norwegian people getting kicked off of the mountain by the goats. Like, what is Phil up to?
Yeah, he's the commander of that, is he? Kev, we haven't spoken to you in a little bit. Did you want to come back and add anything? Maybe not necessarily about Phil, but about what we were just talking about.
It's a really interesting name that he was drawn towards for a partner, Phyllis Phil. So Phil is Phil. It's we could probably do a whole comedy show on that, that own topic. Yeah, well, in terms of what you said, like what you went through in 2016 to 2019, and what Jeremy went through with his most recent bout, right? The only major differences I have to say is that, humanity and society was kind of normal in 2016 to 2019, right? Whereas in 2020 and beyond, they just lost their effing minds. So, like, you know, how do you see yourself, and how do you see if that would have happened in today's world? What do you think would be the end result?
I think you muted yourself, Fred.
If what happened to me,
or Cesis did, one of the two.
If what happened to me happened in present day, and I didn't have the support team that I had in place then, I would be probably doing made or just really doing some unspeakable things to get back and pay back. But I had the support team there, so they didn't question my sanity. They just questioned, how the hell is your life a B-story movie? And why did it become that? And I says, it's because of this. And I proved it to them. And they're like, that's nuts. I'm going, yeah, that's CSIS. That's our government. But it wasn't just the juggalo for me. Like, I've been an active cannabis activist for 20 years. So all those things, being an activist, being a juggalo, being part of the oldest Christian motorcycle club in Canada and North America, those things did not help my situation at all. So,
and don't you find it interesting that the people who label others terrorists are the terrorists? So it's the actual government that are the terrorists here, right? They're the ones that are inflicting harm on people, and then they gaslight everybody else by labeling them as terrorists.
Yeah. I knew from the Insane Clown possibly taking this to federal court in 2017. I just wrote it out till 2017, and then I went off grid in 2018. I came back for a hip replacement in 2020, got that, and I went, when things started in 2020, I went back on top of a mountain.
And that mountain's in Alberta, right?
Yes.
Cool. It's a good place to be. Chris, it looks like you were nodding along. Do you want to add anything to there?
Well, it's the first I've heard of it, but I'm not surprised, right? Like, it just seems to be it's such a standard operating procedure of projection. Everything they're accusing people of, right? And that's how they're able to twist the language. And still, every day when you watch videos, you see the other side calling people fascists, and it's like, we can't even get like actual definitions, actual proper language. And it comes back to Orwell, the same thing, right? And when you don't, luckily, Fred had people around him that were, good support system, good people, it sounds like, that were able to keep him grounded and help him through that process, because oftentimes they want to evoke that response, right? They want you to validate what they're calling you. They want you to turn into that, so it gives them more of a reason to not just persecute the individual. It's, oh, you're displaying this kind of behavior. They can lump anybody into it, right? And it comes back to, non-aggressive. I have a non-aggressive policy, just myself. I'm just not like that. I always view government wanting that to create that scenario, just to create a bigger narrative around something. So, I applaud Fred for standing strong, and the friends that were around him at the time. It's all about support systems, right? When you're being gaslit, it's no different right now with the vaccine injured. They're being told it's all in their head, right? Mm-hmm. And for whatever reason they took it. Again, it's like re-victimizing, and that chaos, trying to break your wits down one thread at a time, right? So that's all I have to say. It's good to hear that it turned out as good as it could be, I guess, considering what you were up against, right?
And the one thing,
sorry, go ahead.
The one thing that I wanted to say with Chris, when he said, like, the vaccine injured and they're being gaslit, right? This is what I mean by people have to, feel the pain for themselves. So the people that took this vaccine, they were supportive of the narrative. They agreed with the views, and they said, yes, this is the right thing to do. And then when they got, all these, incidents, or got injured, or have now these, health effects, and they're being thrown under the bus by their own narrative, that is the pain that, unfortunately, we have to go through.
Yeah, and I don't disagree that there needs to be a little pain. Like, you got to hit the gutter, or you got to be at the bottom to appreciate the climb back up. I get that. But part of the challenge I have with being so harsh on the vaccinated is a lot of them were coerced, lied to, and they were also under duress as well. Like even my own neighbor, he is pissed that he had to do it for work. Pissed. But I still have a lot of empathy for him. Yes, there's a subclass that was really for it, and they got every single booster the first day possible, yada, yada, yada. Even them, I have a little bit of concern for because you don't know what you were doing, and you were still gung-ho about it. So there's something disconnected there. But what I wanted to kind of say there was I have a lot of concern because a lot of these people were completely lied to. They were coerced, and there's a lot of duress going on there too. Kev, you want to kind of respond to that?
Well, yeah, like if you break government down into a basic sales pitch, right? First, they treated you like being a hero for doing absolutely nothing. In fact, the less you did, the more heroic you became, right? So, stay home, stay home, save lives, stay 6 feet apart. And then
don't visit your grandma, you'll save her, all that.
Yeah, exactly. So that you attract like 20 or 30% of the population there. And then they created this artificial scarcity where we're like, oh, we don't know if we can get the vaccine. Or it's only available for group A, B, and C, and you're not allowed. So try to create competition where more people want to get it, right? And
essential workers versus non.
Yeah, so you pit people against each other in terms of this is all sales tactics. And then once you get all the the yes people and the maybes that get flipped to the yes through like your Jones factor or your fear of loss or whatever sales tactics that you want to do. Once all the people that have already were willing to comply did, and then you have your compliant and your non-compliant, two groups. Now you have to go after the non-compliant with force and start threatening them, right? So you're going to lose your job. You're going to lose access to, to this
travel,
society, to the economy. You can't go on a plane. You can't leave the country or get back in. And then you take that non-compliant group and you basically fracture it into two groups where you have your semi-compliant and then you're non-compliant. Where the semi-compliant only did it because they didn't want to lose their job, they didn't want to lose their house, they didn't want to lose their kids, they didn't want to really have to deal with the full force of the government coming down on them. So they were coerced, they were forced, they were they were manipulated into taking something that they didn't want to do. That if that force wasn't applied to them, they never would have done it, right? So now you have your fully compliant, your semi-compliant, and then your non-compliant. And then that's why I say with this COVID thing, it was a great information gathering program. It was able to classify these three people. So when the next health crisis comes, they already know, and they've already eliminated the non-compliant from other institutions, from the police, the banking, the school systems, the government workers. They're already gone, right? So what they have left there is basically semi-compliant and fully compliant people, and all the dissenters have been eliminated, and now they know exactly who the dissenters are.
Yeah, and we saw that tactic happen in Ottawa during the police convoy. So 20% of OPS, Ottawa Police Services, were let go because they were not vaccinating. So that's 20% of the people who have free minds. They understand what they want. They will stand up to a proper authority. These are all the characteristics you do not want in a police force, that you want to just follow instruction. So 20% that is more inclined to stand up for what's right, they were booted out because they were also non-vaccinating. And that's, I think, is a very scary thing, because not only are we getting out the people that can stand up, what are we left with? And then how do we get them back in? So how do we correct this police force that is now just all compliant soldiers versus, free thinking, using your discretion police officers that what they should be? I'm going to jump to Chris, and then I'll go to Fred on that one.
I think that's the, for me, it was one of the main points. That's what it looked like to me when you started to seeing, as far as because in the beginning, it took me a bit to get on board with this as, a grand conspiracy. And that was the concern is when you remove all of the ethical people, the gut check people, those that can, if you remove them, that creates an army of automatons.
Right.
And so for me, that was another gut check as well, too. Some of them are winning cases. I think one actually last week where an Alberta police RCMP is being reinstated for donating or something, $10 or something like that. But at the same time, I don't think that, a lot of them, we even see here, BC's bad. Like our health minister won't even talk about the unvaxxed that were fired that want to come back. I mean, I'm an hour away from Kelowna, right? And there's a big sign there that, you know, 50 doctors, they want to come back to work. They won't even talk about it, right? So they don't want to have that. They don't want people in there that can think for themselves, which is completely a loss.
They want them out.
Yeah, which is a complete loss of mandate. That to me, creates a more terrifying environment. It's, you know, if you don't go along, you now are no longer essential in that group. So the amount of groupthink and the amount of levers that were pulled using the colleges of surgeons and physicians and stuff, like all of these, you know, like the clear steps they took to make sure that if you spoke out, there was going to be long-term ramifications. I would bet that a lot of them wouldn't even want to go back. A lot of them I already know have moved on to different professions. Like they were so betrayed by it, they're not going back in there because it can just happen again. So they've decided, you know, screw you guys, I'm going to do something that can provide me with something more. And you know, a lot of them, if you have never been around, I used to work in a hospital. The nurses are very adaptable, very, you know, resilient people, caring people for the most part. My experience has been that. And the ones that did leave, some of them are actually happier in their lives now and with what they're doing because they don't feel that pressure. And they felt like even if they went back, they'd never fit in. They wouldn't be accepted. They would always be, you know, sitting by themselves at the table. And why would you go back to that scenario when you had been so, you know, demonized and treated so poorly? You know, it's just degradation of everything across the board. So I don't think they'll go back. It doesn't matter what field. Maybe military, if the military wins, if they set a precedent with that, I think you could see that maybe. But right now, our military doesn't seem to want to be recruiting. They're more focused on the gender stuff, which is, good Lord. Like, okay, not to say, you know, we always had that joke, snap, crackle, and pop about our military. Well, it's not true. We once had a very capable, highly skilled military, not to take over countries, but highly qualified people that can do the job, right? And countries would rely on that. I'm still an old school guy. You know, I'm not a pro-war guy. I'm a peacekeeping fan. I loved it when I was in high school. Again, probably everybody on here can remember the days when putting a Canadian flag on your backpack was like a license to go anywhere in the world. And people from other countries would put our flag on their backpack because of that, right? And so we've slipped so far. But then again, you got to slip so far so for people to understand it, right? So that when you're looking at, okay, how do we rebuild when we get through this, which we will, you know, those kinds of things, you know, when the public's involved, I'm sure you would probably get a whole whack of people on board that are not anti-war. They like the ability, peacekeeping and that kind of stuff, as long as it's viewed in that manner. But I'm kind of a libertarian when it comes to that. Right, I'm a non-interventionist unless you're there to save lives, not peacekeep, yeah, not peacemake. So, go ahead.
Well, there's a group of people out there that want to force peace onto you, so I don't think they understand either one of those words, because that just simply doesn't happen. Now in Alberta, Fred, we had the same problems. We had a whole bunch of nurses and doctors that were let go, mostly a bunch of nurses, and then we had a nurses shortage. So instead of bringing them back after we learned that the vaccine was a non-issue, it wasn't really helping, it wasn't stopping things. Instead of bringing them back, we imported a whole bunch of nurses from outside of Canada. We fast-tracked an entire class of nurses under the requirement that we needed them, so they were fast-tracked into the province. And the province was very proud of that. They were touting the success of this program where we brought a whole bunch of nurses from outside of Canada into Alberta and got them into the system quickly. But they still didn't hire back any of these nurses. Now, I have spoken to a couple of them, Chris. I have a friend who's a nurse, and I spoke to another one. You're not wrong. Their biggest concern was, I asked them, hey, if they said you can come back, would you? And they said the trust is broken. Their employer turned their back on them. The unions turned their back on them. Their colleagues turned their back on them. Their friends, the people that they worked with all their time, turned their back on them. They don't want to go back. Even if they offered full pay from the day you were left, they don't want to go back. And both of them are a lot happier. They don't even seem to consider that as a loss anymore. They kind of consider that as they dodged a big bullet because now they don't have to work with these people that kind of have that mindset. I get all that. We only have one AHS. So my heart decides to go with, if something starts to grow into my body or I need some health care, this is the system I'm walking into, the one I was just told, which is an even good place to work. So now I, as a citizen who may need the services, have that problem to deal with. I don't even trust them anymore. Now, Fred, you're up in the mountains, and if everybody, all the good ones, went up in the mountains, we'd be left with nothing down here other than the bad ones. So we all can't leave. Some of us have to hold the fort and keep things a little bit sane. But from your perspective, was it a good move for you to go up into the mountains? And do you have any concern about our healthcare system hearing, some of these things we're talking about, where the nurses who should be back are not even going to come back, and we're bringing a bunch of nurses from outside of the country to fill those spots? What's your take on the healthcare in Alberta now because of that? You're muted, so we can either lip read or you can unmute. There you go. You're good. Yep. Yeah. There you go.
That being said, healthcare for me, aside from major surgeries, I'm a natural Reiki practitioner.
Okay, so you take care of yourself.
This past couple of weeks has really affected me because they're coming after my supplement income.
Who's they and why are they doing that?
The government is outlawing naturopaths and naturopaths medicine and everything else.
Right. And we heard that complaint out of the Coots men because one of them prefers that. But if it doesn't go through AHS, they can't have it. And AHS does not provide that kind of service. So they can't have what they normally would have had. That's a problem.
Yeah. So that being said, I look at it from that point, I'm stocking up on what works for me while I still can, because it's no longer going to be available.
Okay, so you're just stockpiling to deal with the problem. But what about major surgeries or something like that? Is that a concern for you?
I will never get my major surgery on my shoulder that needs to be done because I'm not willing to take a vaccine. I'm not willing to take other unnecessary procedures, and I'm not willing to take that. Like, I never trusted the medical system to begin with because I've died 3 times at the hands of doctors in surgery. So the saying with the juggalo is the juggalo never dies, and I've died 3 times on the table. So I live up to being a juggalo wholeheartedly.
Pun intended with the wholeheartedly there. Yeah, and look, Chris, we've heard this problem before. So in Manitoba with Pastor Adams, they went to the hospital. Sorry, I got the wrong window. They went to the hospital and to give birth to their 5th child. And during that experience, they were being forced to vaccinate. They were being forced to wear a mask. They didn't do both. They didn't do those. Pastor Adams, who's disabled in a wheelchair, no function of his arms and legs, was deemed a security risk, so he got wheeled out of the birth. And because of that, their 6th child is now a home birth, so they kept it at home. They're not going back to the hospital for their kids, and they're on their 7th now, so they're creating a 7th right now, and that will be a home birth as well. Are we going to see a lot more of that? People just checking out of the systems in general. A lot more home church, homeschool, homesteading, home birth, home. Are we going to start seeing a lot more of that because of the repercussions of what's happened in the last few years?
Yeah, it's a forced response because they won't acknowledge any wrongdoing. Okay. Some of the people are still in the same spots, right? So you can't, and that's kind of the biggest issue I take with the sickness within our political system. So much harm has been caused, and they won't even acknowledge it. So therefore, resources aren't going to be made available. People aren't held accountable for decisions, to really take a look at the harms, right? They just seem to be, completely fine with playing it out and seeing what happens, or hoping or thinking an election is going to change things. It's like, no, if they're not acknowledging the harm now, they're not going to acknowledge it when they win, right? Like, whoever wins. And so all that does is creates more self-sufficiency within people. There's a risk there because you're going to have people that go without treatment. You're going to have a lot of people that are deathly, and it's already happened. Not even so much on the basis of, backlogs that occurred. It's just you would, before the pandemic, if I found a lump, man, yeah, I'm going to go to the doctor. I'm going to go see a specialist. Now would I think it would have to be after I looked at a few, I would do a little bit more diligence to make sure I had to. Right. And is that the right decision? Probably
Yeah,
not.
it's tough. That's tough
Right?
because you catch early and stuff, right? Yeah.
So they've done this to themselves, and by destroying that trust between the institutions, and they're doubling down on it. I mean, no one ever talks about Dr. Tam. Nobody. Where is
Doctor
she?
Who?
Yeah, right. And so when you think of you think of all the other things that we're looking at, it's like that's a pretty freaking big elephant in the room with regards to we ended up with CCP policies all over the place here, right? You can look at Michael Singer, and he has his book, how Xi Jinping walked down the road. I can't remember the full thing, but he walks us around. But we all pretend that's not something. If I was an MP, I would be calling for her at least to step down because of the chaos and division that ran rampant in the country, right? Even if you look at some of the, ironically, our vaccine oversight, the national Nazi, it's everything safe and effective. Well, no. You had a complete breakdown of due diligence in this process. You had an agenda and that you deployed it, and you don't want to look at how that process went to be. And so no one's even asking questions. I look at the states and you see, at least Ron Johnson, you see Rand Paul, you see, I'm not sure how much Jim Jordan is involved in that committee, but Fauci and Walensky, they're being forced to come to the table. And we don't even have our politicians calling for that at all. Not one politician in the legislature is saying these people need to come and answer for their decisions because tremendous harm has been caused. Even if you just believe what Health Canada said with the 400 people dead and 10,000 plus injured, that's far from safe and effective. Right. No one's called. So it's just this giant cluster F word of cover up, of not wanting to at least, do any due diligence. So you can't rebuild the trust of an institution with the same people still at the helm.
No,
exactly.
nor can
Dr. Mackes probably mentioned this. I still haven't seen that, but he probably mentioned the problems they have at AHS. If you followed Mackes for a while, that's when I first started him before he got into the died suddenly stuff. Was him just raging. That's how I was like, yeah, you're my kind of guy, because I would kind of do the same thing for Fraser Health. It's like, hold people accountable, ask for these documents. Why did this happen? They always just seem to like to play musical chairs, right? At the detriment to the public. So. But it's an opportunity again as well. Expose the system, you can uncover it, and you can build parallel systems in the meantime until we make it through this. Because that's the problem right now. People don't have anyone to trust. There isn't like a national hotline you can phone so that when you go to a doctor or a specialist, they're going to view you as a human being, not how many micro machines you have running through your body, right? That's my bad.
So there's a couple things I'm going to say here. One, I'm going to be cutting this stream short. Looking at the view counts and stuff, I think we may have been extending our stay a little bit. So at the 7-hour mark, about 10 minutes, I'm going to reevaluate, but I think we might cut it short. But on that note,
I have to go anyways. So sorry.
Yeah, and I'm sorry. I'm trying. My energy level is crashing hard. But I'm going to go to Fred because you put up your hand as Chris was starting to talk there, and I think you had a point you wanted to make. So go ahead.
What's going to correct the system, but not the people coming back into the healthcare system, is autonomous replacement of people. AI, computer robots, so on and so forth. That technology is just blowing up, and Elon's behind it 1,000%. And no one is talking about DARPA and what they're doing behind the scenes. And that's what I think the immigrants are for, because we're going to have side effects from these compliances. And so you're going to have an incapacitated population. Who's going to do these jobs? Well, we have a great solution, Elon. Just a thought.
Ooh, Donald Bester showed up. Hi, Donald. Okay, yeah, sorry about that, Fred. I kind of got distracted with Donald. He just showed up. Kev, you mentioned that you had a comment about healthcare, and then we'll go to Donald because I'll update Donald on the information.
Yeah, we talk about Thomas Tam or Teresa Tam, however you want to pronounce their first name. They lost all credibility when they said that if you want to go to a glory hole, just wear a mask. I'm sure everybody remembers that. That caused the Twitter to erupt for weeks. And then you touch base on BC healthcare. I remember, I think his name was Horgan. He advocated for, the elimination of 20% of, healthcare services, healthcare professionals in BC. And then he found out that he had, cancer, and there was a huge backlog in BC, in their system. And what did he do? He jumped to the front of the line. So, like, my God, these people are maniacs. And who do we blame for the healthcare system? I'm going to point my finger at Tommy Douglas, right? That's who I label as the problem. He's the founder of the NDP that brought universal healthcare into Canada. And as soon as you give the state the power to control, and it's not healthcare in Canada, it's death management with a smile, and they're all out of smiles, right? Because medical malpractice in Canada per year is twice as deadly as what the official COVID narrative was at the height. So, doctors have killed over the span of the last 3 years 3 times as many people as what COVID did if we take their numbers at face value. So we don't have healthcare here. And you know what? If you get injured or you have mental issues, have you looked at our new MAID program, right? So these are the crazy people that have created the system for us.
You're not wrong, and it scares me each time because, Kevin, you're not wrong, and it bugs me. I think I need to go to medical school or at least start teaching myself some of the basic stuff. I'm just going to sidetrack this conversation because I sent Donald a message to tell him, because he wasn't planning to come on. Donald had his evening planned, but I sent him a message to let him know that Granny provided us some information. So I wanted to drop into that subject again with Donald before we end up here. Donald, thank you for coming along here. And then Chris, if you haven't heard this part, you might find this interesting, and Fred as well. Granny came on earlier today, Donald, and let us know some stuff about what happened on Thursday. She was a bit mum about it on Friday because she didn't know what she can talk about. And what she has done since Friday is she spoke to the family, and I believe through the family or directly to one of the lawyers on the defense side. So she was clearing whether or not she can talk about certain things. Sorry, yeah, that's Donald's. But what she ended up telling us was on Thursday, none of it was about the men. The entire day, none of the court proceeding was about the men. The court proceeding on Thursday started off with the Crown not there. Just hold a second. So, guys, yeah, just come in, but wait, okay? Guys? Yes. Come in and wait. Yeah. Sorry. So she said the Crown was not there. I think his name is Scott. I'm just going to call him Scott. It might be Sam or something, but we'll call him Scott. Scott wasn't there, and he was the lead Crown attorney. Someone else was there. And what happened was that the defense filed an application, a CC1 application. We do not know the content of that application, but because of that application, Scott has been removed from prosecution table because Scott's about to become a witness or a defendant. RCMP now have lawyered up. Now the RCMP now have a lawyer involved answering questions and dealing with something. We don't know what that something is other than something was discovered. That's basically where we left it. It's all abnormal. The men had nothing to do with Thursday. It had to do with everything to do with the RCMP and the Crown. And the lead Crown person has been booted. They can't come back because they might have to become a witness or a defendant. What do you make of that? Because that's not normal that the Crown is getting in trouble in pre-trial. It's not normal that a Crown is looking at possibly becoming a witness to these events or something like that. So what do you extrapolate out of that?
We heard rumors. We've been hearing rumors for weeks. I'm not going to tell you what the rumors are because it might not be true. It might not be these rumors. It might be some other rumors. But let's just say that everything that I've come to believe about this case being a politically run show, every time I cross a new little bit of evidence or information, it just reinforces that guilty or not, technically guilty or not, these men are being held because of a political decision, not a decision to deny them bail based on reality. It's based on politics. And you know, my friends, if we keep gathering evidence in a way that gives it integrity, gravitas, and that it's irrefutable, as long as Canadians keep doing that, we just might have a chance. That's all I'll say about that. I'm just waiting, licking my lips to hear why a crown had to be relieved from a case, why the RCMP has to lawyer up, and what's that section about perjury, Jason? What's that criminal code section about perjury? I think I read about it in your book today. Oh,
thank you very much. I had myself on mute there. Thanks for reading my book and bringing that up. I appreciate that. No, perjury is a very serious thing, but so is tampering with evidence, planting evidence, manipulating evidence, filing false affidavits.
fabricating evidence, obstructing justice, obstructing police. Hey guys, how are you?
Yeah, no, sorry. My boys wanted to come by and say hi. So this is Jacob. You want to say hi, Jacob?
Hi, Jacob.
Hi.
Say hi.
Hi.
He's very quiet. And then there's JJ.
What's up, y'all?
So you want to say Happy Canada Day?
Happy Canada Day.
So what did you do today, JJ? Did you just hang out or were you volunteering today?
I was actually volunteering to make some root beer floats.
You're making some root beer floats for the people in Breton. So my little boys were out volunteering. Yeah,
Nice.
They said, good man. Yeah, they're all proud of you. You can't hear them, but I'll tell you what they said. Yeah, they wanted to say hi to Canada before we closed up the stream because we might be closing up the stream. So they want to say hi. Hey, Jacob, you like this? Are you on the screen?
Yeah.
Where are you?
I'm here.
You're right here?
Yes.
Yeah. You want to say hi to Fred, Chris, Kevin, and Dawn?
Hi, God.
Yeah. Hi, everybody.
Hello.
And JJ, you want to say hi to everybody and then we'll let you go?
Hello, Fred, Chris, Kevin, and Dawn.
Very good memory. Good job there, JJ.
Good name tags right there.
Very good. We taught them how to read. This is a homeschool child, so I guess we did our job on this one. Okay, cool. I'll let them go, but I'll go put. Who wants to be next? Put your hand up if you want to chat next. I'm going to put Kevin on. Oh, Chris is ready to go. There you go, Chris.
Yeah, I got to get moving. I got to make some dinner and I got to head down to the beach. There's some stuff going on tonight. So, but great space as always. Good to see everybody. Good to see your kids for the first time. So I wish everyone a great Canada Day.
Yeah, I know they're great kids, and thank you very much, Chris, for your time, and I do appreciate it. And let's get together, and we'll catch up off stream. We haven't done that in a while.
Definitely needed. But you guys all have a good night, and I'll see you soon. I'm sure, all of you. Take care.
Thanks, Chris. You take care. Bye, brother. And then, Kev, do you want to say some last words, and then we'll kind of wrap this up? I'm pretty tired, and our viewers are going down now.
Yeah, I'd really like to extend this opportunity to join me on a Spaces tomorrow. I'm not going to do one today. We've been, pretty inundated with media today. So I would really like to do a Spaces tomorrow. And as I was talking about, breaking down Clown World, not just over the last week, but over the last 3 years, and really getting people's views and opinions on and how they managed to arrive at the situation they were. And if it wasn't, over COVID, maybe it was, something where, Fred happened to have been in 2016, right? What was their spark that changed their perception of reality, or why were they not affected by propaganda to begin with, right? So this is some of the things that I really want to get down into the weeds of, because I think that it'll spur a lot of interesting conversation, and we'll find out that we have a lot more commonalities, on our upbringings, the way that we went through the education system, our employment choices, and I think that it will just be an overall positive, great spaces to have. So I'm going to do that tomorrow, probably at around 6:30 Eastern Standard Time. I'll send a reminder out, and if you're interested in grabbing a mic or popping in to hear what Canadians have to say, feel free to do that, because there's usually about 500 to 600 people that usually log on to one of these spaces. So it's a great place to share your stories, get your views out, and also listen to other people who may be in the same situation as you.
That sounds like a good time. I'm going to try and be there as well. I recommend everybody get there. And hopefully Twitter is allowing you to see things, and you may not Like if you got 500 messages, stop there, save some for Kevin so you can go see his stuff. But yeah, hopefully Twitter's fixed up by then. So Fred, did you want to say anything to Canada before we let you go? You're still muted, buddy.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Bad habit.
It's a good habit. It's muted when you need to. That's good.
Yes, I want to say happy Canada Day for everybody and enjoy your fireworks. I'm going to be enjoying mine here. Tune in to FFF 710, 10 a.m. every morning on Rumble, Mixler, Twitter to hear independent Canadian and American artists, and Sundays 10 till noon on Piper Masters Gaming on Rumble is where I'm a guest DJ, and we do a 3-hour show from 10 till 1, I think it is.
Excellent.
What time zone is that?
Mountain time zone.
Yeah, well, he did say he lives on top of a mountain, so that's your giveaway. He's in Mountain Time Zone. Thanks a lot there, Fred, and I really appreciate you reaching out. I didn't know Fred, but I sent out a tweet and it says if you have a podcast, you have a show, you want to announce it, reach out to me, and he did. So thanks a lot, Fred, for reaching out. And connect with me again, so I'll put you into contact with Zahena, which is that artist that you heard before. I will play that song one more time. I'll play that 4-minute video again for everybody before I sign off. But yeah, I can put you in contact with him. He's an excellent artist. And Donald, thank you so much. I just dragged you out. I had to tell you. I wanted to tell you. I couldn't tell you earlier because she said she's going to go find out if she can talk about certain things. And I'm a man of my word, so I did keep that. But she came on a little bit earlier and cleared some of that information to share with you. So appreciate you popping on Canada Day to come and talk to us a little bit. Do you want to say anything to Canada before we go?
Yeah, I started out this Canada Day maybe a little bit depressed or upset because it's not the Canada we want.
Yeah.
But as the day went on, I don't know, I just got so excited about the number of Canadians who are standing up now and trying to take this country in a direction that we want it, that we want to leave our children with and our grandchildren with. And I think that we just might win this thing.
I think so too, Don. I think so too. Canada loves to talk. Canada can listen. Canada can reason, and Canada is here to get back what we had before. We know what we had. It was good. It was good. We loved each other. There's some problems, little ones, but we didn't have this kind of division. And we didn't talk about boxcarring people and training them away and forced labor. Like this was not stuff that was talked about in Canada like it is now. So I agree with you, Donald. I was a little depressed at the beginning too because it's tough to celebrate. I saw a tweet about what's happening in France, and that was horrific. I saw another message from somebody I admire and reminding us that what we went through the last 3 years, why should we be celebrating? And they're not wrong. This is a tough time. But we, like Kevin, he's a market guy and he looks for the trailing leading indicators. So maybe the leading indicator here is this type of show where we are able to sit and talk. It was very amazing. Donald, maybe you want to rewind this video, but Jacqueline, which is, I believe, Jerry's wife, was on. And she was on for about 10 minutes telling us how uplifted they are, how excited they are, how this show, she watches it every single day. She's a big fan of you as well. And this is coming from the family of the men. So Donald, I think the leading indicator here is we're doing this. Canada wants this, and it does have an impact. So I think you're right. I think you're right. We're starting to see the things that make me believe there's a way out of this. If we can replace typical media and then we can help educate Canada and Canadians, we may have a chance. Kev,
typical media is self-imploding. They gave up their integrity for corporate and political cash. They've got nothing left. And there's a tsunami of citizen journalism just rising right now. And, that's where people are turning for the truth, the version of the truth, see what's happening on the ground. That's going to continue. And without that corporate media, they are nothing. They've got nothing to push that message on us. We're going to win this.
We are winning this. I agree with that. And Kevin, you know how markets react. Tammy just popped up. So maybe Tammy wants to say goodbye as well because she was on today. So let's make sure she gets a chance to say goodbye.
To, share your stories.
You're going to have to turn off your audio there, Tammy, because it's coming back through. So just give me a thumbs up when you're ready to go, and I'll put you on. Kev, so market is going to respond here, and this is what Donald is saying, right? Because the market is not doing so good with media, it's going to replace itself. Another supply and demand, you're going to have this happen. Are you seeing that happen with the media too? And are you excited about maybe having your own shows and continuing to be part of that trend as well?
Well, the way I see it is, right, whenever you have a new system, right, you always have your pioneers that pioneer that system, and then you have your early adapters that really get onto that system early. And that's the phase that we're in now before we get into mass adaptation of our views. And that's the next stage that we're going to be moving in towards. And if we take a look at the media, the government, the institutions, at the end of the day, they're all bankrupt, right? And they're not financially bankrupt. They're morally bankrupt. They're spiritually bankrupt. They're intellectually bankrupt, right? So the only end result for this, for a bankrupt system, in economic views, is collapse, right? So that's what's coming for them. They're going to have their day that they look back on this and realize everything that they've done was wrong, whether they admit it or not. But they're gonna figure it out, and it's going to be a day a day of reckoning for them. But like one thing that I know is that humanity always wins, right? We might be late to the game, but when we show up in 11:59 and 59 seconds, right? Like 1 second before absolute doomsday, and and we wake up and we end up winning the race or winning the war or whatever. And the meek will inherit the earth and the strong will lead at the end of the day. So that's what I truly believe, and this is a spiritual war. It's way beyond more than what we're seeing right now. And then when evil, absolute evil in society actually exposes itself for what it is, and then once humanity sees that the emperor has no clothes, and what these people actually are in real life, and they cannot deny it with their eyes, that's when it's game time for us.
I like that game time. And just like in a good game, when the time is down, we're down by one, we pull the goalie, which is our defense, and we go on the offense and we go hard. So maybe that's what you may be referring to. Time's running out and we don't want to lose this one. So we may have to stop being defensive and go offensive. Tammy,
and hope we're not the Toronto Maple Leafs while we're doing this.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, we don't have much to look at right now. But yeah, you're right. Maybe a little bit Edmonton. Edmonton wasn't doing too bad. Tammy, did you want to come and say goodbye to Canada? You popped on the end here.
I did. I saw your beautiful babies, and I was like, oh my God, I have to get on. I just want to say hello and a happy Canada Day to those beautiful little boys that I just, and Pat is like, no, they're with me now, but they can still hear me. Hey, babies. Yeah. Happy Canada Day to you guys. Thank you guys. All of you. I've been tuned in. Thank you. Happy Canada Day to each and every single one of you. Thank you for reminding me that there is decent, real men in this country. And I love you. So happy Canada Day to each and every one of you.
We love you too, Tammy. Thank you very much. My boys will hear that. They're going to be very proud too. They're very happy with their dad. So anytime someone talks nice about their dad, they love that. And now they get to hear someone talk nice about them. Thank you very much, Tammy. They are very special to me. Jacob, the little one, he is a sweetheart. He's got so much vocabulary now, and he will never hurt a fly, quite literally. He brushes them away. He doesn't smack at them. I'm not even joking. The rest of us will get the flies. Jacob will brush them away. He's that kind of gentle heart. And thank you very much. I am very proud of them, and I enjoy sharing them from time to time. So thank you very much. So on that note, Canada, we didn't have any fireworks, but we did have a bomb that was disposed of at at Maggie Hope Braun's place. So no fireworks, but we had a bomb. So if you go into the beginning of the video, you may hear the explosion. But what I'm going to do for everybody is I'll go through the list one more time. So I'll go from Fred, Kevin, Donald, and Tammy. One final goodbye, and then I'll play that video again. It's about 4 minutes. It's got Don't Back Down, the new song from Zahena in it, and it's got a lot of memories of the convoy. So Fred, I'm going to go to you first, and you can say your final goodbyes, and we'll wrap this up. Oh, so close to not having the mic on. There you go.
Happy Canada Day from Fred Fury.
Right on, buddy. Thank you, Fred Fury. And then Kev?
Well, my message is pretty...
I guess we can't quit, guys. Hold on a second. Chris just showed up. Chris Dacey just showed up.
My message is pretty clear. It's about the oppressed rising up against the oppressors, right? So,
Matt. No, wait.
You're good. You're good. Keep going, Kev.
Yeah. So my message is pretty clear. It's always about, the oppressed rising up against the oppressors. So the only people that should be fearing our voices and what we have to say are the people that oppress. So, the three things that I would, I live by is, educate your mind, arm yourself, and refuse to turn the other cheek, and just be free. That's all my message is about.
And how about Save Canada? So, hello, Chris. You showed up right at the end here. We got some time for you. We'll get you on here. I love your hat. How do I get one? I'm not unable to get one. I want to put one up here, but let me know how I can get one. But welcome, Chris. How is it going and where you're at?
It's been a great day, actually. We were I was in Ottawa, downtown Ottawa, for most of the day. It was busy-ish down there. It was kind of a weird atmosphere, honestly. People weren't. They were just kind of milling around. Nobody was too excited. Nobody seemed too celebratory. Trudeau did his thing, gave a speech down by the War Monument, so not by the Hill. It was interesting at the Hill. It was interesting at the Hill. I mean, they had heightened security, and guys. They had heightened security. They were frisking people like last year. Lineups of honestly hundreds of people both directions to line up to go into the Hill where nothing was going on. It was a bit weird, but we had some friends come down. A couple of fighter jets flew over. That was kind of cool, but was nothing too crazy and no major incidents, at least. So that was good. That is good. That is good. Just outside of Ottawa now, we're going to have a barbecue and we've got a pile of fireworks and we're just going to unwind and relax a little bit. It's been a pretty busy time in Ottawa lately. So.
Yeah, no, cool. Who's with you today? There's a few people there with you?
Yeah. So I got Patriot Smoothie with me. I've got a few other people. Matt Ben is here. Is he over here somewhere anyways?
Yeah.
It's his birthday today too. Where are you, Matt?
Hey, there you are. Yeah. Welcome. That's very cool. Did you hear about our excitement? We had a bomb on the show. Did you hear about that?
No.
Yeah, Maggie Hope Braun, she came on. So she was one of the protesters that got beat up pretty good by the government. And she was on earlier today. And some reason just outside her house, the bomb disposal unit showed up and dealt with a package or something.
Oh,
and
really?
while we're on the show, she's like, did you hear that? They just blew it up.
Really?
So that was our fireworks for the day. So that was the most excitement we had.
We got a few here, so we'll pop some off a bit later. But yeah, it was a nice day. It didn't really feel too much like Canada Day, though. I didn't find. I don't know about for you guys, but
no, for us too. It was a lot about news and stuff, but there wasn't the traditional "I am proud to be Canada," wave the flags, have the fireworks. It was very muted. We had the Twitter incident where a lot of people were muted on Twitter. They couldn't see stuff anymore. That kind of hurt a lot of engagement. And then, of course, there's no fireworks. We're hearing about these being canceled everywhere. Talking about budget cuts, but yet Pride Month just finished up just fine. So yeah, a lot of people are a little bit annoyed.
Speaking of Pride Month, the Canadian flags went back up on the Prime Minister's office yesterday or late yesterday. So we do have Canadian flags now flying on the Prime Minister's office. I don't know if it'll stay that way. We'll see. Pride is now a season or possibly permanent. So we'll have to see there. They also put up, so they took down the two flags, but now down Bank Street in Ottawa, every lamppost for, I don't know, blocks south of Parliament is Pride flags lining both sides of the street. So, 2 down and 100 up. At least they're not on the Prime Minister's office, I guess. But
Yeah, fair enough. And is the Prime Minister flag upside down or right side up?
No, it's right side up for now.
How long until they'll be flying the CCP flag on the Parliament buildings, right? That's the next flag to be
Good
flown
question.
there.
Good question. There was a large group, man. It was a few thousand probably were bussed in. I think it was last weekend that were trying to protest against a foreign registry. So I guess they want as many operatives running around, with no supervision and no way to keep track of them as possible, right? They track all of us, but don't you dare track a foreign operative, have them register.
No. Well, you can always take him to the Chinese police station if you have a problem, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You were
we had a
asking
few of
about
those.
these hats too, eh? So a lot of people are asking. I think that the guys have a new website they're working on. So the new store is have to change, I think, suppliers and stuff. So they should have the new stuff up very, very soon with the new website.
Okay, well, make sure I get a link so I can buy one, and I'll spread that link around as well.
Yeah, for sure.
Because we absolutely have to save Canada. That's a beautiful hat, and I want it on my set. So we'll get it.
Yeah. I've gone through a few of these. I got one ripped off my head at the school protest there with Billboard Chris on the 9th. So I've gone through 2 or 3 of these that I've had ripped off my head or smacked off me and stolen, but I had a supply, luckily.
You keep going, brother. And to let everybody know, I have you as a guest. So you're going to be on here on July 11th, and we'll have a full interview with you. And you are on Tuesday of our Advocates Week. So you're going to be the street advocate. Right before you is Alex Cabana. So he's going to be the veteran advocate.
Awesome.
So he's on the 10th. Yeah. And then on the 13th, I think a couple more of your friends, Beth Ann Nodwell and Stacy Cotter.
Oh, yeah, I know Bethan quite well, and I know Alex too. Patriot Propaganda. He does Patriot Propaganda. Yeah, he's a great guy. They're all great.
Awesome.
But, Bethan and Alex will be really good interviews too, man. They're great.
Yeah,
doing a ton.
And then on
cool
the 14th, I have Greg Arcade. So he's a musical.
Holy
advocate.
cow! I'm in fine company there, man.
You most certainly are. It's going to be a good week. So I'm looking forward to that. So thank you for popping by and showing us that hat. And I got to get one. Hopefully by the 11th, maybe we can get one here, but we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, I'll see what I can do to try to grease some wheels there for you too.
Oh, you know somebody who knows somebody? We
I
mail?
might know a guy, so we'll see.
That sounds awesome.
If we can't get you one, I'll send you mine.
Oh, wow. That's even better because it'll be a Chris Warren one. You'll find that on eBay after the episode.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Okay, well, I'm glad I was able to jump on. I wanted to get on earlier. It's just too hectic, but I'm glad I was able to make fun for a few minutes.
Thank you very much, Chris, for your time. I appreciate that. You want one final message to Canada before we drop you?
So, John, anything you want to say here?
Not much, but you go up, guys.
Yeah. I don't have a whole lot to say. I mean, it's wonderful that we're connecting with more people, and I honestly have quite a bit of hope right now. So I guess we'll just leave it at that.
That was the theme that came out of Donald as well. Started off the day a little depressed, but got a lot of hope because we're doing stuff like this and people are connecting. So I agree with you there, Chris. Thank you so much.
All I really have to say is God bless and save Canada.
Yeah, and then I'm going to drop you, but if you stick around, I'm playing a video. It's about 4 minutes long. It's about the convoy. Some great music, so it might be kind of cool to just listen to.
Cool. Yeah, I'll have a look. Thanks so much.
Okay. Well, everybody, on that note, I am going to drop Chris over there. We went through our line. Donald, did you have one last statement? Because I did promise you one.
Thanks. Hey, everybody. Happy Dominion Day. That comes from Psalm 72:8. That's what this country was named after, the Dominion of Canada. He shall have dominion also from sea to sea and from the river unto the ends of the earth. That's why it was called Dominion Day. And that's why they got rid of that. Happy Dominion Day.
Happy Dominion Day, everybody. And now here's a video to remind you all what we're fighting for and that we should not back down and this fight's not over. I'll be right back after this video.
Don't back down. 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 We can make it if we all aim high.
Happy Canada Day, everybody. Go find that on my Twitter timeline. You'll find this video there. You also find a link to support Zahena by pre-saving it on Spotify. You can also go to Spotify and search for Zahena. Don't back down. Pre-save it there. It doesn't cost anything. It just lets Spotify know that he has some support, and when it's ready for launch, it will help the algorithm. So go and support him on that one. Also, go give a subscribe to AutoWalks for all of that coverage. He was there every single day, hundreds of hours of coverage. Thank you very much, AutoWalks, for that. In Canada, we planned for 10 hours. I made it to 7.5. I love you, Canada. I'm going to get back to my family. And I really appreciate you joining me today. We had lots of visitors. We had some excitement. We had a bomb. Never would have thought that one. We had excellent information out of Coots for the Coots men. We have some excitement going on there. 502 days later, something might be breaking for the good. So let's all keep our fingers crossed, and let's send our prayers to the men in Coots and to everybody across Canada who was a little bit depressed, but maybe feeling a little bit better today. It was definitely a weird Canada Day, but we did it. We're still here, and we love each other. And I want to remind you all, God bless.